Chapter 1209, Do the Best. Chapter 1209, Do the Best. Silence. The whole battle fortress fell into silence. Everyone looked at what had happened in front of them with horrified expressions on their faces, and they felt scared about the space storm which had spread over tens of thousands of miles far. Too strong. They are too strong. Many cultivators felt their throats getting dry. Except for Samsara Temple Master, Void Temple Master, and a few high-level experts, even those palace masters who had newly become universe masters with the help of the Nirvana elixirs felt frightened and panic. Although they were universe masters just like the two combatants, either Jin Wushuang or Long Su King was far more powerful than any of them. No, Jin Wushuang is at a disadvantage, Samsara Temple Master said as his pupils contracted. The other palace masters concentrated their attention on the battle as well. As expected, when the two unique skills were unleashed in a head-to-head battle, Jin Wushuang was obviously the underdog. He rolled backward under the attack of the blood shadow. Haha, let's continue. Long Su King's crazy laugh resounded through this space. Although he was affected by the impact of the clash, he just stopped for a short while before launching another attack again. However, Jin Wushuang was still retreating. Before he regained his balance again, Long Su King had arrived in front of him. Blood Mountain Dao. Long Su King screamed, and his figure descended from the sky like an eagle. He brandished his blood-red saber again. This strike was of great momentum. His saber turned into a huge, blood-red mountain that came crushing down upon Jin Wushuang with great strength and horrible pressure. Under the pressure of the saber shadow, Jin Wushuang felt that all of his bones were going to be crushed. Is it another unique skill? Jin Wushuang was shocked. Long Su King indeed had incredibly powerful strength given that he had defeated 3 invincible universe masters before. Surprisingly, he was even able to create 2 unique skills by himself. Humph! Jin Wushuang snorted. Since he had not stood firmly, he did not have enough time to use his dawn light to resist his opponent's attack. The only thing he could do was to hold his blood mountain sword up high. Clang! A muffled sound rang out as an overwhelming and mighty power came crushing down upon Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang's body shook, and he let out a muffled voice. Then, he fell to the ground like a falling stone. Bomb! There was a huge sinkhole with a 1,000-mile radius appeared on the ground where Jin Wushuang's body landed. It was bottomless and was at least hundreds of feet deep. The expressions of the Green Fire World experts in the battle fortress changed as they saw the scene. Long Su King was still quietly floating in the void above the fortress, looking down the hole below. Trash! He shouted in a cold voice. My monarch said you're a genius. Now, however, you're nothing in my eyes. You've barely risen into the invincible universe master level. As such, you're much weaker than the 3 invincible universe masters I've met before. I was thinking that you should be a good opponent. Jin Wushuang, you totally fail me. Long Su King's ironic words echoed around this space. Upon hearing his words, the faces of the experts from the Green Fire World turned pale. Right at this moment, bang! Suddenly, a horrible blast of sword essence burst out from the bottom of that sinkhole. A figure flew out directly and showed up in front of Long Su King again. With a blob of blood left on the corner of his mouth, Jin Wushuang was in a sorry fashion. However, his aura had not weakened. Long Su King, Jin Wushuang said while looking at him. Huh. Long Su King looked indifferent. It seems that I have thought too much of you. You have unleashed all your skills, haven't you? Jin Wushuang shook his head and sighed. What? Long Su King's eyes looked cold. Just now, he considered Jin Wushuang as a trash who had failed him. Now, however, Jin Wushuang satirized his strength on the contrary. Boy, can you only win by your words? Long Su King snorted. Huh. Jin Wushuang laughed and continued, You'll know that soon enough. When he was speaking, the power of the Blood Mountain sword he held enhanced a little bit. Jin Wushuang, you finally intend to go to any length? Gu King's voice suddenly sounded. Of course. Jin Wushuang smiled and answered, I need to win this challenge in a smooth and neat way. By this, the morale of the experts in our green fire world can skyrocket again. But I didn't know Long Su King's true strength before. Therefore, it was too difficult for me to defeat him decently. Now, however, I have figured out what he is capable of. Thus, it's time for me to show him my true strength. Jiang Wushuang was chatting with Gu King in his mind, but his eyes turned extremely cold. Kill! Jian Wushuang shouted and dashed outward. Ridiculous! I'll see what you can do. Long Su King's eyes turned grim, and he moved forward swiftly as well. Right at the moment when he was about to crash into Jian Wushuang, he brandished his blood-red saber again. Bloodfire Dao. The blade light landed as blood-red flames covered the whole sky. For a second, the void with a 1 miles radius turned into a sea of fire. Long Su King, however, was the dominator of the sea of fire. Is it still a unique skill? Jian Wushuang lifted his eyebrows. Long Su King had displayed 2 unique skills before, and now he unleashed the third one. It was really awesome for a universe master to create 3 unique skills. No matter how many unique skills you have created, they are of the same power. Jian Wushuang sneered and lifted the Blood Mountain sword. The whole area fell into darkness once again. As expected, it was also the dawn light. When he saw the scene, a touch of disdain flashed through Long Su King's eyes. He had experienced this blow just now. Though it was an authentic unique skill, its power was really ordinary. Each one of the 3 unique skills he had created could outclass Jian Wushuang's in terms of power. The same person employs the same swordsmanship will lead the same result. Long Su King shouted. The raging blood-red fire suddenly formed into a huge wave, rolling toward Jian Wushuang madly. Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang's mouth twisted in a contemptuous sneer. When he activated the Dawn Light swordsmanship, the abundant ancient god power inside his body was totally unleashed. Jian Wushuang activated the 4-star ancient god power with the aid of his spiritual power. The most important was that he aroused the power of Stage 2 blood-killing plate armor at the same time. Of course, when fighting against Long Su King previously, he had only triggered its Stage 1 power. But now, he did his best. It seemed that there was only a slight difference between the Stage 1 power and the Stage 2's. In fact, it enabled Jian Wushuang to exert a power that was 10 times more powerful than his original one. Therefore, when Jian Wushuang unleashed the Dawn Light swordsmanship with all his strength, its power became several times greater than the last time. Chapter 12:10 Victory. Chapter 12:10 Victory. Boom! Following the terrifying explosion, the endless sea of fire that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles blew up. The sea of fire was cleaved in half, and the burning flames subsided to reveal a huge tunnel in the middle. A cold sword light split up the sea of fire and obliterated all the obstacles in its way. It slammed violently into Long Su King without losing any of its power. What? Long Su King's eyes widened in bewilderment. Both of them used the small, but how could their disparity in power be so striking? Bam! The sword light hit Long Su King's scarlet armor. Though the armor was a great defensive treasure that managed to weaken the power of Jian Wushuang's attack by 80%, the remaining power still hurt him. Pfft. Though Long Su King had a strong body, the remaining force in Jian Wushuang's attack still caused him to spit out blood. He was sent tumbling backward in a miserable condition. Just then, a ghost-like figure appeared in front of him. It was Jian Wushuang. The grim-faced Jian Wushuang exuded a startlingly potent killing intent. Majestic power was converging on his right index finger. That was the ancient god power. Third finger of the ancient god, world-shattering, Jian Wushuang roared. He then pointed his right index finger that harbored an intense force at Long Su King. Buzz! The spectral image of a golden-armored ancient god, about 100 feet high, appeared in the sky. The spectral image of the golden-armored ancient god overlooked all living creatures. He gradually lifted his strong right arm and pointed his finger at Long Su King. With a cracking sound, The space around them was crushed into pieces. The space that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles turned into fine dust as the ancient god pointed. The horrible power would even startle universe masters. This was the third finger, a skill unique to the ancient god clan. Now that he had become a 4-star ancient god of imperial kinsmen, Jin Wushuang could finally unleash a hint of this power. The third finger had the power to shatter worlds. No. The terrified Long Su King could not stop his momentum as he was sent flying backward. Neither could he put up any form of resistance. He watched helplessly as the giant gold finger came closer to him and finally hit him. The tremendous ancient god power bombarded Long Su King. The finger continued to hit him until it pressed his body to the ground in the same manner a giant would crush an ant. Crash! The endless ruins below abruptly exploded, creating a sinkhole that was thousands of meters deep and hundreds of thousands of miles wide. Long Su King lied at the bottom of the sinkhole. No sound came from him. It was hard to tell if he was alive or dead. Buzz! The giant gold finger plunged. The spectral image of the golden-armored ancient god gradually vanished, restoring calm in the world. The entire battle fortress fell into silence. The silence, however, lasted only for a brief moment before a violent noise resounded. He won. Palace Master Wushuang won. Haha, he's truly the strongest expert in the green fire world. He's so powerful. So powerful. Humph. Didn't Long Su King say Palace Master Wushuang's strength is disappointing? Didn't he call Palace Master Wushuang a loser? Haha. Go on. I dare him to keep spouting that nonsense. It's obvious that Palace Master Wushuang didn't go all out. He probably just used very little of his power, and that was why he was temporarily defeated. Kong Su King thought he would win. What a joke. Palace Master Wushuang defeated him twice with his full strength, and now he was almost killed. That was a great victory. Inside the battle fortress, the Green Fire World experts caused an uproar. We won. The eyes of the other palace masters, including Samsara Temple Master, gleamed. Haha, did you all see that? That's my junior brother. Bai Hu, Jin Wushuang's third senior brother, cackled among the crowd. Xue Lingtian and Purple Mountain, who stood next to him, were also pleasantly surprised. Their reactions were very different from the reactions of the many Jin Kingdom experts who were also watching the battle from inside the ancient spaceship. Like the Green Fire World experts, they had also seen the outcome. Did Long Su King lose? He's the strongest universe master in our kingdom and has never lost to another universe master since he began serving our monarch. He even defeated the strongest universe master from hostile forces more than 5 million years ago. How could a Dao master defeat him? I heard Jin Wushuang has been cultivating for less than 5,000 years. He really is a genius. Less than 5,000 years? Is he that unbelievably talented? The Jin Kingdom experts were in shock. Even so, Long Su King's defeat did not dampen their morale. After all, their monarch was their real backbone. It would take their monarch's defeat to deliver them a truly crushing blow. The Jin Kingdom had seen a great many powerful enemies since its establishment, but its monarch had remained undefeated. The monarch of the Jin Kingdom was the real god of its people. The monarch of the Jin Kingdom also had a clear look at the battle from the Grand Palace, which was the core of the spaceship. There was an unwitting faint smile on his face. Jin Wushuang has made such great progress in only 80 years. That's impressive. He sighed in admiration. He then turned to look at the aloof girl standing below the platform. Jiushi, isn't there a genius in your sect? Who's stronger, he or Jin Wushuang? He casually asked. My senior brother is stronger in terms of raw strength, but Jin Wushuang is surely talented to show that sort of ability in an isolated place like the eternal chaotic world. I don't think that he's weaker than my senior brother, she replied. Oh. The monarch of the Jin Kingdom frowned. It's unfortunate that your senior brother isn't here. I'd love to see him fight Jin Wushuang. Lord Jin Feng, how can you joke around when you don't even know if your top fighter is still alive? Shouldn't you think of a countermeasure? Jushi asked. smiling faintly at him. You wanted Long Su King to either defeat or kill Jian Wushuang to demoralize Green Fire Palace. That way, you don't even need to use what you've prepared for this war to destroy them. It seems that your plan has fallen through. Chapter 12:11. The Great War Begins. Chapter 12:11. The Great War Begins. Jiushi was not a subordinate of the monarch of the Jin Kingdom. She simply cooperated with him. She was well aware of his plans. In order to destroy the Green Fire world, he asked her to prepare a great weapon at a high cost. He could easily succeed with the weapon, but he did not want to rashly use it due to the steep price he must pay. His greatest wish was to destroy the Green Fire world without using the weapon. The monarch of the Jin Kingdom sneered. Though Long Su's defeat benefited the Green Fire world, I can still easily destroy them with the power I have. He then gave his next order. Go, Red Snow. Many experts of the Jin Kingdom gathered on the deck of the spaceship were poised to go. Their leader, Red Snow King, wore a grim expression when he received the order from the monarch. I didn't expect Jian Wushuang to defeat Long Su King, Red Snow King sighed and shook his head. Then, a terrifying aura erupted from him. He looked at the experts of his kingdom standing behind him. It's showtime, everyone. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Red Snow King became the first to storm out of the spaceship. A large number of experts followed after him. With eyes that gleamed red and auras that abruptly soared, they charged toward the battle fortress where Green Fire Palace lied like a sea of wasps. The Green Fire World experts noticed them as soon as they exited their spaceship. Here they come. Jian Wushuang stood on the battleground, staring down the approaching Jin Kingdom experts with a cold expression. Inside the battle fortress, the Green Fire World experts stood with their hands clenched as they made their resolutions for the battle. Everyone, here comes the war that will determine the future of Green Fire World. Samsara Temple Master, who stood next to the other palace masters, said loudly, We'll do as planned. Void, Tang Emperor, Sunrise, Red Lotus, Jian Wushuang, and I will fight them with tactical formations that our Dao masters made. New palace masters, stay in the battle fortress with 1,000 celestial masters who had just made their breakthrough with life elixirs. We'll try our best to draw the Jin Kingdom experts here. Then, I'll give you my command to ambush them. Don't let them run. You'd better injure them heavily with one strike. Yes, the palace masters around him answered, all of them nodding. The Jin Kingdom was unaware that they had more than 10 new universe masters and 1,000 new celestial masters. This was their trump card. Palace Master Yun. Samsara Temple Master turned to Palace Master Yun, who had just recently become a universe master. I'll leave the battle fortress to you, as usual. Open the restriction immediately if anyone returns to recover from injuries. Use the divine rays of the north where you see fit. Try and provide support to the experts as much as possible so we can cause the Jin Kingdom the greatest damage. No problem. Palace Master Yun nodded solemnly. In the war against the Jin Kingdom 500 million years ago, he was also in charge of the battle fortress. He was the only one in the entire Green Fire world that could use it so perfectly. Everyone, we'll definitely win this war. Samsara Temple Master roared. We'll definitely win. The numerous palace masters echoed his sentiments with solemn nods. Go! Samsara Temple Master waved his hands and charged into the battlefield. Simultaneously, his loud and solemn voice reverberated in the entire battle fortress. Everyone, come and fight with me. His voice entered everyone's ears and inspired many experts of the Green Fire world. Fight! Fight! Their battle intent skyrocketed so splendidly that the world paled in comparison. Their resolute battle cries echoed in the sky. Fight! 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 Everyone inside the battle fortress responded to Samsara Temple Master's battle cry. Go, Bloodseeker Formation. Go, Green Dragon Formation. Go, Sky-Splitting Formation. Go, God of Underworld Formation. Many Dao Masters, who had been ready to go, teamed up and quickly formed tactical formations one after another, just as they had rehearsed. Tall and roaring figures leaped up from the battle fortress. There were no less than 1,000 of such massive formations that spread as far as the eye could see. These formations converged all the powers of the Tao Masters, allowing them to unleash a force that was far beyond what they were originally capable of. Then, under the leadership of Samsara Temple Master, Void Temple Master, Tang Emperor, Sunrise Sword Emperor, and Palace Master Red Lotus, they marched out of the battle fortress to meet the experts from the Jin Kingdom. Jian Wushuang spearheaded the forces of the Green Fire World, making him the one closest to the Jin Kingdom experts. Jin Kingdom. Jian Wushuang's gaze was icy cold as he stared down his enemies. These Jin Kingdom experts were formidable indeed. These were unlikely all of the Jin Kingdom forces, but Red Snow King was still commanding more than 50 Universe Masters and 1,500 Celestial Masters. If this was 80 years ago, the Green Fire Palace would have rendered completely helpless. Things were different now. Jian Wushuang, let me come out, said a deep voice inside Jian Wushuang's mind. Gu King. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. I've been staying in you for long. It's time for me to stretch my limbs, Gu King said. Jian Wushuang was astonished. Gu King had lived inside him for a long time and would typically help him recover his spiritual power or heal his wounds. Seldom did they fight together. The plenilune that was born with Ancient God was known as his closest battle companion. It was only when Ancient God joined hands with plenilune that they could perform their best. As soon as Jian Wushuang held out his hands, Gu King's massive plenilune body appeared in the void. He looked particularly ferocious with scarlet scales and numerous savage tendrils covering his body. Jian Wushuang, do you still remember what we did together in the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land? His solemn voice reverberated in Jian Wushuang's ears. Of course. Jian Wushuang smiled as he looked at him. Are you going to do it again? What say you? Gu King also looked at him with his scarlet eyes. They stared at each other. Jian Wushuang's smile widened. Chapter 12:12, A Sharp Warning. Chapter 12:12, A Sharp Warning. Kill, they cried. Kill, more voices chimed in. Kill them, the people were shouting. The battle cry burst forth from the battlefield. Countless experts from the two camps approached each other like wasps. Quietly suspended in the center of the battlefield was an enormous scarlet worm beast with thousands of tentacles. On it stood Jian Wushuang, eyes gleaming and staring straight ahead. Experts from two camps were getting closer to him. It's time, Gu King shouted. Gu King, Jian Wushuang called out. Jian Wushuang shouted. Leave it to me, he screamed. Plenilune's secret skills, howling to sky. Gu King cried out. Gu King roared when the horrible aura leaped up from his huge body. He opened his bloody mouth and took a deep breath. The roar broke out so violently that everything in the universe trembled. Hoot! He cried. With a hint of sharpness, the roar rocked everything in the universe, even vibrating time and space. The world was shaken in the blink of an eye. When Gu King was roaring, a faint fire of soul also burned fiercely in Jian Wushuang's sea of consciousness. In an instant, a vast strength of soul burst out. Ancient God's secret skill, mind-controlling, shouted Gu King. The same mind-controlling secret skill turned into a horrible soul attack with Gu King's roar when it was combined with strength of soul. Sound waves that were visible to the human eye kept being released and amplified. They rushed towards experts of the Gold Kingdom in heavy waves. Experts of the Gold Kingdom had been attacked even before the battle started. These waves contained sound wave attack and the horrible soul attack. They attacked separately, but were still damaging. More than 50 Universe Masters of the Gold Kingdom trembled under the heavy attack, but soon returned to normal. However, more than 90% of the 1,500 Holy Masters were immediately struck into dullness. They stood still, like idiots. Damn! The Red Snow King shouted, changing his expression. The battle was underway, and already over 90% of his holy masters were unresponsive. This could be a disaster for the Gold Kingdom. "Kill!" screamed Jian Wushuang. "Kill!" cried Gu King. None of experts from the Green Fire World were affected. In the blink of an eye, huge tactical formations rushed into the Gold Kingdom's camp, bringing with them horrible power. The Holy Masters, who were still stuck in a daze, could not react at all. Chi, 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 boom, thundered all around. Right at this moment, while over 90% of the Holy Masters were in a daze, the experts of the Green Fire World rushed onto the battlefield and slaughtered willfully. In one breath, they had killed over 400 Holy Masters. "Damn it!" cried the Red Snow King. "Bastard!" another master shouted. The Universe Masters of the Gold Kingdom started cursing. The Holy Masters who had not been killed yet regained consciousness, but were still in a state of shock. Obviously, experts from the Green Fire World could not help being overjoyed. "Aha, Jian Wushuang, well done," one of them shouted. "Well done," said another. "Impressive, Your Highness," cried yet another. So many people shouted that Jian Wushuang could not recognize their individual voices. He was also overjoyed when he saw that over 400 Holy Masters of the Gold Kingdom had been exterminated. 400 Holy Masters, he said, satisfied. The Gold Kingdom had many Holy Masters, but it was still a great loss when 400 of them were killed. Most importantly, they had been killed even before the battle had started. This was a sharp warning. Besides, Jian Wushuang had managed to beat Long Su King perfectly. Experts from the Green Fire World joined in the rising morale. "Gu King, let's go," Jian Wushuang said. "Okay," Gu King answered and nodded. His enormous body rushed out towards the front of the battlefield. Jian Wushuang fixed his gaze at the most central battlefield, knowing clearly what he should do. Our tactical formations of Holy Master's battle strength is at the Holy Master level. They were almost able to fight the Holy Masters of the Gold Kingdom. It was essential to fight their Universe Masters, Jian Wushuang said with a cold look. Speaking of Universe Masters, the Green Fire World had only 6, including him. There were less than 20 huge tactical formations capable of battle strength at the Universe Master level. The Gold Kingdom, however, had more than 50 Universe Masters. Long Su King was badly injured and is hovering between life and death. Their monarch didn't show up. "No one in their camp can resist me," Gu King said. "While I can still fight freely, I must kill as many Universe Masters as possible to weaken their battle strength," Jian Wushuang said. Jian Wushuang was bursting with killing intent. His eyes locked on a red-robed woman far away who was carrying a scarlet scythe. She was a Universe Master of the Gold Kingdom. "Kill," he chanted. Jian Wushuang growled, jumped off of Gu King's body, and quietly floated outward. "You want to stop me with such weak tactical formations? Naive," laughed the woman. The red-robed woman looked cold with amazing killing intent in her eyes. She was fighting a Bloodseeker tactical formation formed by thousands of Dao Masters who were in implied agreement with each other. A Bloodseeker created in battle was able to fight Universe Masters. The Bloodseeker was the same as normal Universe Masters in either power or defense, and even a little stronger than some ordinary ones. It moved slowly, though. The red-robed woman held the scarlet scythe and floated quickly, making fun of the Bloodseeker. "I'm not playing anymore. You losers can go to hell," she shrieked. The red-robed woman looked cold, and the scarlet scythe in her hand gleamed with frost. She floated and quickly came to the head of the huge Bloodseeker. She raised the scarlet scythe, stabbing directly at the space between the eyebrows. Unexpectedly, a gust of wind came from behind. "What?" she said, shocked, and quickly turned around. She saw a dazzling sword light and the figure of the scarlet-robed man who used the sword. "Jian Wushuang," the red-robed woman shouted with great fear. From the spaceship, she had seen how Jian Wushuang had defeated Long Su King. Even Long Su King was utterly defeated by Jian Wushuang. What could she do? Chapter 12-13. Horrible Jian Wushuang. Chapter 12:13. Horrible Jian Wushuang. Run! The red-robed woman shouted as she began to flee immediately. Run? Can you? Asked Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had a great killing intent. His sword light dashed out and influenced the surrounding space-time. He instantly appeared behind her. Why are you so fast? She asked with her eyes wide open. She tried her best to resist. There was a gust of wind when her body was pierced. Her corpse fell downwards slowly. First blood, shouted Jian Wushuang. With a glint in his eyes, he floated outwards again. In a flash, he appeared behind a gray-robed elder. With a roaring killing intent, red clouds rolled onto the elder. He sensed when Jian Wushuang showed up and immediately waved his hand to conjure a huge red cloud that rushed towards Jian Wushuang. Humph, the elder said. Jian Wushuang sneered. Under the influence of ancient god power, he was able to use the power of Stage 2 blood-killing armor. 3 waves. Jian Wushuang shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sword shadows immediately rushed out from Jian Wushuang. They combined with each other and rushed together, like 3 waves. Bang! The first wave directly hit and dispersed the red cloud created by the gray-robed elder. Dung! The second wave collided with his hand, making it shiver slightly inside his red glove. Then, his entire arm bent. Swish! The third wave pierced his throat effortlessly. Before he died, he opened his eyes wide with disbelief. Second, shouted Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang didn't intend to stop after he killed the gray-robed elder. Immediately, he rushed behind a 2-meter-tall man. Third, he cried. In a second, the tall man, who was of universe master level, was also killed by Jian Wushuang. The fourth, Jian Wushuang shouted after killing another. The fifth, he continued. There were too many experts in the battle, messing up the fight. Jian Wushuang just kept slaughtering experts of the Gold Kingdom, using his absolute strength and swordsmanship. At this point, he had already killed 6 universe masters and dozens of holy masters. This all in a brief moment. Experts of the Gold Kingdom were not blind. They were appalled to see Jian Wushuang killing 6 universe masters so quickly. It was horrible. Jian Wushuang kept killing experts of the Gold Kingdom, as if he were the god of death. No one could survive once targeted. Jian Wushuang also managed to kill several universe masters. That's too powerful, an expert of the Gold Kingdom cried. How did this happen? Asked another. We're universe masters too. We may be a little weaker, but we shouldn't be killed so easily, should we? A third questioned. Even Long Su King can't kill us this easily, but Jian Wushuang, said the first. All of the experts were frightened, both from the Gold Kingdom and the Green Fire World. Normally, universe masters were powerful, had outstanding skills, and were also good at surviving. They could at least manage to run away if they met someone stronger. However, universe masters of the Gold Kingdom were shocked to realize that Jian Wushuang could kill them easily, as if they were merely holy masters or Dao masters. Jian Wushuang killed holy masters as easy as blowing off dust. Unexpectedly, he also killed universe master with just 1 strike. They did not even have a chance to strike back. They would be dead as soon as they were targeted. They did not know that Jian Wushuang was not only strong, but also fast with his swordplay of space-time. Whenever he used his swordsmanship, he could affect space-time at a terrifying pace, and no other universe master present could compete. Besides, he had soul attack and harmony. He had worked with Gu King to use it on many people. Universe masters could, undoubtedly, resist. If he attacked universe masters one by one with the soul attack, none of them would find it hard to resist. Even if they could, they would be slow thinking. It would be then that Jian Wushuang would kill them. With swordplay of space-time, soul attack, and my swordsmanship, I can now slaughter all ordinary universe masters, Jian Wushuang said with a cold look. This frenzied slaughter made the experts from the Gold Kingdom shudder with fear, but soon they realized how to fight back. We must stop him from slaughtering, one expert cried. Stop him. We must stop him, added another. Horrible. He's so fast. If we don't stop him, it won't be long before he kills all our universe masters, said a third expert. Tianqin King, Emo King, Donglong King, Gumu King, go and stop him, ordered the first. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. For people rushed over and surrounded Jian Wushuang. Said Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang stared at them, 4 males and 1 female. Compared to the ordinary universe masters, they looked even more powerful, with much stronger auras. Well, the Gold Kingdom has something. In the Green Fire Palace, only Samsara Temple Master and I have the peak battle strength of Universe Master. The Gold Kingdom sent 4 peak Universe Masters so easily, Jian Wushuang secretly sighed. The 4 Universe Masters, who had put some pressure on him, were obviously peak experts. Jian Wushuang, you're not going to keep slaughtering, the female Universe Master said coldly. Really? Jian Wushuang replied smilingly. Show me, he said. As soon as his voice faded away, he rushed out again. Instead of rushing at the 4 of them, he headed for the void nearby. Apparently, he did not intend to tangle with them. On the contrary, he wanted to seize his chance to kill as many experts of the Gold Kingdom as he could. Humph, the female master said. Gumu King sneered as her green silk ribbon turned into an unceasing flow of rivers which pierced through the void and rushed towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang used a strange illusion skill, giving several residual shadows out in the void. He easily dodged the silk ribbon. As soon as he stood still, he sensed a wind-breaking sound from behind him. A faint, spectral image of a heavy sword covering thousands of miles rushed directly towards him. Jian Wushuang squinted and brandished his sword. He used the first move of the Heaven's Bane. It was so powerful that it crashed the spectral image of the huge sword with just a turn of his hand. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 4 peak universe masters appeared again, surrounding Jian Wushuang. Chapter 12:14, Tragic. Chapter 12:14, Tragic. Jian Wushuang, like I said, you have no chance, Gumu King growled. Impressive, Jian Wushuang said, looking surprised. Let's do it together, Gumu King gave an order coldly. The 4 peak universe masters around him started right away. Gumu King waved her silk ribbon, which attacked Jian Wushuang like a snake. Emo King waved the heavy sword, which was huge enough to cover half of the void. Donglong King looked cold and rushed out, like a flash of lightning. His hand suddenly turned into a dragon's claw and came down. Tianqin King waved his long stick. All of them were straining as hard as they could. Get out of the way, Jian Wushuang shouted, panicking. With cold eyes, Jian Wushuang burst out with sword essence. The whole world abruptly turned dark. Sword light struck like the first light of morning dawn. Bang! It crushed all the moves of the 4 peak universe masters in a flash. What? Said Gumu King. Our joint offensive was smashed in a twinkling, asked Emo King. No wonder he defeated Long Su King, cried Donglong King. The 4 peak universe masters spoke in wonderment. After smashing their offensive, the stroke of dawn remained powerful and rushed directly at Gumu King. Whoosh! Someone rushed and stood in front of her. Tianqin King. Gumu King's eyes lit up. Leave it to me, Tianqin King said with a somber look. Suddenly, a golden halo appeared, forming a golden bell over Tianqin King. Another golden bell inside him began to shudder like crazy, bursting out with a dazzling, golden light. Clang! The stroke of dawn hit the golden bell. Its golden halo faded, but returned back to normal after a few minutes. Jian Wushuang asked in confusion, slightly changing his expression. I didn't expect them to have such a protection treasure. This is a problem, he thought to himself. In one-on-one fights, Jian Wushuang was confident he could beat and even kill them. Unexpectedly, they attacked him together, however. They were good at attacking, tying, rushing, and defending, respectively. They cooperated with each other in perfect unison. Even Jian Wushuang found it hard to beat them quickly. What was worse, they were determined to hold him up so that he could not get away. Well, then I have do this, thought Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang squinted and trembled. Soon the second original body appeared out of nowhere, followed by Gu King, who rushed over to help. He headed directly for other battlefields. That's a doppelganger, they said in unison, all shocked. Indeed, we, four, managed to stop him with some effort. I don't think it's possible to stop his doppelganger at the same time, though, Imo King said in a low voice. Normally, a doppelganger has a weaker battle strength than the original body. All we need to do is to stop him. Leave the doppelganger to the others, Gumu King said seriously, and then added, let's go. Swoosh. Again, the four peak universe masters rushed towards Jian Wushuang. His first original body also went up. The first original body was stopped. However, his second original body was still fighting on the battlefield freely. Without the blood-killing armor, the second original body was stronger than ordinary peak universe masters, but not as strong as supreme ones. The cooperation of Gu King still enabled him to fight in every direction on the battlefield. However, he failed to fight as fiercely as he had before. On the large battlefield, the experts from the two camps fought at close quarters. The battle reached a white-hot stage. Jian Wushuang had worked with Gu King to kill more than 400 holy masters in one stroke. Besides that, many other experts were slaughtered by him. The Gold Kingdom was absolutely terrified. When Jian Wushuang's first original body was stopped, the Gold Kingdom gradually recovered from the shock. Afterwards, the difference in overall strength between two camps was revealed. Even if more than 400 holy master had been killed, the remaining holy masters of the Gold Kingdom were not inferior to those of the Green Fire world. Their universe masters were still stronger. As the killing got more and more fierce, the Gold Kingdom looked more and more advanced. Come on and kill them, Hongxue King shouted. Hongxue King laughed and pierced his long spear through the void mercilessly. Blood-speckled snow fell when his spear upon a large, green dragon tactical formation and pierced through its vast body smoothly. Boom! The giant green dragon fell apart. Thousands of Dao Masters, who formed the tactical formation, suddenly scattered and ran in fear. The Red Snow King pierced again, unleashing horrible power that killed almost half of them. Only a few Dao Masters managed to flee. They desperately fled towards the battle fortress. Unfortunately, few of them succeeded to enter. A tactical formation could be very powerful, enabling holy masters to fight powerfully. There was, however, a fatal flaw. As soon as a tactical formation broke down, the holy masters could not quickly reform again. They could do nothing except be slaughtered. Ever since the war had begun, the holy masters of the Green Fire world had formed thousands of tactical formations. Now, a third of them had broken down. Over 80% of the holy masters involved had been killed mercilessly. Without the tactical formation, the holy masters may easily be killed unintentionally, even if they weren't targeted. Tragic. It was tragic for the entire battlefield. Experts from both sides were crazy. Aha, they're worn out. Go and kill them, shouted the Red Snow King. The roaring of the Red Snow King reverberated over the sky. The experts on his side also roared, which boosted their morale. On the contrary, the Green Fire world seemed to be defeated. All right, time to retreat, said a master from the Green Fire world. Samsara Temple Master watched this coldly. He gave an order. Retreat, he shouted. Back to the battle fortress, he continued. At his command, experts of the Green Fire world, including large tactical formations, immediately left their opponents and returned to the hold of the battle fortress at an amazing pace. The two original bodies of Jian Wushuang also turned and left. Chapter 12:15 broke out. Chapter 12:15 broke out? Run, can you? Shouted Samsara Temple Master. Let no one leave. Go and kill all of them, screamed the Red Snow King. Red Snow King went into hysterics. Other experts of the Gold Kingdom growled and hunted enemies down with scarlet faces. They realized that the green fire world was now retreating. They could catch them with a blow, like hitting a drowning dog. In the camp of the Gold Kingdom, the experts were in a serious rage, filled with killing intent. The experts of the green fire world were fleeing. Samsara Temple Master looked cold, but he remained calm. He glanced at the enemies frantically hunting his experts, and his eyes gleamed in amazement. "Your Highness, they're now inside the attack range of Divine Rays of the North," Palace Master Yun reported. "The Palace Masters and the Masters in the Battle Fortress have been fully prepared," he continued. "Good. Stay for my order," Samsara Temple Master said. "Yes," Palace Master Yun replied. "Red Lotus, are you ready?" Samsara Temple Master asked through a message. "Yes. With the help of 3 7-star soul-seizing cores, I will unleash the greatest power freely," Red Lotus replied. "Great," Samsara Temple Master praised, his eyes gleaming. Having hesitated for a while, he took out the message token for Jin Wushuang. "Jin Wushuang, can you do the old trick again?" he asked. "The old trick?" Jin Wushuang asked. Obviously, he knew what Samsara Temple Master meant. "Jin Wushuang, tell him yes. You can do it again," Gu King said to him. "Yes," Jin Wushuang immediately replied to Samsara Temple Master. "Yes?" Samsara Temple Master was amazed. "Great. Do it at my command," he said. "Okay," Jin Wushuang replied and nodded. "Everything is ready. Now we're just waiting for the enemies," Samsara Temple Master said excitedly. In the battle fortress, the remaining dozen palace masters and thousands of holy masters gathered under the restriction. Among them were Emperor Shao, Emperor Yun, and his senior brother Xueling Tian, all acquaintances of Jin Wushuang. They waited quietly, but they could not help roaring on the inside. This was where they had been staying since the war had begun. They watched everything, but none of them made a move. They kept waiting, saving up their strength for the final stroke. On the battlefield, experts of the green fire world were fleeing in chaos, chased by those of the Gold Kingdom. As they ran, they came closer to the battle fortress. 30,000 miles, 24,000 miles, 15,000 miles. Soon, the experts of the Gold Kingdom were less than 3,000 miles away from the battle fortress. Even an ordinary Dao Master could cover 3,000 miles in a second. The experts inside the battle fortress could easily dash out in a flash when the enemies had almost no time to resist. It was perfect timing. "Go!" Samsara Temple Master ordered. As Samsara Temple Master shouted, he gave the order to Palace Master Yun as well as the Palace Masters and the Holy Masters who were waiting in the battle fortress. This order also went to Palace Master Red Lotus and Jin Wushuang. When the order arrived on the battlefield, Red Lotus swallowed an aquamarine elixir. Her robe and hair floated, giving out a horrible aura. The scarlet bracelet she had been wearing also glowed brightly. A giant blood river raged out from it. Splash! The blood river rose in a tide surging directly towards the battlefield and covered thousands of miles. Everyone on the battlefield was covered by the blood river. "Juyu Realm Press!" shouted Red Lotus. The horrible pressure, like from a bomb, burst out immediately. Experts of the Gold Kingdom, who had been on the chase, suddenly stopped, as if stuck in a quagmire. Both their speed and power were suddenly hindered. "What?" they cried out. It was so shocking that they were stuck in the realm pressure before they realized what was happening. Meanwhile, the restriction inside the battle fortress was started suddenly. A golden brilliancy roared up. Impressively, it was a golden mirror, giving off an ancient aura. Inside the mirror, rays of golden light were encapsulated, followed by swish, 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 swish. Dozens of golden beams burst out. They were divine rays of the north equipped for the battle fortress. 18 divine rays of the north, in total, moved faster than anyone could imagine. In a flash, they arrived at the camp of the Gold Kingdom and covered 18 of their experts at the forefront. There were 8 universe masters among them, and all of them were immediately pierced as soon as divine rays of the north reached them. Passing through them, the rays continued to attack the experts behind them. The divine rays of the north were so overwhelming that all of the experts of the Gold Kingdom were killed as soon as they were targeted. They did not even have a chance to fight back. The 18 divine rays of the north dissipated in an instant, having smashed the 8 universe masters and dozens of holy masters behind them. On top of that, dozens of palace masters and holy masters, who had been ready to go inside the battle fortress, rushed out with the divine rays of the north. "Kill!" they shouted. "Kill!" they shouted again. The roar of killing reverberated throughout the area. Several figures with bursting auras appeared before the experts from the Gold Kingdom. Their faces were distorted with astonishment. The Red Snow King especially looked scared, as if he had seen a ghost. "Dozens of universe masters and thousands of holy masters," he said in shock. "How is this possible?" he asked. "Since when did the Green Fire Palace have so many experts?" he continued. Red Snow King looked incredulous. On the other side of the battlefield, Jin Wushuang suddenly turned around as the palace masters and the holy masters rushed out. "Gu King," Jin Wushuang said. "I'm ready," Gu King replied in a loud voice. Jin Wushuang's eyes flashed with sharpness, and instantly, "Ancient God's secret skill, mind-controlling," shouted Gu King. "Plenilun's secret skills, roaring," said Jin Wushuang. The roar of Plenilune and wrath of the ancient god fell again. What an earth-shaking moment! Chapter 12:16, The First Triumph. Chapter 12:16, The First Triumph. Too sudden. Everything happened too quickly. The sudden change had caught plenty of experts of the Gene Kingdom stunned, and there was no time for them to react. But the tide of the battle had greatly shifted. The experts of the Gene Kingdom were all trapped within the Jiuyu domain. The 18 streams of the divine rays of the north shone instantly and wounded the experts of the Gene Kingdom. Noticing their cue, the palace masters and holy masters sprang into action, throwing themselves at their quarries like pouncing predators. The forces of the Gene Kingdom had been pursuing those from the Green Fire world earlier. This had brought them into the range of barely thousands of kilometers from the battle fortress, allowing the ambushing masters to rain death upon them in such a short distance. Jin Wushuang joined hands with the Gu King, unleashing the same technique again. It was a total annihilation of the experts of the Gene Kingdom. Retaliation. Get back at them immediately. Kill them all. Slay them all. Spare no quarter. The experts of the Green Fire world who formerly had been routed turned back and mount a deadly reprisal. The ambush had confounded most of the holy masters of the Gene Kingdom. Without even realizing that the tables have been turned, many of them lost their lives by the Green Fire world experts' tide of vengeance. Some who had been fortunate to survive the first wave of onslaught were only catching their breath when the Green Fire world's experts fighting back had surprised them. They were earlier defeated, routed by them. But all of the sudden, how the tides of the battle directly changed. Boom, 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 boom. The cacophony of the destruction and carnage thundered across the battlefield. The experts of the Gene Kingdom had lost a third of their number in just a simple confrontation. With the enhancement effects of the Jiuyu domain and the divine rays of the north, the host of the Green Fire world continued pushing ahead the wave of death, the merciless onslaught of butchery spreading towards the survivors whose will to fight immediately smothered. Damn, it is a trap. It is an ambush set by the Green Fire world. Retreat. Retreat at once. The Hong Shui King sounded his retreat, while his livid roars could be clearly heard from afar. The survivors of the ambush retreated frantically. It was apparent that they had fallen face first into the ambush nicely set by the Green Fire world. The Green Fire world had divided part of their forces, concealing the bulk of them whilst using only the splintered group as decoys to lure their enemies closer to the battle fortress. When the enemies had come near, the experts and the masters sprung their trap, delivering a swift and deadly blow into swiftly to defeat their enemies. Damn! From whence did the experts of the Green Fire world come from actually? The Hong Shui king could hardly suppress his anger. He knew full well the powers and effects of the Jiuyu realm and the divine rays of the north. But he had hardly anticipated that the experts of the Green Fire world had wielded such strength and valor. How was it possible that the Green Fire world had birthed more than 10 universe masters and more than 1,000 holy masters in just a span of 8 decades? We've lost. The Jin Kingdom has utterly lost. It was now the armies of the Green Fire world who were now slaughtering and butchering what was left of the Jin Kingdom's armies. What had been a thrashing of the armies of the Green Fire world by the experts of the Jin Kingdom had instead turned out to be a total rout of the latter by the former. A good many of the experts of the Jin Kingdom had not been able to escape the grim fate of death that awaited them in the complete annihilation of the forces of the Jin Kingdom. Just then, what's this? The Samsara Temple Master, who was also at the battlefield, felt a sudden tingle to his senses. He looked far away in the distance and saw a great number of experts pouring out from the ancient spaceship at the farthest distance. The experts swarmed in a huge pack, racing speedily towards them. "Halt! Hold your horses!" The Samsara Temple Master commanded out aloud. Despite feeling displeased to be deprived of their chance to further exact retribution, the experts of the Green Fire world nevertheless relented to the will of their leader and promptly stopped. "Let us retreat." With a wave of his arm, the Samsara Temple Master beckoned to his men. The experts of the Green Fire world immediately fell back and returned into the hold of the battle fortress. The reinforcements of the Jin Kingdom swiftly joined up with the survivors of the ambush and escorted them back to their spaceship. This brought down the curtains for the first confrontation of the war between the Green Fire world and the Jin Kingdom. Within the holds of the battle fortress, "We've won. A huge victory. We have claimed the win for the first battle. Haha." The rest of the survivors would have also perished if not for the timely appearance of their reinforcements. Savage yells and jubilant howls of celebration could be heard everywhere in the battle fortress. The Green Fire world had indeed claimed first blood in their first battle. It was not only a victory, but a complete rout of their foes. The palace masters huddled together in revelry. "This is exciting. It has been quite some time since I have enjoyed such exhilaration. Haha, the scoundrels from the Jin Kingdom have underestimated our forces, allowing us to mount an ambush which had crippled their legions with only one strike. It was all thanks to the impeccable battle plans and strategies drawn up for this battle. Much of the credit should also go to Palace Master Wushuang." Indeed, the 2 sonic wave attacks performed by Palace Master Wushuang and his worm beast have thrown the enemies into confusion, buying us 2 precious opportunities to launch critical assaults onto them. Moreover, his triumph against King Longshu has greatly lifted the morale of our armies. There would not be such a great victory without Palace Master Wushuang. The Palace Masters continued their hearty discussions about their win. Elsewhere, Jin Wushuang himself stayed with the Samsara Temple Master and the Void Temple Master. This is the first in 5 million years that the Green Fire world has achieved victory against the forces of the Jin Kingdom. The Samsara Temple Master mused as he laughed. "But even in our last victory 5 million years ago, we won the gritty battle only because of the battle fortress. This time, we have won, even against the main force of the legions of the Jin Kingdom." Standing together, Jin Wushuang, the Void Temple Master, the Sunrise Sword Emperor, and Red Lotus all shared a smile. Then again, there is hardly any margin for hubris and arrogance. This is only the first confrontation. While this could be only a test by the forces of the Jin Kingdom, we have shown them the full extent of our might. The victory itself was secured by the use of strategy and deception. It is still a fact that the Jin Kingdom still has strengths greater than us. The Samsara Temple Master continued. Jin Wushuang and the others nodded in agreement. They would hardly be proud with only a win. It was no secret to them that this was merely a test by the forces of the Jin Kingdom. This could well be proven by the fact that the monarch of the Jin Kingdom's absence from the battlefield. "Masters!" The Tang Emperor appeared out of the thin air. You have a count of our casualties? The Samsara temple master looked at him inquiringly. That is so. The Tang emperor nodded grimly. Noticing his expression, Jin Wushuang and the others instantly understood that he had come bearing ill news. How was it? The Samsara temple master pressed. We may have won the battle, but at the cost of terrible losses. The Tang emperor explained. Chapter 12:17, Casualties. Chapter 12:17, Casualties. The palace masters, including Jin Wushuang and the Samsara temple master, all had their breaths held as the weight of the Tang emperor's words sank in. As you well know, we do not have many universe master. To make up for the lack of strength, we have bolstered their ranks with tactical formations in place. With most of the masters adept in protecting themselves, we have lost one universe master and another got badly injured. The rest is still able for battle. One dead and another wounded? The palace masters around nodded gently. It was still a loss that they could tolerate. Despite their tactical advantage in the ambush, it was a deadly and difficult battle nonetheless that would have claimed several more lives of the universe masters. The 6 of the senior palace masters of the Green Fire World, save for Jin Wushuang, were greatly experienced masters who had extensive stores of treasures and artifacts that could have protected them from harm. The perils of the last battle would hardly have endangered their lives. The rest of the other palace masters had struck in unison during the ambush, striking a fatal blow so heavy that the forces of the Jin Kingdom were astounded with shock. This had essentially stripped the victims of the ambush of all their abilities to retaliate, allowing the universe masters of the Green Fire World to strike without suffering much damage. Thus, only one universe master was lost and another wounded by the desperate reprisals of the victims. The death of one universe master would be considered as negligible in comparison with the heavy losses of the many universe masters of the Jin Kingdom. But we have lost a total of 136 holy masters in this battle, Tang Emperor announced gravely. What? That many of them? Jin Wushuang and his comrades were stunned with shock, but they could only shake their heads in bereavement. It could be safely assumed that the loss of 136 holy masters had occurred when their men were luring the forces of the Jin Kingdom into their trap. Although these holy masters had fallen in battle, their enemies had also paid a more dire price in return. The Jin Kingdom had suffered even greater losses themselves. How about the Dao Masters? Jin Wushuang asked. There had been one wounded universe master and one other dead. 136 holy masters had perished. But how about the Dao Masters? The contingent of Dao Masters was of the utmost importance to them, because it was the Dao Masters who formed the backbone of the tactical formations in the last battle, the main force of the forces of the Green Fire World. Nevertheless, it was the tactical formations that had suffered the brunt of the Jin Kingdom's attack earlier. Our losses of the Dao Masters are terrible. The Tang Emperor clasped his wrist tightly as his voice grew hoarse, saying, I have made some calculations. More than 35,000 Dao Masters of our side have been killed in the last battle with another more than 10,000 heavily wounded. Not even healing elixirs would be able to restore them into proper battle strength in a short time. We have lost a quarter of our force in this battle. 40,000 of our Dao Masters are either dead or dying. What? It was ill tidings that had come with the heaviness of the blow from a hammer. Everyone was startled by the grim news. 40,000 men, in only at their first battle, a test that the Jin Kingdom had done to assess their strength. The Green Fire World had lost 40,000 Dao Masters. Could this really be hailed as a great victory? This was a most devastating loss to them. How is this possible? We have such a great number of our Dao Masters lost. Jin Wushuang frowned with shock as even his body trembled. Beside him, the Samsara Temple Master merely exhaled lightly and said, The Dao Masters, if unified together into formations, would be a formidable fighting force in battle. But if the formation is broken, the scattered masters would hardly be able to survive the onslaught of the enemy's forces, much less making it into the safety of the battle fortress. It is hardly surprising that many of them could not survive. It pains me to admit, but the Tao Masters are as good as cannon fodders. We hardly have any choice. The victory of this war will determine the fate of all the lives in the Green Fire world. We need the battle strength of these Tao Masters to weather this storm. Everything is for the survival of the Green Fire world. The Samsara Temple Master clenched his fists tightly. Beside him, Jian Wushuang and the other palace masters wore an expression most grim and morose. They knew that it would be a difficult and bloody battle. It would be a battle so deadly that there might not be even one out of every 10 Tao Masters would survive this struggle. Yet, deprived of other options, they had no choice but to let these Tao Masters fight. The Green Fire world had to gather all its strength and resources in order to endure the adversity posed by the Jin Kingdom. We have lost many comrades in this battle, most notably the comrades from the ranks of our Tao Masters. But their sacrifice will not be for nothing. The Tang Emperor swore throatily, "My calculations of the casualties of this battle have also included an approximate number of the men that the Jin Kingdom has lost as well. They have sent more than 50 Universe Masters and more than 1,500 Holy Masters in this battle, but not more than 20 Universe Masters and not more than 500 Holy Masters survived. In this battle, we of the Green Fire world have slain more than 20 Universe Masters and more than 1,000 Holy Masters of the Jin Kingdom. This is a bite that even the great monarch of their kingdom will find it hard to bear." The Tang Emperor's words roused everyone present from their mournful bewilderment. Indeed, most of the forces of the Green Fire world have been lost, but the Jin Kingdom had suffered an even more devastating damage. More than 30 Universe Masters from their number had fallen. Among them, there were more than 10 who had been slain by Jian Wushuang alone. In addition to the more than 1,000 dead Holy Masters, the casualty of this battle was a cost that would be very difficult for the Jin Kingdom to stomach. In one way or another, this is undeniably a victory for us. But victory in war does not come without sacrifice. The deaths of our comrades are unavoidable. The Samsara Temple Master said. Indeed. The other palace masters present nodded in agreement. Go, do what you should. The Samsara Temple Master turned around. Sunrise Sword Emperor and Red Lotus, I would like you both to reorganize the battle formations manned by the Tao Masters. The Jin Kingdom will never relent, not especially after suffering such a terrible defeat. The next confrontation will not be far behind. We must be prepared by then. Understood. The Sunrise Sword Emperor and the Palace Master called Red Lotus nodded and retreated. The rest of the Palace Masters then took their leave and left. At the same time, within the decks of the spaceship far away from the battle fortress, the Hong Shui King knelt before the monarch of the Jin Kingdom in a huge chamber as fear and panic were evident upon his face. He knew full well of the terrible loss that he had incurred in his battle. More so, it was he who was in command of the forces of the Jin Kingdom. Chapter 12:18 Secret Weapon? Chapter 12:18 Secret Weapon? You have reported to me before the battle that the Green Fire world would at most be able to field 6 Universe Masters, including Jian Wushuang. You have assured me that they would not have more than 200 Holy Masters. I would need you to explain from where did the rest of the universe and Holy Masters come from, Red Snow King? Seated upon his throne with immense dignity, the monarch of the Jin Kingdom held the Red Snow King in his gaze, revealing no emotion from him as he spoke with a steely, calm tone. Yet, the Red Snow King could clearly feel the invisible threat beneath the apparently disinterested demeanor of his liege, as if a blade was being held over his throat. He knew full well that a single word uttered carelessly and wrongly would see him cruelly put to death by the monarch. My liege. The Red Snow King was on the verge of a total panic. Desperately, he pleaded, My calculations had been true then, my lord. They only have 6 Universe Masters, and less than 200 Holy Masters then. I know. It must be the Dan Xian Palace. Yes, they must be behind this. The Dan Xian Palace? The monarch leaned down from his throne. Not long before this great battlefield, a faction had risen to defy us. They called themselves the Dan Xian Palace, and they have since begun to stir us, of the Jin Kingdom, to fight against the Green Fire World. The Dan Xian Palace has great stores of elixirs and potions. During their early days, the spirit of the Dan Xian Palace had once carelessly scattered several hundreds of life elixirs and even 6 nirvana elixirs. Clearly, such expense is hardly heavy to them. Somebody from the Green Fire World must have communicated with the Dan Xian Palace and procured a huge supply of elixirs from them. This must be it. That must be the reason for the huge increase in their powers. The Red Snow King explained frantically. Is that so? The brows of the monarch rose inquiringly. He wore a smile as he mused to himself. So there's even a depository of elixirs here on this battlefield. This is interesting. If only we can fully claim dominion over this entire battlefield. From thereafter, his voice trailed off, but the eyes of the monarch flared with ambition and hunger. Very well. Despite the terrible losses, the blame for failure is not upon you. You shall be absolved of all punishment. Leave us. The monarch dismissed the Red Snow King with a wave of his hand. My greatest thanks, sire. The Red Snow King thanked his ruler profusely before he left with joy, glad that his life was still his. Long Su. The monarch's gaze fell on to another person who has been present, the Long Su King. Sire? The Long Su King acknowledged. The Long Su King was pale, his face completely bloodless and his aura severely weakened. It is rare to see you in such weakened state. The monarch looked down at him, studying him with mild interest. It's my fault to underestimate them. I have been remiss not to anticipate Jian Wushuang to conceal his strength. The sudden burst has caught me off guard, paving way for my defeat. But if I have another chance, his glare turned cold with malice. You are no match for him now. You would, at most, suffer a less humiliating defeat, but a defeat nonetheless, even if you were granted another chance. The monarch sighed. The monarch had not appeared on to the battle himself, but he had seen with his own eyes the gritting exchange of blows between the Long Su King and Jian Wushuang. It was clear to him that the Long Su King was lesser in skills in comparison to his adversary. You have been badly injured. It is fortunate that you were able to return alive. Have some rest and restore your powers. You will no longer need to be troubled for now. The monarch commanded. Yes, my liege. Despite his discontent, he accepted the command of the monarch. He was fully aware of the state of his health, knowing fully that his wounds would take time to heal. No one else was left in the majestic hall, save for the monarch himself and the quiet and elegant female, Jiushi. Jiushi. The monarch turned to her, calling her. What are your commands, Lord Jinfeng? Jiushi asked the monarch coolly. The strength of the forces of the Green Fire World has exceeded our expectations. Moreover, they still have control of the battle fortress. I am afraid that even I myself may not be able to fully vanquish them. It seems that some prices must be paid for the utter domination of this battlefield. The monarch brooded aloud. You mean you would intend to use the secret weapon, Lord Jinfeng? The eyes of Jiushi gleamed suddenly with anticipation. Yes. The eyes of the monarch that glowed faintly with a golden blush burrowed deep into Jiushi. We will run the course just as planned. You will receive an additional 1/10 of the rewards when success is at hand. 1/10? No. Jiushi smiled wickedly as she shook her head. I want 3 times of what we have agreed before. The glare of the monarch turned cold instantly, dosed with suppressed wrath and ferocity. Do you know what are you talking about, Jiushi? Of course I do. Jiushi smiled mockingly and said, I have not fully comprehended the true worth of this battlefield when you ask for my help, Lord Jinfeng. But now that I have seen it myself, there might still be more secrets of this battlefield still elusive from my knowledge. But one thing is certain. This is a land of bounty. A huge bounty which would have driven even my sect insane with awe at its riches. This is a tremendous trove of riches and wealth that you are sitting on, Lord Jinfeng, one that you alone would enjoy. I ask only 3 times of my agreed reward. Surely that is a mere speck if compared to the immensity of the value of this battlefield put together. You dare bargain with me? The monarch's glare turned frosty and threatening. Do you not fear that I would have you disposed of once you have outgrown your usefulness? You may try, Lord Jinfeng. She remained unfazed by his intimidation. You and I are the only souls aware of the secrets of this battlefield. But if some evil should befall me, I assure you that my sect will receive words of this secret. They will have people sent here, most likely led by the prodigy expert, my senior brother himself. Were you not interested in my senior brother, Lord Jinfeng? You can find out for yourself whether he or Jian Wushuang is more powerful then, when he comes. You dare threaten me? A huge and strong murderous intent gushed from the monarch of the Jin kingdom. Nay, my lord, I only wish to negotiate. Jushi said before she continued, I assure you, Lord Jinfeng, that word of this secret will never be leaked to another soul. As long as you allow me a sufficient reward, I can swear a mortal oath if you so will. This battlefield, along with all its secrets and riches, would only belong to the Jin kingdom alone. The eyes of the monarch squinted as he studied her intently, pondering for moments as he contemplated his next move and response. At length, he replied, I agree to your terms. I will not only allow you 3 times of the agreed rewards. In fact, I will give you 10 times of what was agreed before. But you are not to leave my side at all times, not until when the forces of the Jin kingdom leave this battlefield when, and only when all riches and secrets of this battlefield are fully claimed by me. It seems that you are exceptionally wary of me, are you not, Lord Jinfeng? She gave him a devilish smile as she immediately nodded. Very well. We have an agreement then. You will now prepare the arrangements. I ensure that none will disturb you during your rituals. The monarch ordered. Be at ease, sire. The Jin kingdom will not lose not even one man when the secret weapon is ready. You will be able to vanquish the vermins from the green fire world with hardly any effort. She laughed. Chapter 12:19. The Spiraling Vortex. Chapter 12:19. The Spiraling Vortex. The deeps of the battle fortress was still engulfed by a rowdy and boisterous crowd, albeit in a completely different atmosphere. Even though they had managed to secure a huge victory at their first confrontation with the Jin kingdom, the warriors of the green fire world began to notice and comprehend their own losses as the fervor of their first triumph began to subside. The sacrifices of the huge number of Dao masters swept the entire battle fortress into a sorrowful mood. Jian Wushuang wandered aimlessly along the corridors of the fortress as he looked around. He was still strolling with his mind far away when his senses alerted him to 2 familiar presences. With a whisk of his robes, he leaped towards the auras that he knew. There were 2 figures huddling together in a corner. First and third senior brothers. Jian Wushuang addressed them. The 2 people standing together were Jian Wushuang's first senior brother, Xueling Tian, and third senior brother, Bai Hu. Junior brother. They both turned to look at Jian Wushuang. Only you 2 are over here. Where is second senior brother? Jian Wushuang asked. Your second senior brother. He. I am afraid he's... Xueling Tian tried to explain, but he could hardly finish his words, with the look of grief unmistakable upon his features. Beside him, Bai Hu was on the verge of tears. Jian Wushuang felt a shudder as he grasped what had happened. Has he fallen? Jian Wushuang muttered. There had been about 35,000 Dao masters giving their lives in the battle earlier. Jian Wushuang's second senior brother, Purple Mountain, was one of the Dao masters who had tragically fallen during the Jin kingdom's onslaught. Second senior brother. Jian Wushuang gasped with anguish, as his fists were tightly clenched with rage and his eyes wet with pain and sadness. Our teacher has urged that we should be careful during battle when we came. We have always kept his words at heart. Yet, we have never expected that one of us would perish in only the first confrontation. Xueling Tian lamented as he shook his head in grief. My skills and strength are inferior even to second senior brother. I am afraid death shall not be far from me. You both are much stronger. You must stay alive. Baidu spoke to them, as if leaving them his final words. Speak nothing of such ominous words, junior brother. Shui Lingtian admonished him sharply. But Jian Wushuang could not help feeling a strong burden weighing over his heart. There were more than 35,000 deaths in the first battle, some of whom were related to Jian Wushuang. His second senior brother, Purple Mountain, was one of them. Jian Wushuang then later found that Di Jing was amongst the casualties as well. Senior Di Jing. Jian Wushuang breathed heavily with agonizing pain. Jian Wushuang had long known Di Jing since the day they met in the ancient world. It was he that had told Jian Wushuang about the eternal world and had widened the latter's perspective about the vastness of the universe. Moreover, Di Jing had saved him from evil numerous times. It was his kindness that Jian Wushuang had felt eternally indebted to. Yet, he had barely been able to repay him for his kindness when his benefactor had already perished in battle. Purple Mountain, Di Jing, and the dreamless Tao Master, whom Jian Wushuang had known during his venture into the Samsara continent, had all perished in this battle. In the midst of grief and sadness, Jian Wushuang could only sigh with dismay. They had all given their lives for the green fire world. Just then, Palace Master Wushuang, look! A Tao Master beside him called him out. With a flicker of his body, Jian Wushuang appeared at the edges of the battle fortress and cast his sights far into the distance where the spaceship was. A female, proud and stern of demeanor, glided out of the spaceship and was coming directly at the fortress. Ah! Jian Wushuang looked at her intently. He could see that despite being a universe master, the woman had an aura inferior to that of the Long Su King. What's her intention of coming here alone? Jian Wushuang, the Samsara Temple Master, the Void Temple Masters, and the rest of his comrade hurried over, having received word about the lone woman. The palace masters all looked darkly with doubt at the sight of the woman coming, not knowing what was she up to. The proud woman flew closer and closer. Finally, she stopped, hanging over mid-air thousands of kilometers away from the battle fortress. There, before the eyes of the host of experts in the fortress, the woman produced a token with a flick of her wrists. She channeled her powers and drew from within the token two mysterious strands of auric energies, one in black and the other in white. The two energies were apparently of completely conflicting nature, for they tried vehemently to gnaw and chew at each other as they intertwined furiously. The entanglement of energies ground and gnashed together, violently producing a huge drawing force. Swoosh! Even the fabric of space and air surrounding the entangling mass of energy was ruptured by its sheer destructive force. Slowly, a coagulation of black and white raw energies blended as one began to swirl like a whirlpool at the very center of the battlefield. The black and white vortex seemed harmless. Any one of the holy masters, or even a Tao master, could have easily decimated it. Still, the mysterious vortex began to grow and enlarge at an unprecedented speed. It was only the size of a bowl when it first took form, but in mere moments, it was now the size of a pail, and yet it was hardly stopping. What is that? Everyone in the battle fortress began to take notice of the swirling mass of energies outside. All of them were riddled with suspicions and bewilderment. Not one of the warriors in the fortress knew what it was, nor did any of them knew the woman's reason in conjuring the vortex. Everyone, save for one, the Gu King in Jian Wushuang's body. At the sight of the black and white spinning vortex, he immediately exclaimed with fright, "That is the enduring samsara, the grand formation of the enduring samsara." The grand formation of the enduring samsara? Jian Wushuang was puzzled by the Gu King's sudden agitation. What is this grand formation, Gu King? Is it powerful? Powerful? Powerful, you say? To call it powerful is an understatement. The Gu King's voice turned cold and frosty like never before seen as he told his companion, "Attack at once, Jian Wushuang. Destroy the swirling vortex before it truly grows. Kill the woman as well. Otherwise, the green fire world will be destroyed." What? Jian Wushuang was startled. The end of the green fire world is near if the vortex is not destroyed? Is it that bad? Jian Wushuang grimaced with horror. Humph. It is much more terrible than what you can imagine. Go at once lest it is too late. The Gu King pestered. Very well. Jian Wushuang acknowledged wearily. With his past travels through the eternal chaotic world with King Luozhen for many years before, the Gu King has vast experiences and knowledge that has proved to be an asset to Jian Wushuang. Even though he has not fully revealed the true abilities of the Grand Formation, Jian Wushuang trusted the Gu King's warnings that the Grand Formation would be of tremendous danger to them without question. Everyone, there is something unusual about the vortex. I will now try to destroy it before it grows. Jian Wushuang announced his intentions. Granted, I myself do not feel well too. There is something peculiar about the vortex. The Samsara Temple Master nodded in agreement. Go as you will, Jian Wushuang, but be extremely careful. Return immediately if anything is wrong. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded and disappeared with a kick of his heels. Chapter 1220. The Terrible Thrust. Chapter 1220. The Terrible Thrust. The proud and stern woman stood hovering in midair, at thousands of kilometers far away from the battle fortress. The swirling vortex of black and white hues by her side spun ceaselessly, growing larger and larger. By now, the spinning vortex had stretched almost a meter in width, yet it was still expanding at a fast speed. The woman studied the vortex, feeling satisfied with her handiwork. The size of the vortex, looking hardly intimidating, belied its true terror, mused the woman to herself. Much she had expended and much had been exhausted, just to conjure this churning eddy of destruction. Just then, a figure fleeted out of the battle fortress. Jiushi had noticed the figure when it made its appearance. Lord Jinfeng. Jiushi immediately alerted her patron. Fret not. I am here. He will never come near to endangering you. The voice of the monarch reverberated. That's good. Jiushi smiled as she saw the figure racing through the air at her. That seems to be the Jian Wushuang, whom you have spoken of, is he? Humph. Very well. I will send him off to his death, since he has delivered himself to my doorstep. The cold-blooded voice came again. He was only nearby, using certain methods of sorcery to keep himself hidden. Jian Wushuang streaked through the air, but he stopped suddenly when he was nearly 20,000 kilometers far away from that woman. Something is not right. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows rose with doubt. The woman should have noticed my coming, yet she has shown no reaction nor alarm. Not even the forces of the Jin Kingdom has shown any movement. Be careful, Jian Wushuang. This might be a trap. The Gu King warned him. I understand. Jian Wushuang answered as his eyes squinted. He cast forth his spiritual senses, a wave of his fire of soul that rippled from him and reached far and wide like a tide of the sea. In the blink of an eye, a facsimile of the entire landscape of the terrain around him was conceived in his mind. Jian Wushuang could now spiritually see and read his surroundings through his mind. Ah! Immediately, he noticed a strange distortion in the air, just beside the woman. The part of the area seemed perfectly normal to the naked eye, but the distortion in the continuum of space in that area showed that someone was standing there invisibly. Indeed, there is someone hidden. Jian Wushuang instantly realized. It is a rather quaint technique. No common universe master is able to employ a sorcery of this level. Moreover, common universe masters would hardly dare to spring a trap upon me. The one that is now hidden from sight. Could it be? Could it be that it is the monarch of the Jin Kingdom? Jian Wushuang could not help feeling a shudder in his mind. The highly exalted monarch of the Jin Kingdom, a warrior of the highest order himself, should be the only one of the entire Jin Kingdom most capable of defeating him. There is a strong possibility that it is the monarch of the Jin Kingdom hiding to ambush you. Retreat now, Jian Wushuang. Back to the battle fortress and regroup with the others. The Gu King urged him. I know. Jian Wushuang nodded. Floating high above in the air, he took another step forward as if he was still adamant on continuing. But his foot had barely fallen when he instantly performed the dragon blood secret skill and sped as quickly as the winds could bear him. This had not gone unnoticed by the monarch of the Jin Kingdom, whose expression turned furious. He'd noticed me? Humph. But still, there is no escaping your fate. He gave a bitter snort. What followed was a strong and terrifying aura, one which was able to strike fear and despair into the hearts of all experts from both the Jin Kingdom and the Green Fire world alike. The aura shot into the air with the semblance of a terrible beast pouncing upon its prey. A golden flash of light tore through the sky with trails of gilded sparkles at its tail, like a shooting star flying over the sky. Die! The monarch's scowling face darkened with rage as he growled and pierced forth with the jet-black spear he held in his hand. A shimmering distortion broke open in the air before his thrust, allowing the spear to enter through it. Another distortion appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, and from within it, the black spear thrust forth at him with the speed and deadliness of a striking serpent. What? Jian Wushuang was astonished, caught off guard by the sudden strike. He had already noticed that something was wrong and he had turned back, speeding as swiftly as he could to safety. But never had he expected that the stroke, unleashed by the monarch thousands of kilometers away, could defy the laws of physics and strike at him from afar. The terrible thrust of the spear snapped dangerously at him. Jian Wushuang felt only a cold shiver of fear that made his hair stand as his senses tingled wildly, warning him of the impending danger. The Dawnlight Technique. Instinctively, Jian Wushuang brandished his sword. The Blood Mountain sword trembled in his grasp, channeling the powers of its own. The sword stabbed forward swiftly, shining with a blinding illumination resembling the first light of day, just as a shroud of darkness beset upon his surroundings. Jian Wushuang performed the stroke of dawn technique with all his might. His sword clashed against the black spear, as steel gnashed furiously at steel with the force that had even severely injured the Long Su King. Bump! The force of the thrust was transmitted to his arm via his sword. It was so powerful that his arm instantly bulged and exploded into bits of shredded flesh and viscera. The Blood Mountain sword was flung quickly away from him by the magnitude of the blast. But fatal peril was still at hand. The black spear was not withdrawn. Instead, its force spread from what was left of his ruptured arm and struck his torso, causing him internal injuries. Erg! Jian Wushuang spat a huge mouthful of blood. His face grew instantly pale white as he grew weakened. But he was still alive. Propelled backward by the force of the attack he had suffered, Jian Wushuang turned and hurled himself towards the directions of the battle fortress, retrieving the Blood Mountain sword as he bolted back to safety. Shoo! Jian Wushuang zipped through the air like a projectile tearing at great speeds, desperately escaping back into the sanctuary of the fortress. As he entered the hold of the fortress, the figure of the monarch of the Jin Kingdom shimmered into sight. He had wanted to chase Jian Wushuang, but he was thwarted by the barriers held by the fortress itself. He's managed to escape? The monarch muttered coldly. As a sovereign who had finally decided to take matters into his own hands, he had failed to slay Jian Wushuang. Interesting. This Jian Wushuang does have a few tricks up his sleeves. He's been able to notice my presence, endured what should have been a fatal blow to him, and yet he still lives. The monarch emitted a light giggle, looking hardly distressed even though he was not able to put Jian Wushuang to his death. There was still the vortex which was nearing completion. Jian Wushuang and all the experts of the Green Fire world will not be able to escape their death when the ritual is ready. Jian Wushuang rushed into the hold of the battle fortress. He crashed into the floor, leaving a huge crater with cracks stretching wide. Jian Wushuang, Master Wushuang, the Samsara Temple Master, the Void Temple Masters, and the rest of his comrade hurried over to see to him. Everyone huddled around Jian Wushuang, only to see him barely hanging onto his life. He was drenched in blood, feebly weak as his entire right arm was gone, left only with blood and viscera. I am still alive. Barely. It was fortunate that I noticed something's wrong and immediately escaped. My original body would never have survived if I have taken but one more step forward. Jian Wushuang breathed, grateful for still being alive. A careful person as he usually was, Jin Wushuang had intentionally left behind his secondary body at the battle fortress. He would still be alive even if the original body was annihilated by the monarch earlier. But he would lose his equipment and treasures, such as the blood-killing plate armor and the Blood Mountain sword, if he had indeed sacrificed his original body earlier. Chapter 1221. The Grand Formation of the Enduring Samsara. Chapter 1221. The Grand Formation of the Enduring Samsara. Seeing that Jin Wushuang was still alive, his comrades heaved a sigh of relief. A trap. That's indeed a trap. The great monarch of the Jin Kingdom did not appear even at the first battle. To think that he would elect to conceal himself to ambush Master Wushuang, hardly the conduct befitting a king. Huge roars of anger and indignant shoutings arose within the deep of the battle fortress. The palace masters of the Green Fire world immediately convened to discuss their plans. With incredible restorative powers of his own coupled with the help of the Gu King, Jin Wushuang required only a short period to heal himself with a new arm fully regrown. Palace Master Yun, I am afraid no one is better than you in the skills of using magical formations. Do you have any inkling as to what that black and white vortex is? The Samsara Temple Master sat in his throne and asked, his deep voice rumbling with concern. The rest of the palace masters present immediately turned to look at Palace Master Yun. Palace Master Yun was one of the oldest entities in the Green Fire world. Long had he been deep in delving into the arcane skills and masteries of using magical barriers and formations. Indeed, there was no better person than he who knew more about magical formations. Palace Master Yun frowned as he raked his mind for answers to the inquiry of the Temple Master. It took quite some time before he uttered, "The black and white swirling mass is a mixture of two different energies of opposing polarities. The conjurer of the mass has harnessed both energies to create a revolving cycle that consumes and breaks apart both air and space around it. That is indeed a magical formation. More importantly, it looks oddly alike to a formation I have once read about in an ancient codex, the Grand Formation of the Enduring Samsara. Yes, it looks almost the same." The Grand Formation of the Enduring Samsara? This sent a shudder across the crowd of palace masters present. Yes, that swirling mass of black and white color is indeed the Grand Formation of the Enduring Samsara. Jin Wushuang's voice came suddenly. The Gu King had earlier recognized the spinning vortex. "This is bad. Woe is upon us if that is really the Grand Formation that you spoke of." Palace Master Yun's voice grew deep and hoarse. "The ancient codex that I have once read is actually chanced upon by experts of the Green Fire Palace somewhere from this vast battlefield. Despite having recorded many unique and powerful magical formations, much of the codex has been damaged and scattered with missing chapters and pages. The descriptions of this formation in the codex is incomplete, but from the pieces of fragmental information remaining, it is safe to conclude that the Grand Formation is indeed terrible and dangerous to us all. The swirling vortex might seem ordinary and harmless, and even a Tao master may easily destroy it. But once completed, the vortex will increase into a gargantuan size in only 2 hours. By then, there will be no ways for us to destroy it." 2 hours. The stunned crowd of palace masters began to look worried. It had been more than 2 hours since the woman of the Jin Kingdom began her rituals to conjure the vortex. Could this not mean that the Grand Formation had fully stabilized? Indeed, what Master Yun said is correct. With only 2 hours, the Grand Formation will be fully secured. That's why I urged you to strike immediately before. It's imperative that you destroy the formation before it nears completion. But now, the voice of the Gu King rang grimly in Jin Wushuang's mind. Jin Wushuang grimaced with dread. He turned to Palace Master Yun. "Master Yun, what powers does the Grand Formation wield? Will it keep on expanding?" "Yes, it will grow ceaselessly." Palace Master Yun acknowledged. "Its reach now will hardly be able to threaten us. But as it grows in size, so does its strength. Its powers will draw in and swallow everything around it. With no one to stop it, its growth will never see its end." The vortex will only require a few years to grow into a staggering size. By then, it will be able to destroy this battle fortress and reduce us into shreds. The green fire world, having lesser endurance than that of the battle fortress, will surely fall as well. What? The palace masters present were all astounded. With only a few years of maturation, the swirling vortex of energies would be able to destroy even the battle fortress. With the battle fortress and the green fire world remaining anchored and immovable, the position of the vortex just in front of the fortress would make the fortress its first and foremost prey when it grew larger. So, the Gene Kingdom would only have to wait and watch us being devoured by this vortex when they would not need to even lose any of their soldiers? The Void Temple Master uttered with shock. That is true. Palace Master Yun nodded wearily. Silence filled the hall as the palace masters instantly fell into a sullen dismay of fear and dread. They were still reveling in the victory of the first battle not long ago, honestly believing that they finally had the power to challenge the Gene Kingdom. They were confident that they would prevail. But never had they expected that the Gene Kingdom employed the use of something so deadly and terrible. The grand formation of the enduring samsara that was such a terrifying horror. No, we cannot allow it to continue growing. We must destroy it before it destroys us. The Samsara Temple Master bellowed. We must destroy it at once. The vortex will be our greatest nightmare if not removed. An unconquerable resolution shone in their eyes. In one way or another, the black and white vortex must be stopped. Palace Master Yun, you seem to be most familiar with this grand formation. Do you have any suggestions? The Samsara Temple Master looked towards the Palace Master Yun. The old Palace Master shook his head. I am afraid not. As I have mentioned earlier, the information of the grand formation in the ancient codex is hardly complete. The description of it is all I have. What? We do not know how? There was hushed murmuring and dark glances shared among the masters. Do you know of any way to undo this formation, Gu King? Jian Wushuang asked his companion. Despite my adventures in the eternal chaotic world with King Luozhan, I have barely any understanding in magical formations. I have once seen with my own eyes another grand formation of the enduring samsara, another one which had grown for millennia, but it was an immensely powerful entity who have destroyed it. The Gu King related of his tale. Destroyed with sheer raw power? Jian Wushuang was surprised. You would best find another way yourself. The one who destroyed the grand formation I'd seen was one of the most powerful supreme entities, one who was equal to the founder of the star bloodline. None of you here possess any strengths that could hope to match his. The Gu King remarked. Chapter 1222, In Solution. Chapter 1222, In Solution. What is to be done then? Jian Wushuang turned angry and growled. Is there nothing we can do, save to watching blindly as the vortex swells and grows until it destroys us? The palace masters wore a sullen and worried look. Should we try for an all-out assault and kill the woman who is still working on the rituals of the grand formation? The Tang Emperor suggested. That would hardly help. Palace Master Yun shook his head heavily. Once enduring samsara formation is formed, even we kill the man who plays the formation, it will continue to expand without an end. Is there really no solution to this? The Samsara Temple Master asked, refusing to relent. I still have much to learn in the skills of conjuring magical formation. There could still be a chance if we have help from someone who is more adept and proficient in the use of these skills. Palace Master Yun admitted. One who is more adept and proficient than you in the skills of using magical formations. The Samsara Temple Master gave a short and bitter laugh. Who else save for you, Master Yun? You are the greatest in the skills of conjuring magical formations. Who else can we look to if you too know not of any solutions? The rest of the palace masters shook their heads furtively in dismay. I may know one whose skills in the sorcery of magical formation could outvie even Palace Master Yun. There were gasps and exclamation of shock as a voice rose from the midst of the dejected crowd. It was the Sunrise Sword Emperor. Every eye present instantly turned and trained upon the Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor, is there anyone you know whose skills in the sorcery of magical formation bests even Master Yun? The Samsara Temple Master asked with shock and distraught. There is another whose skill in formation outstrips mine in the green fire world? Even Palace Master Yun himself could hardly believe what he had heard. He had the utmost confidence in the skillfulness of his craft. For a long time, even he himself had truly believed that he was the greatest conjurer of magical formations in the green fire world. Otherwise, he would never have been charged with manning the huge magical formation at the edge of the vast battlefield. Yet, in an abrupt manner, the Sunrise Sword Emperor proclaimed that there was still another whose skills in the craft of using magical formation outvied him. In fact, I do. But whether his skills in the crafts of using magical formation eclipses Master Yun, that I cannot say. But his skills are truly unfathomable, to say the least. The Sunrise Sword Emperor confessed solemnly. Do you still remember the magical barrier in the Hall of Crucified Minds 30,000 years ago? The Hall of Crucified Minds? The memory seemed to strike Palace Master Yun hard. He hastily said, "Of course I do. That was a site of opportunity encountered by us 30,000 years ago. We have found plenty of treasures and resources there, and I remember the powerful magical barrier that was holding the hall. You have summoned for my assistance to destroy the barrier when you found the hall back then. The destruction alone had taken me a few hundred years of research, yet I have only accomplished so little. I would require at least more than another millennium before I can truly undo the magical barrier. But it was you. Somehow you had found a way to destroy the barrier, a way which had eliminated the barrier in mere moments." Indeed, the Sunrise Sword Emperor acknowledged as he smiled. Indeed, I had found a way to destroy the barrier, but it was taught to me by a mysterious person who is a true enigma. An enigma? Everyone kept their gazes transfixed upon the Sunrise Sword Emperor. Yes, he exudes a strange presence. It was by chance that I encountered him, and he was apparently studying the craft of magical formations. Knowing that he could be a learned scholar in the craft, I illustrated the magical barriers in the Hall of Crucified Minds and showed it to him. With merely a glance, he could immediately teach me the way of destroying it. The Sunrise Sword Emperor admitted. What? Palace Master Yun was instantly astonished by this revelation. This is impossible. He knew how to destroy that barrier with a mere glance? The insides of Palace Master Yun squirmed violently with anxiety. For centuries, he had searched, delved, and scrapped through every resource he came across, only to find a mere inkling to which how should the barrier of the Hall of Crucified Minds be removed. Yet, there was one, a person who had been able to see the weaknesses of the barrier with only one simple look. Is there truly one such conjurer of magical formation who wields such abilities in the green fire world? Palace Master Yun challenged immediately. I speak only the truth, but there is also the possibility that he is familiar with only that particular barrier. But still, just as I have said before, the man is strange and unusual. The Sword Emperor clearly admired the stranger greatly. Be that as it may, we have no other options but to implore his help. He may be able to provide us with ways to destroy the grand formation of the enduring samsara. Palace Master Yun remarked quickly. Sword Emperor, where is he now? This mysterious stranger? The Samsara Temple Master asked with haste. Sadly, I know nothing of the person's origins. I only know that he exudes a most unusual aura. He was of the eternal realm when I met him, that I am sure of. But even I, who was a universe master then, could not fully sense the full extent of his powers. The Sunrise Sword Emperor revealed. But there was one man amongst the crowd of dazed spectators who jumped with recognition. It was Jian Wushuang, a man who appeared to be of the eternal realm, yet not even the Sunrise Sword Emperor could truly discern his full powers. Could it be? Is he not? Sword Emperor. Jian Wushuang looked immediately to the Sunrise Sword Emperor. The mysterious stranger you mentioned, is he called Xian Yi? Xian Yi? The Sunrise Sword Emperor shook his head. I do not know the person's real name. Jian Wushuang immediately pressed on. Have you given him a token that contained 3 sword essences as repayment of the favor when he had taught you about the ways to remove the barrier of the Hall of Crucified Minds? Yes. How did you know that? The Sunrise Sword Emperor looked at Jian Wushuang with shock and surprise. Despite hearing the Sword Emperor's words, they did not register into the mind of Jian Wushuang, whose face instantly turned eerie. This stranger, although outwardly an Eternal Realm practitioner back then, was able to notice the ways to destroy the powerful barrier of the Hall of Crucified Minds with a mere look. His true powers were so unfathomable that not even the Sunrise Sword Emperor, who was then a universe master, could not fully gauge his full greatness. Most importantly, the Sunrise Sword Emperor had given him a token that contained 3 sword essences for the favor he has been accorded. The details have fully illustrated the identity of the mysterious stranger. Everyone, if I am right, I believe I know the person whom the Sword Emperor spoke of, Jian Wushuang declared. You know him? The eyes of the other palace masters twinkled with hope as they turned to look at Jian Wushuang at once. I not only know him, in fact, he is my teacher. Jian Wushuang croaked hoarsely. Your master? The epiphany took everyone by surprise. He is your master? Even the Sunrise Sword Emperor turned to stare at Jian Wushuang, his shock and bewilderment hardly concealed. Indeed he is. The token that you have given him, he had passed it on to me. I was then a fresh student in martial skills who was still powerless and weak. The 3 sword essences you have imbued into the token had saved me many times. Jian Wushuang revealed with a smile. That is great. The Sunrise Sword Emperor beamed with delight. Send word to your teacher at once, Jian Wushuang. We need to see if he has any solution to break the enduring samsara formation. Understood. I will send word right away. Jian Wushuang nodded. Chapter 1223, Instructions. Chapter 1223, Instructions. Teacher, Jian Wushuang communicated with his mentor. Yes. It did not take long for Xianyi to respond. Second senior brother has gone, Jian Wushuang said with grief. I know it already. Xianyi exhaled lightly and continued. All fates are predestined. It was his inescapable destiny. I cannot help it too. Jian Wushuang heaved a heavy and sorrowful breath as well. That should hardly be the only matter you reach out to me for, is it not? Xianyi said. Indeed, teacher. Jian Wushuang answered. There is a problem that I need your help with. Problem? Continue. Xianyi replied, his tone still cool and indifferent as ever. Xianyi had 4 disciples, all of which had reached the level of Tao Masters, most notably Jian Wushuang, who was now one of the strongest warriors of the Green Fire world. But never had he requested for favors from his disciples. Rather, it was his students who had repeated reach to him for help. Well, the problem is, Jian Wushuang then explained the problem and situation of the battlefield to his teacher. Enduring samsara formation? Xianyi's brows twitched with interest. I see that the monarch of the Jin Kingdom has expended a great deal this time to have employed a magical formation of such magnitude and destruction. Enduring samsara formation is hardly a small problem. Indeed it is, teacher. That is why I have only you to request for help from. Jian Wushuang answered. That will hardly be a problem. Enduring samsara formation itself is hardly invulnerable. Xianyi remarked. So there are indeed ways to stop it? Jian Wushuang asked, with relief and joy brimming in his heart. Enduring samsara formation is, in essence, a formation comprised of 2 completely different energies of opposing nature being harnessed in an endless cycle. The formation can be easily destroyed by disrupting the cycle or completely reversing the cycle itself. Xianyi explained as he smiled thinly. I can think of 6 different ways to destroy it. What? Jian Wushuang blurted with astonishment. What is it, Jian Wushuang? The palace masters standing around him noticed the clamor and looked in his way. My teacher had just told me that there's 6 ways to destroy enduring samsara formation. Jian Wushuang explained. His words left them speechless and stunned. Palace Master Yun's eyes widened into the size of eggs as he took in the words with disbelief. They had been enduring both despair and disappointment as their desperate search for ways to destroy the enduring samsara formation, but had yielded no results. Yet, unexpectedly, the teacher of Jian Wushuang revealed that there were 6 methods of destroying it. There are indeed 6 different ways to destroy enduring samsara formation. But with the current strength of the green fire world, I'm afraid there is only one way. Xian Yi communicated. What way? Jian Wushuang asked again anxiously. As long as the formation could be destroyed, even one single way was all they need for now. Listen to me. Illustrate for me the profile of the swirling vortex of the formation. Xian Yi instructed. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. With his magical powers, Jian Wushuang drew an image of the vortex as he stood in the hall, as instructed by Xian Yi. The magical formation might look ordinary to the eye like a harmless vortex of swirling black and white fumes. But in truth, the formation had hidden within itself a lot of intricacies which made it a very powerful and complex sorcery. So complicated was its conjuration that even Palace Master Yun could not find out its weakness for now. With the image completed, Xian Yi's voice came to him again. Remember these 4 points I show you. Xian Yi pointed to Jian Wushuang 4 different points upon the grand formation. Remember this 4 points. These are the pillars that sustain the grand formation. At the centermost part between all 4 points lies the fatal pressure point of the formation. I will now pass on to you another set of skill, a sword formation that requires 4 persons. Xian Yi instructed with great detail. A sword formation? Jian Wushuang gasped with wonder. The enduring samsara formation becomes virtually invulnerable once it reaches full maturity. Even with the knowledge of its pressure point, you will also require a powerful force to fully threaten it. None of you in the green fire world possess of such strength. That is why you can only rely on a sword formation. Xian Yi elaborated on his instructions. Understood, teacher. Jian Wushuang answered. Xian Yi then taught Jian Wushuang the skill set needed for the sword formation. Now that you have the knowledge to use the sword formation, you will have 4 people standing upon the 4 points I have instructed to you earlier and attack the pressure point in unison. This will allow you to destroy the grand formation. Xian Yi directed. Remember, you have to reduce the duration needed to fuse all 4 of your powers. Tarry any longer, and the grand formation will grow stronger and stronger. Not even I will be able to help it if everything is too late. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, teacher. Jian Wushuang cried gratefully. There is no need for thanks. This will be a very perilous and trying hour for you and your 2 senior brothers. Just be careful. That is enough for me. Xian Yi left him a smile as he terminated the connection of their communication. How was it, Jian Wushuang? The palace masters standing around him all looked at him hopefully. Jian Wushuang exhaled lightly and gazed around him. Loudly, he announced, My teacher has taught me the skill set for using a sword formation. With it, we shall be able to destroy the grand formation of the enduring samsara formation. A sword formation? The palace masters around him could hardly believe their ears. Master Yun, you are the most gifted and the most learned in the skills of conjuring magical formations. This is the sword formation that my teacher had just taught me to use. Would you please have a look and see if it will work? Jian Wushuang recorded the teachings of his mentor into writing and showed it to Palace Master Yun. Knowing that there might be doubt and skepticism from the many palace masters present despite his own complete faith in his teacher, Jian Wushuang had divulged the method instructed to him by his Xian Yi. I will first have a look, Palace Master Yun said, and he immediately began pouring through the details. The assembly of palace masters waited in silence, as did Jian Wushuang, as they hoped for the best. After some time, Palace Master Yun finally came to a conclusion. Jian Wushuang. The elderly palace master turned to face Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, right before the staring eyes of the entire assembly, he bowed respectfully to Jian Wushuang. Master Yun, what are you doing? Jian Wushuang uttered with shock. The entire crowd around them was instantly stunned. Palace Master Yun rose to his feet and smiled. The respects I paid were not for you, but your teacher. It is he who has given us of the green fire world a glimmer of hope. A glimmer of hope? The news brought joyous anticipation of optimism to everyone around. The words of Palace Master Yun had affirmed that Xin Yi's instruction would work in destroying the Grand Formation. Indeed, it will work? The Samsara Temple Master asked with impatiently. Jian Wushuang's teacher is, without doubt, one of the greatest masters in the skills of using magical formations. Even the most complex grand formation of the enduring samsara have been easily dissected and examined with such ease to him. Even the sword formation that he had taught was exceedingly complicated. The grand formation would most likely be destroyed as long as we follow the instructions he had left for the sword formation. Palace Master Yun announced. Chapter 1224, The Quadruple Supreme Sword Formation. Chapter 1224, The Quadruple Supreme Sword Formation. It will most likely work? The palace masters around instantly erupted with cheers and applause at the confirmation of Palace Master Yun. That is great. Jian Wushuang's teacher is invincible in the skills of using magical formations. Since we have the plans now, let not lose any more time. Some of the palace master urged anxiously. Let's not be hasty. Palace Master Yun waved dismissively before he continued, composed and reserved as he was. The methods proposed here will work. The sword formation that Jian Wushuang's teacher has imparted to him is also complex and powerful. But there is a strict requirement for the 4 persons who will operate the formation. Ah! The sudden remark made everyone look at him. It is called the Quadruple Supreme Sword Formation. It requires 4 completely different sword principles that conflict with each other. This means that the 4 people operating the formation will each have to create a mighty sword principle of their own. What's more, the 4 would have to at least be universe masters. Palace Master Yun explained gravely. Create the most mighty sword principle, and they have to be at least a universe master? The palace masters present were all taken aback by the sudden notice of predicaments. It would hardly be a hindrance if only the strengths of universe masters were required. Unlike 80 years ago, the current green fire world has produced more than 20 universe masters, all of whom could have been easy candidates for the sword formation. But they now encountered a conundrum. The 4 chosen warriors would have to create a most powerful sword principle. The creation of the strongest sword principle, which was a feat of intense difficulty. The strongest sword principle had always remained a myth in the green fire world. There has only been a handful of people who have been able to create sword principles of such tremendous power and potency in 40 million years. But now, they needed 4 such virtuosos of martial skills, all of whom must be capable of forging the strongest sword principle. This was an impossible task. Where in the entire green fire world are we going to find such people? Red Lotus asked absent-mindedly. Even the rest of the palace masters have turned sullen and dejected. But Jian Wushuang, hardly beaten, rumbled instead, "We have. There are 4 such warriors in the green fire world." Ah! This made everyone look at him. The Sunrise Sword Emperor and I have both once created the strongest sword principles of our own. In fact, we have forged 2. Moreover, I have an additional original body which wields also the strength of a universe master. I alone can operate 2 of the 4 points of the Quadruple Supreme Sword Formation. With the Sunrise Sword Emperor, we will now have 3 points covered. Jiang Wushuang said. That is true. The eyes of the assembled masters twinkled once more with hope. Jian Wushuang had displayed the prowess of his 2 original bodies in the battle before. Despite not fully equal in strength, both of his bodies possessed the strength of universe masters. With the 2 strongest sword principles of his creation at hand, his original bodies could adequately man 2 of the 4 points of the sword formation. Your original bodies do possess the requirements. As long as the sword principles you wield are different and the bodies are able to act as separate entities. Palace Master Yun nodded at his assent. But we are still short of one more? Red Lotus frowned with distress. Everyone, please forget not my father, who has created also the strongest sword principle of his own. Jian Wushuang announced. Your father? The rest of the assembled masters were surprised. Jian Nantian, another prodigy in swordsmanship whose talents and skills were no less wanting if compared to Jian Wushuang and the Sunrise Sword Emperor. It was due to an injury which he had suffered during his youth that his potential has waned. Then again, he was still a powerful swordsman whose strength none dared question nor challenge. It was no secret that Jian Nantian had once forged a strongest sword principle of his own. But it was due to his long years of wandering that his name did not come to the mind of the rest of the warriors of the Green Fire world. His travels that have brought him out of the domain of the Green Fire world and the emergence and fame of his own son, Jian Wushuang, had partially made him a forgotten myth. Jian Wushuang, your father has reached the level of Universe Master? Palace Master Yun looked to him inquiringly. Indeed, he has. But the voice did not come from Jian Wushuang. Rather, it was the Samsara Temple Master who had answered in Jian Wushuang's stead. Being the teacher of Jian Nantian, the Samsara Temple Master was also aware of Jian Nanshan's situation. During the preparations for war, we of the Green Fire Palace have amassed huge quantities of Nirvana elixirs. It was these elixirs which have helped bolster the ranks of our Universe Masters. Knowing that Jian Nantian himself possessed remarkable potential, I knew that it is very likely that he will be able to reach the level of Universe Master. Hence I have given him one of the elixirs, and he has achieved success. It's just that he has yet to reach the Green Fire Palace. The Samsara Temple Master explained. The Green Fire Palace was extremely stringent in its distribution of Nirvana elixirs. Only holy masters who were close to achieving the rank of Universe Master would receive the elixirs as a supplement. With one Nirvana elixir, Jian Nantian had managed to break through back then. The Sunrise Sword Emperor, although possessing strength equal to that of a Universe Master, was only a holy master. He had consumed one of the 4 Nirvana elixirs procured by the Green Fire Palace during their battle for the Loyalty Palace. Alas, his efforts had yet to bear fruit. The Nirvana elixirs could only be consumed once. If its effects had yielded only failures, additional consumption of the elixir would hardly help. I have earlier communicated with my father. He will come to join us in this battle once he has made necessary arrangements for my mother. Jian Wushuang explained. That is great. Palace Master Yun beamed with delight. Pray to send word that he hasten. With him, you and the Sunrise Sword Emperor. You shall operate the quadruple supreme sword formation. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded and left to deliver another message to his father. For years, Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming have been wandering around from glen to glen upon the wide swords of the Green Fire world, enjoying their travels across the Void Continent, the Samsara Continent, and many other ancient worlds. But he had interrupted his travels ever since word of the fateful war between the Green Fire world and the Jin Kingdom came to him. He began to make arrangements for Ji Wuming and prepared himself for the battles ahead. He was, after all, a member of the Green Fire world. With the Nirvana elixir which had helped propel him into the ranks of Universe Master, the current Jian Nantian was also one of the most formidable warriors of the Green Fire world. Receiving words from Jian Wushuang, he immediately set off for the battlefield. With only a few days, he reached the battle fortress. Father! Jian Wushuang could hardly suppress a smile as he beheld the proud and stern man before him who was his father. Jian Wushuang could distinctly feel that his father's presence was no longer what it was through his years of wandering. The Jian Nantian of old held Ji Wuming dear to his heart, constantly concerned about her well-being. But his years of traveling with her seemed to have mellowed him out. Mother is well? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. Jian Nantian nodded. In truth, it hardly makes any difference. None will be spared from the merciless onslaught of the Jin Kingdom should we lose this battle. We will not lose the battle, father, Jian Wushuang remarked vehemently. Indeed, because we cannot afford any failure. Jian Wushuang agreed and smiled. The father and son shared a few words before they joined Sunrise Sword Emperor in studying the quadruple supreme sword formation. Chapter 1225, The Fire Puppet. Chapter 1225, The Fire Puppet. It was in a dark, vast expanse. This was the Oblivion Palace, the site where Jian Wushuang had fought against the celestial master Malignity in a fierce and furious duel. It was in the dark hemlock of the huge darkness in the Oblivion Palace that Jian Wushuang's two original bodies, Jian Nantian and the Sunrise Sword Emperor, were standing together. A token hung in mid-air before them. In it was the instructions to operate the quadruple supreme sword formation. This is the quadruple supreme sword formation, a formation that combines our attacks into one? Jian Nantian asked as studying it curiously. Indeed, it combines our powers and amplifies it greatly if we are able to bring out its greatest potential. With the powers of this sword formation, we will be able to unleash a force that will even surpass that of the monarch of the Jin Kingdom and destroy the Grand Formation by striking at its pressure point. Jian Wushuang explained. I see. Let us hasten then. We must master the skills of using this sword formation as fast as we can. The Sunrise Sword Emperor said. Indeed, time is of the essence. Jian Nantian nodded somberly. Immediately, the four began their rehearsals in the midst of the shrouding darkness. In this dimension, the four could practice freely without fear of being disturbed. Knowing that time was a luxury for them, they trained and rehearsed for night and day without rest. Time fleeted by swiftly. With a blink of an eye, so passed a year. An uneasy peace had endured quietly in the past year between the Jin Kingdom and the Green Fire World. There had not been any clashes or disputes between both factions, not even the most insignificant conflict. The only jot of unrest lied only with the black and white swirling mass of energy that has been ceaselessly spinning thousands of miles away from the battle fortress. One could hardly remember its feebleness when it was first conjured a year ago. But the vortex had outgrown its original size in leaps and bounds in merely 12 months that it was now a gargantuan monstrosity within the fastness of the Oblivion Palace. Attack! Thunderous cries came from four corners of the sword formation in unison as the figures brandished their blades as one. Four jets of sword essences shot into the air. The four geysers of energies poured with incredible strength, shuddering with terrifying force. The bolts of energies tore through the air and came down together and bombarded the empty space at the center of the four. Boom! The fabric of space at the center tore asunder by the huge force, forming a void that threatened to engulf all mass and matter around it. Jian Wushuang's two original bodies, Jian Nantian and the Sunrise Sword Emperor, regarded with cold indifference at their handiwork. Almost there. Jian Wushuang could not help a smile of satisfaction. The magic of this sword formation is really complex that it has taken a year and countless hours of practice for us to fully grasp the subtle finesse needed to properly operate this formation. Jian Nantian smiled. We can hardly wait no longer. We have expended a year's time. Despite not having a perfect mastery of the formation has been able to produce a peak yield of energy with our current skills. That should be enough. The Sword Emperor remarked. I concur. Jian Nantian nodded. Let us prepare ourselves then. We strike tomorrow. Jian Wushuang proclaimed. Very well. The Sword Emperor and Jian Nantian both agreed. The next day, the forces of the Green Fire World assembled at the edges of the fortress. Shielded by the magical barriers of the battle fortress, they looked over and saw the gargantuan vortex swirling menacingly before them. The vortex now spanned thousands of kilometers, wide like a terrifying and monstrous abomination. Yet despite its size, the black and white spinning vortex was still growing at blinding pace. In only a year, it has grown to such horrifying bulk, reaching for thousands of kilometers, and yet it still grows. If given another year to grow, I wager it will enlarge into a terrible mammoth in hundreds of millions of kilometers wide. Palace Master Yun moaned gravely. hundreds of millions of kilometers wide. The warriors of the green fire world were all shocked with the ominous premonition. It was understandable, for even Universe Master needs some time to travel across such vast distances. Yet, the grand formation before them would grow into such egregious hugeness in only a year. Despite its size, the vortex's drawing force is still yet to fully mature. Universe Masters are able to withstand its pull. We are hardly affected by its force, the battle fortress's protective barriers. But if it were to grow again for another year, the drawing force would increase at least 100-fold. By then, even a Universe Master will not be able to resist its pull and even be instantly obliterated. This battle fortress will also be engulfed by the vortex in 10 years. Palace Master Yun explained with detail. We strike now. We must now lose any more time. Jian Wushuang spoke pensively. Samsara Temple Master, is the puppet fighter ready? It is. The Samsara Temple Master nodding as he waved his hand and summoned a silvery figure that appeared before him. It was a puppet fighter clad in silver armor, armed with a long, silver spear. The puppet fighter bore the appearance of a man of stern demeanor. His eyes showed no emotions, gleaming with a cold silvery blush. Is that the puppet fighter that could fight against the monarch of the Jin Kingdom? Jian Wushuang looked at the puppet in silver armor and felt a cold shiver. This puppet fighter was the trump card of the green fire world aside from battle formations and the battle fortress. A puppet fighter that could best even the monarch of the Jin Kingdom himself, the flame deity puppet, moreover, one of the level of silver armor? The Gu King's voice rose with amazement from within Jian Wushuang. Do you know what this puppet Gu King? Asked Jian Wushuang. Of course I do. The Gu King smiled thinly with pride. The fire deity puppet is well renowned in the eternal chaotic world. It has 3 different classes: copper armor, silver armor, and gold armor. The copper armor counterpart of this puppet possesses strength equal to that of the monarch of the Jin Kingdom. Hence, it is likely that this silver armor puppet would be more powerful than the monarch. But sadly, this puppet has been damaged. With the green fire world lacking fire crystals, this puppet might not be able to relive its former glory. But still, it should be able to hold off the monarch for some time. That alone, the puppet is capable of. Of course, as long as it is able to buy us time. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands tightly. With the possibility that the monarch could be lurking nearby, they need someone to hold him off while Jian Wushuang and his comrades conjure the sword formation to destroy the enduring Samsara formation. But with no one in the green fire world being able to pit evenly against the monarch, they could only rely on the fire deity puppet. Chapter 12:26, Fighting. Chapter 12:26, Fighting. With the vortex growing to such size, the spaceship of the Jin Kingdom had long retreated farther away, leaving on the monarch of the Jin Kingdom with the woman who was the conjurer of the formation nearby. I will leave this puppet fighter with you, Jian Wushuang. Everything hinges upon your success. Go with our blessings and hope. The Samsara Temple Master said to him gravely. Leave everything to me. Jian Wushuang nodded to him as he received control of the puppet fighter. Father, Sword Emperor, we strike now. Jian Wushuang muttered, his eyes burning with conviction as his second original body materialized beside him. Of course. Having readied themselves, Jian Nantian and the Sunrise Sword Emperor were already waiting for Jian Wushuang's signal. They disembarked the fortress and the 4 flew towards the eye of the spiraling vortex. But the proud, contemptuous conjurer of the vortex, Jiu Shi at its eye, instantly noticed their auras once they took into the sky. At last, after 1 year, the green fire world has finally begun to act. Jiu Shi cast her gaze into the distance, studying at the 4 figures coming at her. What are they thinking of doing? Do they not intend to destroy the formation? But for 1 year they have waited and the grand formation has grown to such size. Is it not too late? Jiu Shi wondered as she felt pleased and confident with herself. Even in the realm of the eternal chaotic world, The enduring samsara formation was flagrantly notorious as a formation that could easily destroy worlds and lay waste to dimensions. Surely its magic could never be easily undone. Moreover, the Grand Formation had cultivated itself to its current deformity over the past year. It would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to destroy the Grand Formation now. It is unfathomable that the Green Fire World, a domain which has little to nil dealings with the eternal chaotic world, would have any way to destroy the Grand Formation. Surely it could not even be possible. Yet despite her overbearing confidence in her impending success, Jiushi was careful enough to immediately contact the monarch of the Jin Kingdom. The monarch had also been hiding nearby for the entire year. Finally, there came an opportunity for him to shake off his year-long restlessness. Jin Wushuang. The monarch had been observing the four approaching figures when they approached. A wicked and sinister smile lined across his face. It was by sheer luck that you have been able to slip through my fingers last time, but you will never be so lucky this time. The four flew closer and closer to the eye of the vortex, under the watchful eye of the monarch, observing them. We are nearing the eye of the vortex. But why is the monarch of the Jin Kingdom not showing himself? Jin Nantian wondered, his face wearing a solemn expression of concern. Have no worry, father. I have found his approximate position and I am still observing him. I will release the flame deity puppet upon him if he shows himself, so that he would not be able to disturb us. The woman is only an ordinary universe master. I have something prepared for her. Jin Wushuang said to him. He had long projected his strength of soul to locate the position of the disguised monarch who could still be oblivious to the vulnerability of his concealment. This was the advantage of using his strength of soul. The strength of soul was a form of energy most powerful and potent. It was only through his inverse cultivation that Jin Wushuang had been able to harness such powers. Then again, this was merely a fraction of the strength's full potential and faculties. I see he can wait no more. Jin Wushuang noticed, the edge of his lips curling. His senses had picked up the movements of the monarch, who was now coming at them stealthily. Ha ha ha! Despite possessing strength greater than that of mine, the monarch intends to put me to death by using camouflage and ambush. Hardly a conduct befitting that of a king. Jin Wushuang chuckled with disdain. He waited until the monarch was about thousands of kilometers away before he threw his arms outwards. A silvery flash of light shot from the folds of his sleeve. Boom! The flame deity puppet emerged imperiously with a strong and terrifying aura that poured forth with the force of a broken dam. An indomitable and staggering presence which could deflate even a universe master such as the Samsara Temple Master himself. His cold eyes flared with a silver glint, training upon the monarch of the Jin Kingdom under the commands of Jin Wushuang. He began to move, striding forward towards the monarch. With one single step, the puppet defied all laws of physics as his step landed him directly in front of the monarch. He had covered thousands of kilometers with one single step. The tip of his silvery spear rose like a bolt of lightning as the puppet brandished the weapon and stabbed furiously at the monarch. What did they do? Even the monarch himself was taken aback by the sudden haste of the puppet's attack. He had not expected Jin Wushuang to have locked on to his position, nor had he expected that he would be under attack suddenly. Swift and strong was the stroke unleashed by the puppet that even the monarch broke into cold sweat. This unknown warrior possessed strength hardly inferior to his. In fact, it could even be stronger than his. Humph! The monarch grunted with defiant rage and summoned into his grasp his black spear. The long polearm gleamed with a supple blush as it appeared, heeding its master's call. My weapon, the spear of the secluded rainbow. The eyes of the monarch sparkled with malice as he swung his spear in an arc, and it collided ferociously with the silvery spear. Clang! Steel grated against steel as the ruthless and brutish gnashing of metals produced angry sparks. The sheer explosive force caused by the collision threw the fabric of space around the weapons into disarray. The monarch's look turned into one of ugliness and rage as he was thrown backward by the explosion. He staggered a few steps frantically in less than a dozen steps. Each step he took sent him thousands of kilometers away. Instead, the flame deity puppet was hardly affected by the blast. The silvery armor-clad figure merely paused and threw himself forward, hurtling towards the monarch for another bout. The silver-armored puppet fighter does indeed live up to its name. To think that he could best the monarch in strength and power. Jian Wushuang was gleeful. He looked at his companions and said, "The puppet fighter has bought us time. Let us strike now." Very well. The Sword Emperor and Jian Nantian both agreed. As they full well knew, they now held in their hands the very fate of the entire Green Fire world. The survival of the Green Fire world was hinged upon their success. But if they were to fail, the vortex of the grand formation of the enduring samsara would continue growing and the Green Fire world would be engulfed by it. Attack! With the cue of Jian Wushuang's thunderous battle cry, his two original bodies, Jian Nantian and the Sunrise Sword Emperor, split. The four figures streaked rapidly through the air and swiftly assumed their positions according to the sword formation as instructed by Xian Yi. As he flew, Jian Wushuang threw another wary glance at the proud woman Jiushi. "Being an ordinary universe master, I doubt your powers will be able to obstruct us, but it would be best that you were kept from us." Jian Wushuang muttered and flicked wrist again. A hulking figure emerged out of thin air into view. "Keep her occupied so that she cannot be in our way, Fu Yi. It would be better too if you can take her alive." Jian Wushuang commanded him. Jian Wushuang had made such arrangements as a precautionary measure. In the event of failure, they might still be able to wring answers out of Jiushi. She might be in possession of the knowledge to remove the grand formation, seeing as she was the conjurer of the grand formation. Fu Yi's eyes twinkled once as he acknowledged Jian Wushuang's order. A huge battle axe appeared in his grasp as he pounced at Jiushi. "Ah, so you lot have come to destroy the grand formation, and you have brought along a puppet fighter which is strong enough to fight against Lord Jin Feng. But your efforts will all be for naught no matter how hard you try." Jiushi smiled wickedly to herself. Seeing as Fu Yi came charging at her, she drifted into the undulations of the churning energies rolling around the vortex. Chapter 12:27. The Turning Tide. Chapter 12:27. The Turning Tide. The flame deity puppet was holding off the monarch of the Jin kingdom, whereas Jiushi was busy evading from the pursuits of Fu Yi. The path was clear. There was no one else between Jian Wushuang with his companions and the gargantuan black and white vortex. In only fractions of a second, Jian Wushuang's two original bodies, Jian Nantian and the Sunrise Sword Emperor, reached their designated positions. "My original bodies are ready. How are you?" Jian Wushuang asked. "I am in position," Jian Nantian replied. "So am I." The Sunrise Sword Emperor nodded as well. "Very well. Let's begin." Jian Wushuang notified his companions. For jets energies shot into the sky, the sword essences released by the four figures, streaking through the air towards the eye of the spinning vortex. She flitted back and forth through the rapid flows of energies as she evaded from the rampaging Fu Yi. But she instantly took notice of the four streaking sword essences tearing through the sky. "Ah!" A squinch of a doubt was evident upon her face as she felt a foreboding dread. The positions of the four seemed unusual. From the trails of the sword essences, she could clearly sense the positions of the four people, knowing that they must be part of an intricate design. The four positions represent the most vital points of the grand formation. These 4 points connect the backbone of the entire formation, which leads to the eye of the vortex, which is also the heart of the grand formation. How is it possible that they have found these 4 positions? Jiushi's expression began to turn ugly. She had been basking in her hubris-soaked confidence, trusting fully that none from the Green Fire world would never be able to adequately read the grand formation and point out its secrets. But now, however, realizing that her enemies might have discovered her secret, Jiushi began to feel fear and desperation creeping into her. At the same time, She began to realize the motives of Jian Wushuang and his companions as they launched their attacks. Is that a battle formation they are using? One which consolidates their attacks and concentrates their power. She could hardly believe what she saw, the stabbing feeling of fear reaching its climax. They have completely seen through the secrets of the Grand Formation, and they intend to destroy it by using a sword formation to focus their attacks upon its eye. She searched frantically for answers to the enemy's gambit that now threatened her plans. She cast a swift look at the monarch of the Jin Kingdom, who was still far away, intending to reach out for his help. But she immediately found that the monarch was being held in a fierce battle against the flame deity puppet. Not only the monarch could not come to her help, but he himself was also in danger of losing in battle. Damn it! How is it possible that somebody from the green fire world is able to find the weaknesses of my grand formation? Who? Who is it? Jiu, she growled frantically. Jian Wushuang and his companions were already channeling their powers together as one. The enduring samsara formation would be able to bring out its greatest potential and deal a fatal stroke to the grand formation once their stroke fell. This cannot continue. I will lose the rewards promised to me by Lord Jinfeng if the grand formation fails. Knowing full well that her earlier efforts could well sink or swim, Jushi's look turned dark as she realized she must strike quickly and hard. She turned and moved, heading towards the direction of the Sunrise Sword Emperor. Despite being hardly skillful in martial techniques, she was armed to the teeth with various means for unconventional combat and movement techniques, allowing her to dart and swoop deftly away from Fui, who was rapidly losing her. Swiftly, Jiushi bore down on the Sword Emperor with Fui far behind. By now, the four were already in the final phase of their attack. But Jiushi appeared suddenly behind the Sunrise Sword Emperor. Her figure had barely materialized when she crushed a mysterious token she held in her hand. The token crumbled into pieces, and boom! A deafening and terrible explosion erupted. An overwhelming force surged in that very instant as three golden dragons appeared behind the Sunrise Sword Emperor. The slithery dragons intertwined together, fusing into a bolt of golden flash that struck and hit the Sunrise Sword Emperor. What? The Sword Emperor's eyes opened wide in disbelief. He had noticed Jiushi creeping near him, but being in the most critical phase of their attack, he had chosen to endure whatever attacks that Jiushi would unleash at him, believing that the woman's blow would hardly be able to endanger him. With the complement of his protective raiments and treasures, he had chosen to weather the enemy's attack in order to maintain his hold on their offense. The Sword Emperor, as a powerful warrior himself, would at most suffer severe injuries. He had not expected that Jiushi's powers would be able to kill him. Only never did he expect that Jiushi had used a magical token she had in her keeping. Worst still, the powers contained within the magical token was stronger even than a blow by the monarch of the Jin Kingdom himself. The golden projectile hit him squarely without him being able to react. The blow struck a hole in his chest, crushing his heart as his life began to ebb away. Frozen in his stance, the Sword Emperor uttered a few incomprehensible mumbles. His gaze became blank and distant as he began to lose consciousness, his aura plummeting into nothingness. He began to lose control of his body, beginning to fall. A look of calm and serenity crept into his eyes as if he was released from long years of toil and torment. With his final ounce of strength, he left his final words to his comrades, Jian Wushuang, Jian Nantian, and the host of warriors who had been watching intently from the battle fortress. I'm sorry. It was merely 2 words, yet these were 2 words that bore a saddening weight of pain and anguish. The Sunrise Sword Emperor breathed his last as his eyes blinked shut finally. With life left from his body, his corpse was drawn into the vortex and subsequently devoured. The final moments of his life were witnessed by Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian, as well as the warriors within the battle fortress. None of them could barely move. They have painfully witnessed, with their own eyes, how he was killed by the golden flash of light that penetrated his body like needle passing through a cloth, and they have watched, with excruciating agony, how he was being swallowed into the vortex when he had finally passed. Rage and fury came swiftly like lightning. Sword Emperor. Sunrise Sword Emperor. Unforgivable. Screams of anger and rage thundered from within the fastness of the battle fortress. Inoo. Not far away, the original bodies of Jian Wushuang jointly released a booming roar that illustrated both his grief and wrath. The Sunrise Sword Emperor. The most glimmering beacon of hope of the green fire world before the emergence of Jian Wushuang. The undisputable sword cultivator of the highest order and the greatest prodigy in combat skills ever known. Being an ordinary practitioner of martial skills and a holy master, these odds had never stopped him from cultivating and fusing his two strongest sword principle as one to harness powers comparable to that of a universe master. He was the third behind Jian Wushuang and Ji Wuming, who had been pegged as future chieftains of the Green Fire Palace, prodigious talents who could one day stand eye to eye against the monarch of the Jin Kingdom. Blessed with unique talents and shouldering the hopes of many, he would long have embarked upon a pilgrimage into the eternal chaotic world to try reaching for greater heights, if not for the strifes which have plagued the Green Fire world. And now, in order to destroy the grand formation of the enduring samsara for the good of the entire Green Fire world, the Sunrise Sword Emperor had breathed his last, only because he had chosen to sustain the synchrony for the sword formation to function. And now, right under the eyes of the horde of warriors of the Green Fire, he had fallen with utter ignominy. Chapter 1228. The Fall of the Sunrise Sword Emperor. Chapter 1228. The Fall of the Sunrise Sword Emperor. Is he dead? The events did not escape the observation of the cold and contemptuous woman as she smiled wickedly, evidently satisfied with the results of her review. This token was given to me by that most prodigious senior brother of mine. It contains the explosive powers of his strike. You should be proud to have fallen under his stroke. Outrageous. Jian Wushuang stared angrily at the woman as he cursed through gritted teeth, seething with intense fury and malice boiling within him. But he quickly repressed his rage and bloodlust. We must leave now. Jian Wushuang roared with exasperation. His original bodies followed behind Jian Nantian as they withdrew back to the battle fortress. Jian Wushuang and his father were fully aware that with the fall of the Sunrise Sword Emperor, they have lost the capability to use the quadruple supreme sword formation to destroy the monstrous vortex. Hence, they could only retreat back into the battle fortress and make another plan. Jian Wushuang did indeed want to immediately execute the woman, Jiu Shi, for the sacrilege she had committed. But the distance between them and Jiu Shi's prowess in escaping have left him with hardly any other choice. Despite their discontentment and rage, they could withdraw back to the fortress. Still, even the notion of a retreat was not without difficulty. You will never get away. It was the monarch of the Jin Kingdom who had snarled at them. Despite being desperately defending himself against the fire puppet earlier, he was slowly regaining the upper hand. The monarch had noticed that the puppet fighter was losing strength rapidly. This is bad. The fire gems are nearly depleted. Jian Wushuang became jittery with anxiety. He had been controlling the fire puppet. He would surely know about its situation. The remaining fire gems would only allow the fire puppet to continue operating for merely seconds. And with that few seconds, the monarch could easily catch up to them and strike them down like predators swooping down on their prey. Few seconds. Jian Wushuang's gaze turned cold as he searched wildly for solutions, and one came to him instantly. Keep the monarch occupied, fire puppet. Jian Wushuang barked his command while his second original body veered off their way back to the fortress. Instead, the original body flew towards the fire puppet who was still in combat against the monarch. Having received his orders, the fire puppet fought to his utmost as the last remaining fragments of the slowly burned. It had bought Jian Wushuang a few seconds of time. With its energies exhausted, the puppet froze in its movements, hanging motionless in midair. With his long-awaited opening, the monarch hurled himself forward, eager to catch up to Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian. But Jian Wushuang's first original body and Jian Nantian were still thousands of kilometers away from the fortress. It was a distance that usually passed swiftly for him. Yet, now, the journey back to the fortress seemed like an eternity. You have been fortunate to slip through my fingers once. Do you think I will let you slip by again? The monarch growled viciously, his face gleeful with malice. His figure streaked with an explosive speed as he chased after his prey, as he imagined himself dealing the final blows to them both. However, at this moment, swish, a flicker of light blinded the monarch momentarily as he braced himself. It was Jian Wushuang's second original body who had turned back earlier. Okay. The monarch wore a dark, ugly look as he beheld his new target briefly. Eager to continue his chase, the spear in his grasp stabbed at the original body with the speed and intensity of a striking serpent. With hardly any incident, the monarch instantly drove his spear through the second original body. He then cast a look forward, ready to continue his pursuit. But suddenly, explode. There was a strange, frenzied expression upon the face of Jian Wushuang's second original body. Boom! The second original body exploded into smithereens. Shockwaves from the explosion rippled through the air, rolling towards all directions. Self-detonation. The monarch of the Jin kingdom gasped incredulously. He had not foreseen that Jian Wushuang would be eager to come to such lengths, to sacrifice one of his doppelgangers just to stop him. Shaken violently by the shock wave himself, the monarch was momentarily thrown off balance. He readied himself to continue his pursuit, only to find that he was too late. Jian Wushuang had escaped. He's escaped again. This wretch is indeed a slithery one. The monarch barked angrily, his face darkened with rage. The news that a Dao master had been able to slip past his clutches not once, but twice, would be tremendously pernicious to his name. Lord Jinfeng. Jiu Shi reappeared at the side of the monarch, looking at him with an amused smirk. This Jian Wushuang has the most remarkable fortune indeed. Twice he has defied you, and yet twice he is able to escape. Humph! The monarch merely snorted indignantly without muttering any words. The pair stood wordless and motionless for a brief moment. The monarch turned and glanced at Jiu Shi. What happened earlier, Jiu Shi? Jiu Shi's features immediately turned gloomy with annoyance. I did not expect that the green fire world has someone who is able to divine the weaknesses of the enduring samsara formation. The four earlier were trying to use a sword formation by standing above the four vital parts of the enduring samsara formation, ready to strike at its fatal point to destroy it. It was fortunate that I was able to react swiftly and use the token that my senior brother had given to me to kill one of the four. Otherwise, the grand formation would have been destroyed by their hand. Ah! The monarch's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Were you not supremely confident in this enduring samsara formation of yours? How is it possible that its secrets were so easily divined? Jiu Shi merely pursed her lips and frowned, unable to retort against the monarch's mocking words. Never in her life, she had thought the events of this day were possible. Humph! It is fortunate that the formation still stands, lest it would have been a tremendous waste of my time and resources to have you here. The monarch scoffed. It was clear, through his tone and demeanor, that he has lost great faith and confidence in Jiu Shi and her formation. Please be at ease, Lord Jinfeng. That was merely a last-ditch daring-do of the green fire world. They have even put to use a puppet fighter that could nearly best you, only to have achieved nothing. I trust that they are at their wits' end now. Jiu Shi wore a wicked grin once again. That may be true. The monarch nodded. With a flick of his hand, he summoned the fire puppet to his flank. The fire puppet, having exhausted its entire store of fire gems, has now fallen into the hands of the monarch of the Jin kingdom. He had forcibly erased Jian Wushuang's mark that allowed the latter to control the puppet, so that he himself could claim ownership of it. He, a silver-armored fire puppet. The eyes of the monarch burned hungrily as he identified the puppet fighter. Many treasures abound this battlefield, that even a puppet fighter of such caliber exists. But now, they will all be mine, just like this puppet. With the puppet now his, the monarch then helped Jiu Shi to subdue Fui and claimed him as well. Chapter 1229, Desperate. Chapter 1229, Desperate. A grim mood filled the battle fortress. The battle was supposed to pave a way for the Green Fire World's victory. Instead, they not only failed to break the enduring Samsara formation, but also lost the Sunrise Sword Emperor, who was the only flame deity puppet that could hold his own against the Jin Kingdom's monarch. Fui had also been felled by the enemy. Jin Wushuang's second original body was destroyed. They had lost everything. It's over. The Green Fire World is done. We have no hope at all. Cries echoed through the battle fortress. Desperation reared its ugly head. Hopelessness clung to every thought. The morale of the Green Fire World was non-existent. If there was even an ounce of hope, the Green Fire World experts would continue to fight, regardless of the price. Even if they failed, it would have been worthwhile. But there was no more hope. The Green Fire World had no chance of survival. It was going to be swallowed by the big formation. In a magnificent temple, there were about 20 thrones arranged in a circle. Some were occupied, but the others were empty. All the remaining Green Fire World Palace Masters had gathered, but silence filled the chamber and even Jian Wushuang had nothing to say. Occasionally, a Palace Master would glance toward the empty throne near the Void Temple Master. The throne originally belonged to the Sunrise Sword Emperor, but now that he was gone, the throne sat empty. After nearly an hour, Jian Wushuang finally exclaimed, "It's my fault we were defeated." Jian Wushuang clenched both of his fists so tightly that his fingertips cut through his palm. He looked grim as he continued, "I underestimated the woman in the formation. I thought she was just an ordinary Universe Master, and that a Universe Master peak puppet fighter was enough to stop her. But her clever tricks confused my puppet fighter, and she was able to kill the Sunrise Sword Emperor. I underestimated her. Everything that happened is my fault." Remorse racked Jian Wushuang's body. He led the action to break the formation, controlled the flame deity puppet, and deployed the Sunrise Sword Emperor and Jian Nantian. And instead of great victory, they suffered great casualties and lost the flame deity puppet. Jian Wushuang was naturally the one to blame. Hearing Jian Wushuang's words, the Samsara Temple Master next him shook his head and said, "We discussed it together and acted according to the plan. You just carried out the plan. You alone cannot be blamed for the loss." "Yes. If it wasn't you, someone else would have done the same thing. We can only blame ourselves for underestimating that woman. We thought she only knew about formations and did not expect her to be that capable." The other palace masters echoed their agreement. No one would blame Jian Wushuang. He merely acted according to the plan and did not foresee the unexpected. "Shuanger," Jian Nantian looked at him. "We're all responsible for this. Don't blame yourself. Now is not the time to apologize or to point fingers. We need to think about what to do next." What to do next? At the 4 simple words, the palace masters frowned in unison. Jian Wushuang seemed skeptical as well. Since the Sunrise Sword Emperor's death, the Green Fire World didn't have enough experts to form the 4-point sword formation. Even if they did, they needed time to familiarize him with the formation, and by the time they were prepared, the 4-point sword formation would probably still fail to break the spinning vortex. "Gu King, you followed King Luozhen in the eternal chaotic world for such a long time. You must have learned a lot of things. Do you have a solution?" asked Jian Wushuang. Despite his vast knowledge, Gu King also felt hopeless in the face of the crisis. "I can't." Gu King shook his head, dejected. Jian Wushuang trembled. All the palace masters in the temple forced a smile. They had relied completely on the 4-point sword formation breaking the formation and considered it their only chance. Where would they find another strategy? Desperation. The palace masters, including the oldest Samsara Temple Master, the Void Temple Master, the Tang Emperor, the Red Lotus Palace Master, and Palace Master Yun were all distraught. Suddenly, they all suggested the insane. "We will fight to the death. Even if the Green Fire World collapses, we'll give the Jin Kingdom hell." Palace Master Yun stood up and roared. "Yes, trapped beasts can still fight, so let's fight to the end. We'll take them down with us. The palace masters shook their fists angrily and madness gleamed in their eyes. Are we really a trapped beast? Jin Wushuang frowned. Just then, a message came. Who is it? Jin Wushuang was surprised but immediately responded, Senior brother, are you looking for me? The message was indeed from his senior brother Shuelingtian. Junior brother, come out quickly. Shuelingtian's excited voice beckoned. What is it? Skepticism filled Jin Wushuang's voice. Our master is coming, Shuelingtian answered. Jin Wushuang's eyes widened in surprise, and he immediately jumped up. Jin Wushuang, has something happened? The palace masters who just decided to sacrifice their lives were confused by his reaction. There's something I have to attend to, Jin Wushuang answered. What's going on? Samsara Temple Master was even more puzzled. It's my master, he's here, Jin Wushuang answered solemnly. Your master? The palace masters were stunned. The master who had deciphered the enduring samsara formation and told them how to break it. The master who even Palace Master Yun admired and respected. Your master told you how to break the formation after receiving your message for help. He must also know that we have failed. If he has come in person, does it mean he has other ideas? The Samsara Temple Master became hopeful. The other Samsara Temple Masters looked at each other excitedly. They had hit a dead end, but with Jin Wushuang's master's arrival, hope grew in their hearts once again. Although the hope was infinitesimal, they would still try to catch it at all costs. Perhaps, the master of formation really does have other ways to break the formation, Palace Master Yun exclaimed. Let's meet him together. Right, we should. Following Jin Wushuang, the palace masters exited the temple. Chapter 1230, Master Arrives. Chapter 1230, Master Arrives. Inside the battle fortress, many of the strongest people in the green fire world scattered in all corners, and the atmosphere was extremely dull and desperate. At this time, many palace masters, including Jin Wushuang, hurried out from a towering temple. These palace masters all looked a little excited. Green Fire World celestial masters and Tao masters saw them on the way. Where are they hurrying to? Have you noticed that they all seem a little excited? Yes, they do. Have they come up with other methods of breaking the formation? Is there still hope for us? Very likely, otherwise they wouldn't have been so excited. The entire battle fortress quickly became noisy. Many celestial masters and Tao masters followed the palace masters and rushed to the center of the battle fortress. In an open space, several figures stood there, including Jin Wushuang's two senior brothers, Shuelingtian and Bai Hu. At the center, a friendly-looking white-robed man stood. He looked elegant and easygoing. Is that Jin Wushuang's master? Palace masters all fixed their gazes on the white-robed man. At the moment when they saw the white-robed men, they had a strange feeling. His aura was only an eternal realm and seemingly ordinary, but for some reason, they felt something strange. Master! Jin Wushuang came to the white-robed man and respectfully bowed. Shieni Master, Samsara Temple Master, along with many palace masters, bowed to the white-robed man with respect. They also learned the name Xin Yi from Jin Wushuang. They saluted as well. Even if his strength was not that mighty, such a profound master deserved to be respected. Moreover, Xin Yi was the Green Fire World's last hope. Get up. Xin Yi waved at Jin Wushuang, looked at Samsara Temple Master and others, then he laughed. You can all get up, I don't deserve it. Master, you came today for the enduring Samsara formation, is that right? Jin Wushuang asked directly. Yes. Xin Yi faintly nodded. I told you the method of breaking the formation, and I thought that you can crush the enduring Samsara formation with it. But you actually failed. So, I have to come by myself? You mean, there are other ways to break it? Jin Wushuang's eyes flashed. Although the enduring Samsara formation is a world-shattering formation, it's terrifying because it can evolve for a long time. As for now, it is weak. And it's just a balanced state of two extreme energies, Nothing special. We can find ways to break it. Xianyi smiled, looking confident. Hearing this, the present palace masters' faces all lit up. Xianyi implied that he had other methods of breaking the formation. Even if he did not, he was confident to find one. Let's go see the enduring samsara formation. Xianyi smiled. Yes. Jin Wushuang nodded. Xianyi Master, this way please. Samsara Temple Master led the way for Xianyi. The nearby Green Fire World Celestial Masters and Tao Masters all gawked at the sight of this. Who is that person? He's got some real deal. He actually made so many palace masters bow to him, and has Samsara Temple Master lead the way for him, but he's just an eternal realm. So what? I heard that he is the master of Wushuang Palace Master. He's got a disciple like Jin Wushuang. Do you think he's capable or not? He has great knowledge of formation. He's said to have more knowledge than Palace Master Yun. He came up with the previous method to break the formation, but unfortunately, we underestimated the opponent and failed. Wushuang Palace Master's master? No wonder. He probably came in person for the enduring samsara formation. The entire battle fortress was discussing secretly. Xianyi was only in the eternal realm. In the entire battle fortress, except Jin Wushuang's brother Wang Yuan, everyone else was above the Tao Master level. Normally, any one of them could kill Xianyi. But now, the countless experts in the entire battle fortress all respected him. He was Jin Wushuang's master. Naturally, no one dared to look down on him. Moreover, he had great knowledge of formation. On the way, Xianyi asked causally, well, what is your achievement in sword principle now? I have now devised 2 of the strongest sword principles and a creation-level sword principle, but unfortunately, I have not found a way to integrate them, answered the disciple. If it was possible, he had already combined them and broke through to be a celestial master who possessed a Dharma body. In that way, he would have been able to challenge the Gene Kingdom monarch, and the Green Fire world would not have been so passive. But he could not find a way to break through. Don't worry, take your time, everything will be fine. Xianyi smiled and asked again, which 3 sword principles have you developed? One is the sword play of coalescence. I've perfected it and devised the strongest sword principle. One is the space-time sword principle, which is ultra-fast. It can affect the power of space-time. It's also a strongest sword principle. The last one is the yin-yang sword principle. It combines yin and yang energy, and it is only a creation-level sword principle. Jin Wushuang answered in detail. Oh, yin-yang sword principle? Xianyi cocked one eyebrow and smiled mysteriously. After a few moments, Xianyi came to the edge of the battle fortress following the palace masters. Through the restrictions, they saw clearly the spiraling vortex 100,000 miles away. Master Xianyi, it's the enduring samsara formation there. Samsara Temple Master pointed to the vortex. I see. Xianyi looked at the black and white vortex in the distance and faintly smiled. Fortunately, it has only expanded tens of millions of miles. It is still in its early stage. Early stage? Jin Wushuang was surprised. The larger it expands, the more stable it is. An expansion within 1 billion belongs to the early stage. If it exceeds 1 billion, it will be in the middle stage. By that time, we might fail to break it. But now, there is still a chance. Xianyi explained. Chapter 1231. Break the Formation and Restrictions. Chapter 1231. Break the Formation and Restrictions. Do we still have a chance? Jin Wushuang's face lit up, but then he frowned again. Even if you can think of other ways, Flame Deity Puppet has fallen into the hands of the Gene Kingdom monarch. If we don't have anything to hold the Gene Kingdom, we can't get near to the vortex. Correct. Samsara Temple Master and others also nodded. The Gene Kingdom monarch stayed in the black and white vortex, and according to their plan, Flame Deity Puppet would hold the Gene Kingdom monarch back to gain them some time. But now, Flame Deity Puppet had been lost. There stood the Gene Kingdom monarch. The moment they approach, he would kill them in an instant. The Gene Kingdom monarch is a top expert above the universe master level. I can't confront him. Shinny smiled and continued, however, who says that you must get close to the core of the black and white vortex to break it? I will stay in this battle fortress and break the enduring samsara formation for you. What? Shinny said it casually, but the people around him were all shocked. Break the enduring samsara formation behind the battle fortress. The core of the enduring samsara formation, the black and white vortex, was 100,000 miles away. Was it possible to destroy it far away from it, under the protection of the restrictions? Was this some kind of joke? Shinny Master, one who wants to destroy a formation, must first destroy the core of the formation. Now we're 100,000 miles away from the black and white vortex. How can we manage it? Palace Master Yun frowned and asked. He also had great knowledge of formation. Before he knew about Xin Yi, he believed that he was the top master of formation in the Green Fire world. He knew about formation and contended that it would be impossible to break it from a distance. But Shinny had said that, can't we really destroy it without getting close to the core of the formation? I don't think so. Shinny shook his head and smiled. Shinny Master, are you really sure? Palace Master Yun still could not believe it. I'll try and you'll see. Anyway, you don't need to do anything for me. Even if I fail, there will be no consequences. Shinny smiled. True. The palace masters who were present nodded. If Shinny decided to break the formation behind the battle fortress, he naturally did not need soldiers to cover up for him or anything. My disciple. Shinny looked at Jin Wushuang. Yes. Jin Wushuang acted respectfully. No matter how other palace masters thought of Xin Yi, Jin Wushuang put his absolute trust in his own master. If he said that he could break the formation 100,000 miles away, he must have had a way. Haven't I grant you the mountain river map? I'll borrow it, Xianyi replied. Mountain river map? Jin Wushuang cocked one eyebrow. The mountain river map was the most precious of the 3 treasures that Xianyi gave him. It was a chaos divine treasure. Though it was somewhat defective, it was still invaluable. However, it was at a high level. Since Jin Wushuang obtained it, he had only used it once, in order to suppress Dao Yuanzi, and he had had help from King Luozhan's essence blood to display it. Now, though he had reached the Dao Master level, he still found it very difficult to utilize the mountain river map. Without hesitation, Jin Wushuang quickly took out the mountain river map and handed it to Xian Yi. Master, do I need to cancel my ownership? Jin Wushuang asked. Under normal circumstances, treasures only perform the best in its owner's hands. Since Xian Yi wanted to use the map, Jin Wushuang thought that he might need to cancel his ownership. Cancel your ownership? There's no need. Xian Yi shook his head. If you cancel your ownership, my effort would have been futile. Futile? Jin Wushuang was shocked. He failed to follow his master. Don't worry, just stand here and watch me. Xian Yi did not explain and slowly floated to the midair. Xian Yi floated directly to the void above. He stayed close to the restrictions and stopped before he almost crashed into them. Numerous Green Fire world experts inside the battle fortress had witnessed him. The Celestial Masters and Dao Masters all looked in doubt. What is the master of Jin Wushuang, Master Xian Yi, going to do? He seems to try to destroy the formation, but it's 100,000 miles away. How can he do it inside the battle fortress? I heard that Master Xian Yi plans to destroy the formation just inside the battle fortress. Inside the battle fortress? What are you talking about? The Celestial Masters and Dao Masters all looked in disbelief. All the Palace Masters were stunned and bore doubt in their hearts. Outside the battle fortress, at the core of the black and white vortex, the glamorous woman Jushi and the Gene Kingdom monarch hidden in the dark also noticed the noise in the battle fortress. Despite the cover of the restrictions, they could still faintly see Xian Yi drifting at the edge of them, and even saw Xian Yi's realm. Eternal realm? What is the Green Fire world doing? The Gene Kingdom monarch and Jiao Shi were also baffled. At this time, Xian Yi floated to the void above and flicked his hand. Then, a streak of flowing light shot into the void. That is, the Jin Kingdom monarch and Jiushi both watched the thing Xianyi threw out. It was a marvelous map. Xianyi stretched to unfold the map completely. Then, it instantly merged into the heavens and earth and disappeared. This move seemed quite eccentric. But suddenly, buzz, a strange light shone brightly on the ground, on the vast battlefield. Such a dazzling light attracted all the people present. The Jin Kingdom monarch and Jiushi also looked up. The endless sky above their heads started to change. What? Everyone was eye-widened and full of horror watching the changes in the sky. Even the Jin Kingdom monarch looked horrified at this moment. The vast sky had been completely replaced by a huge and wonderful world scroll. This world scroll seemed endless. The black and white vortex had already expanded a lot, but the world scroll occupied the entire sky. Vast aura spread slowly from within the world scroll. Chapter 1232, Big Move, Part 1. Chapter 1232, Big Move, Part 1. This is... Everyone present widened their eyes and looked at the sky above in horror. They were looking at the huge world scroll. This world had mountains and waters and beautiful sceneries. The most striking thing was the 9 continents that spread over 9 different places, all of which looked real. A horrific and tremulous power spread. The Jin Kingdom monarch shouted, "Divine treasure! This is a chaos divine treasure." The Jin Kingdom monarch also looked unprecedentedly shocked. Even in the eternal chaotic world, only super experts could have one of them. At his level, under normal circumstances, he could only see 1 or 2 of the chaos magic treasures. Now, the world scroll appeared above him was obviously the power of a chaos divine treasure. Humph, so what if it's a chaos divine treasure? It's just someone in the eternal realm. Even if he has a chaos divine treasure, he can't display its full power. I'm afraid he can't depend on it to destroy the enduring samsara formation. Jiushi shouted coolly. Indeed, a chaos divine treasure was indeed strong, but the owner must be capable enough to play its full power. If one could not play the full power, it would still be as useless as eye candy. And just as everyone was in shock, Xianyi, who floated in the void above the battle fortress, smiled slightly. Then, with a flick of the wrist, he threw a strange bead that was as dark as ink. This bead seemed mysterious, and all the people present, including the experienced Gu King, failed to recognize it. Then, the black bead immediately merged into the world scroll. Immediately, the scroll changed. Boom! The huge world scroll let out a sudden roar. In the 4 directions of the world scroll, there were 4 spiraling huge vortexes. After the vortexes stabilized, the energy within them formed 4 giant hands. Then, the hands stretched from within the vortexes toward the enduring samsara formation lightning fast. This is... Jin Wushuang looked at it all in amazement. He has already claimed ownership of the Mountain River map and was familiar with the ability of the Mountain River map. As far as he knew, the most terrifying thing in the Mountain River map was the 9-province seal formed by the 9 continents. But what Xianyi displayed was not something that belonged to the Mountain River map. Jin Wushuang thought it might have something to do with the bead Xianyi threw out. 4 giants' hands suddenly came to the core of the black and white vortex and seized the 4 most important positions of it. These 4 positions were exactly where Jin Wushuang, Sunrise Sword Emperor, and Jin Nanshan stood when they set the quadruple supreme sword formation. This was where the core of the enduring samsara formation laid, but now it was caught by the 4 giant hands. Damn! The glamorous woman, Jiushi's expression changed dramatically. When she saw Xianyi take out the chaos divine treasure, she did not pay much attention. But now the 4 giants had grasped the 4 most important parts of the formation, she became anxious. Master Jin Feng, quickly, destroy these 4 hands. Jiushi shouted repeatedly. All right. The Jin Kingdom monarch that hit at the core of the black and white vortex immediately nodded. He also realized that these 4 giants were really something. If he allowed them to continue, this formation would be in jeopardy. Kill. he shouted coldly, and terrifying power gathered on the spear. Immediately, the spear turned into enlightening and directly slammed against the giant hand closest to him. Bam! With a bang, majestic power suddenly broke out and formed a blast wave, ruthlessly sweeping in all directions. The whole world even seemed trivial in front of this strong power. However, when the bang died on, the black giant hands still firmly clung to the void. Their sizes and power stayed the same as before. How can it be? The Jin Kingdom monarch was shocked. When he struck, he already went all out. But why did he still fail to destroy the black giant hands, or even not weaken them in the least? I won't accept it. The Jin Kingdom monarch looked cold. His golden robe fluttered in the wind, and his eyes flashed with intense lights. Then, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 consecutive lights struck the black giant hand in the same spot. Bam, bam, bam. After 3 loud noises had died down, the black giant hand was still intact. What? He was stunned. He did his best and still failed to destroy this black giant hand? Then, he immediately understood that he could not stop the 4 giant hands. When the 4 black giants seized the 4 voids, bam, roars sounded one after another. The heavens and earth were shaking, and the 4 dark giant hands burst out terrifying power to try to move the enduring samsara formation. Gosh, isn't that crazy? In the battle fortress, countless Green Fire World experts who had witnessed this scene all looked shocked. The enduring samsara formation had been expanding and developing for a year. It had exceeded tens of millions large. It was a huge thing, but now Xianyi actually tried to move this big formation. Master, what is he going to do? Jin Wushuang was in shock. Gu King inside his body stared and exclaimed, Jin Wushuang, your master isn't breaking it. What? Jin Wushuang was shocked. He isn't? Then what's he doing? He tries to refine it. He wants to refine the enduring samsara formation. Gu King sounded shocked. Jin Wushuang widened his eyes. Refining the formation? Refine the enduring samsara formation that had already filled tens of millions of miles? How is this possible? Jin Wushuang was completely shocked. Not only him, Palace Master Yun, who discerned Xianyi's intent, also froze. He didn't break the formation, but chose to refine it straight? How can he do this? This is simply crazy. Palace Master Yun was roaring madly in his heart. At the core of the black and white vortex, Ju Shi looked completely in disbelief. To destroy it by refining it. How does an eternal realm try to refine my enduring samsara formation? Where does this crazy come from? Ju Shi and Palace Master Yun were both confident of the formation. However, Xianyi's method of breaking the formation was completely beyond their imagination, even beyond their understanding of the formation. Chapter 1233, Big Move, Part 2. Chapter 1233, Big Move, Part 2. Crazy. Xianyi's move was crazy in the eyes of many. However, no one could stop his craziness. The 4 black giants firmly grasped the most important 4 parts of the formation. The huge hands moved, and the immense formation actually moved upward gradually. Impossible, Ju Shi screamed. She could not believe her eyes. An eternal realm actually drove this enduring samsara formation that had evolved for a year. One must know that not even the Jin Kingdom monarch was able to move this large formation with all his strength. This, Ju Shi stuttered and could not utter a complete sentence. The 4 giants pulled the whole enduring samsara formation slowly upward. Although it was slow like a snail, it was indeed moving. At this speed, they could pull the formation into the world scroll in at most half of a day. Master wants to pull the enduring samsara formation into the mountain river map and refine it? Jin Wushuang frowned. While the mountain river map is a chaos divine treasure, but it is still hard for it to contain the enduring samsara formation, right? No. At this time, Gu King spoke again, and he sounded even more terrified. Wrong. We guessed wrong. Wrong. Jin Wushuang was in doubt. When I saw him pulling the formation, I thought that he wanted to use the mountain river map to refine it to stop this crisis. But I never expected that your master had such a big move. Gu King was very excited. He is not refining the formation, not from the beginning. He is refining weapons. Refining weapons? Jin Wushuang was shocked. They only wanted to destroy the formation. How did he start to refine weapons? Jin Wushuang, your mountain river map is indeed a chaos divine treasure. However, it's a damaged chaos divine treasure. You know that, right? Gu King said. Yes, indeed. Jin Wushuang immediately nodded, but at the next moment he just trembled. Is it? Jin Wushuang had already thought of a possibility, but this possibility left him in an unprecedented shock. Yes, your master is trying to use the formation to fix the mountain river map. He's refining weapons. He is repairing the mountain river map. Gu King said in a low voice. Hearing this, Jin Wushuang was shocked. He was completely at a loss. The numerous Green Fire World experts, including Palace Master Yun, all failed to touch the formation. But his master not only wanted to destroy, but also use this enduring samsara formation to repair the damaged Chaos Divine Treasure. It was a skill that would startle the universe. In both the Green Fire World and the Eternal Chaotic World, the skill was incredible. Monster. Jin Wushuang, your master is a complete monster, and he must come from the Eternal Chaotic World. If he's born in the Green Fire World, no matter how talented he is, he will never require such refining and formation knowledge. Even the founder of Star Bloodline and the Formation Master King Luozhan can't do this. Your master is definitely a real refining master and a formation powerhouse. Gu King was roaring wildly. Refining master? Formation powerhouse? Jin Wushuang widened his eyes. Master, in the Eternal Chaotic World, only the founder of the Star Bloodline and the 8-star ancient god King Luozhan were qualified to be called masters. Had his master really reached that level in terms of refining and formation? However, although your master possesses great skills, he is indeed only an eternal realm. If his power is only an eternal realm, how could he manage to release a skill like that with his weak body? Gu King added. Jin Wushuang's eyes narrowed. He also thought of this and looked in the direction of Xian Yi. Then, Jin Wushuang's countenance changed greatly. Xian Yi's aura and his vitality were rapidly decreasing. He was losing his energy at an alarming rate. Master! Jin Wushuang immediately exclaimed. I guessed right. Gu King nodded heavily. He not only used his spiritual power, but also his vitality. He let out all his strength to release the skill. When he succeeds, he will decrease. Decease? Jin Wushuang was awestruck. At this time, Xian Yi seemed to notice Jin Wushuang's gaze. He was still pulling the enduring samsara formation. He turned his head slightly and looked at Jin Wushuang. He looked still calm and smiled affectionately. At the same time, his gentle voice rang. My disciple, I will soon disappear, and before that, I will finally give you another creation. Master, Jin Wushuang wanted to say something. Xian Yi lifted his hand to stop him and said seriously, Don't, hurry up and do what I say.
Yes.
Jin Wushuang clasped his hands. Although he was grief-stricken, he suppressed his emotions hard. He knew very clearly that it was not the right time to be emotional. Xian Yi broke the formation at all costs and paved the way for him. He could only inherit the creation-level skill and reach the level his master expected to pay him back. My disciple, I had kept your ownership for this. Xian Yi's voice was solemn. You still control the mountain river map, and through the map, you should be able to sense the essence of the enduring samsara formation. The essence is a huge creation for you. Learn it thoroughly. This is an opportunity one created for you in the Green Fire World. You must cherish it. The Green Fire World's survival depends on you. Chapter 1234, The Ultimate Battle. Chapter 1234, The Ultimate Battle. Depends on me? Hearing Xian Yi, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. The next moment, he sat down directly and closed his eyes. The Green Fire World experts also heard Xian Yi's words and knew that Xian Yi created an opportunity for Jian Wushuang and for the Green Fire World at all costs. Thus, no one dared to disturb Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang immediately started to sense the formation through the mountain river map and the four black giant hands. Only a moment later, he sensed the complete existence of the enduring samsara formation. Before, Jian Wushuang just watched the enduring samsara formation in the distance. He could see that the formation consisted of two extreme energies in circulation. However, he could not see the essence of the two energies. But now, through the mountain river map and the four giant hands that clung to the entire formation, Jian Wushuang saw the two forces clearly. Only for a moment, he saw the essence of two extreme forces. The two forces. So familiar. Familiar. This is the extreme power of the yang and the yin. Jian Wushuang's mind went blank, as if he had been struck by a lightning. He immediately understood why his master said that the essence of the enduring samsara formation was a creation for him. It was indeed a creation, a once-in-a-lifetime creation. It's a combination of the two extreme forces, the yin and the yang. This is exactly the same yin and yang forces of my yin-yang sword principle. Many things instantly crossed Jian Wushuang's mind. The yin-yang sword principle he developed was a perfect combination of yin and yang strength. It is the same. The only difference is that after the combination, the two forces of the yang and the yin in the formation formed a circulation and reached a balanced state. They are in a unique state, which is the very samsara. Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes, which were full of intense light. I understand. I finally understand. A perfect combination of the two extreme yin and yang forces is samsara. When yin-yang sword principle reaches its peak, it becomes the samsara sword principle. Samsara. Jian Wushuang clenched both hands. He had devised 3 sword principles, among which the swordplay of coalescence and the space-time sword principle were already the strongest sword principles. However, he never had improved the yin-yang sword principle and even failed to know how. Now he realized that, beyond yin and yang, it was samsara. The samsara sword principle. Jian Wushuang roared in his heart and closed his eyes. He became completely absorbed in the circulation of the enduring samsara formation. He already had a hunch that, as long as he understood the structure of the circulatory state, his space-time sword principle could be truly transformed into a samsara sword principle. At this moment, Jian Wushuang had cleared his head and became fully engaged in meditation. At the core of the black and white vortex, Jushi watched the formation being pulled into the world scroll but could do nothing. Jin Feng, do something? Jushi urged. Humph, you devised the formation. Not even you can stop it. What am I going to do? The Jin Kingdom monarch's face fell. He had just tried his best to stop, but soon realized he had no chance to stop the 4 giant hands at all. It looks like that this formation will vanish soon. In the eyes of the Jin Kingdom monarch, there was a rush of coldness. He originally wanted to completely destroy the Green Fire World and all the experts in the battle fortress so that he could keep the entire battlefield to himself. But now, this plan was going to fail. The Jin Kingdom soldiers and strength were much stronger than those of the Green Fire World. He was supposed to destroy the Green Fire World. However, he could not kill all of their experts. At most, he could destroy the Green Fire World, but he could not kill all of their experts. Their experts could take shelter in the battle fortress. In the future, when he started to search for the treasures on this battlefield after the end of the war, those surviving experts might come out and cause troubles. These ants in the Green Fire World are really stubborn. Since I can't kill them all at once, then I have to wipe out the Green Fire World first. As for the remaining experts, I'll deal with them later. The Jin Kingdom monarch decided. Immediately he sent a message to the Jin Kingdom experts in the spaceship far away from the battlefield. He had ordered them to act. In moments, a large number of Jin Kingdom experts flew out from the spaceship. There were at least several thousand of them. Among them, even the weakest ones were celestial masters, and there were more than 100 universe masters. This was Gene Kingdom's real strength. It was obviously different from the previous tentative attack. This time, it was the real ultimate battle. The Gene Kingdom was determined to destroy the Green Fire World this time. When the Gene Kingdom experts flew out of the spaceship, the Green Fire World experts in the Battle Fortress all noticed it. Even Palace Masters, including Samsara Temple Master and Void Temple Master, all looked grave at the sight of the rushing Gene Kingdom army. The final battle is finally coming. Palace Masters such as Samsara Temple Master and Void Temple Master all looked stern. The Green Fire World experts looked grave as well. Actually, if the enduring Samsara formation was destroyed in the end, they could totally take shelter inside the Battle Fortress, where the Gene Kingdom experts would never break into. Nevertheless, they all knew they could not avoid this war. After all, behind the Battle Fortress was the Green Fire World. If they did not fight, the Green Fire World would be finished. Their loved ones and good friends would be slaughtered by the Gene Kingdom. Billions of people in the Green Fire World and countless creatures would be killed. The land where they grew up and their homes would disappear completely. They had no choice. They had to fight. Before the Gene Kingdom army marched into the Green Fire World, they must stop them at all costs. Fight! 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 Numerous Green Fire World experts gathered on the perimeter of the Battle Fortress. The Tao Masters had already formed a tactical formation, determined. Chapter 1235, Blood Fire Elixir. Chapter 1235, Blood Fire Elixir. Palace Master Yun, are the seeds of our Green Fire World ready? Samsara Temple Master looked at Palace Master Yun next to him. They're ready. Palace Master Yun replied with a serious nod. We have selected 1 million disciples from various forces, populations, and countries on Void Continent and Samsara Continent. We have accommodated them in a specially reserved place. We've opened our portal so that they can be transferred here anytime. 1 million? Samsara Temple Master and the other palace masters around him were dumbfounded. In the face of this type of calamity, they must prepare for the worst. 1 million genius disciples might seem adequate, but they were actually insignificant in the entire Green Fire World. One must know that on the Samsara Continent, some medium populations might have a population of more than 1 million. This was the best they could do. They could not get everyone inside the Battle Fortress. It could not hold that many people, but 1 million at most. Thus, they only chose some promising junior disciples. Palace Master Yun, I'll leave these disciples to you. Samsara Temple Master said in a low voice. If we win, then everything will be fine. But if we lose, the Green Fire World will die, and we will all die fighting. You must train these young disciples. In the future, you'll continue to fight the Gene Kingdom and bestow our wrath on them. Even if we're trapped beasts, we won't leave the Gene Kingdom peaceful on this battlefield in the following long years. I want to see those Gene Kingdom experts forever suffering from our wrath. I know. Palace Master Yun nodded gravely. They had already discussed the final battle. In this battle, all the top experts in the Green Fire World would fight with the Gene Kingdom, but however, Palace Master Yun had to stay. He had to govern the Battle Fortress and prepare for a future counterattack. Finishing his words, Samsara Temple Master took out 2 red gold elixirs. I have 2 elixirs. Samsara Temple Master spoke. These 2 red gold elixirs smelled disgusting like the smell of blood. Other palace masters all looked at the 2 elixirs. This elixir is called the Blood Fire Elixir. A long time ago, I found it on this battlefield and I got 4 of them. Samsara Temple Master continued, 5 million years ago, our Green Fire Palace has fought against them fiercely. We were supposed to lose that battle. In the end, we won and killed the Gene Kingdom Monarch's 1 consciousness doppelganger because our then 2 palace masters consumed Blood Fire Elixirs. The Blood Fire Elixir will burn your cultivation and life so that you can put up a fierce fight. Of course, it can also make you have a greater strength in a short time. Now there are 2 blood fire elixirs left. I will take one of them. I wonder who wants to take the other. Samsara Temple Master smiled and looked around. Other palace masters all frowned. The blood fire elixir was so deadly that even these palace masters were a bit scared. But at this time, 3 figures darted out. They were Void Temple Master, Tang Emperor, and Red Lotus Palace Master. Perhaps those newly born palace masters feared this elixir, but they would not hesitate. Why? Are you 2 going to take away my elixir? Samsara Temple Master looked at the person next to Tang Emperor and Red Lotus Palace Master. Haha, I've already seen my best days. I'll never compare with the Jin Kingdom Monarch. Now there's this opportunity for me to do something helpful. How will I give up? Tang Emperor smiled. I've lived my life. If I have one chance to surge my strength before I die, I'll happily take it. Red Lotus Palace Master also laughed. Void Temple Master, Tang Emperor, and Red Lotus Palace Master had prepared to die. Although they sounded casual, every one of them knew what it meant to swallow the elixir. Their strength would soar rapidly, but they would pay with their lives. Time waits for no one. I'll be the judge. Void, you've lived long like me, and your strength is better. I'll give you the elixir. We'll make the Jin Kingdom hurt. Samsara Temple Master said. Sure. Void Temple Master smiled and took the blood fire elixir. Tang Emperor and Red Lotus Palace Master exchanged glances and both sighed. Void, after I swallow the blood fire elixir, I will hold back the Jin Kingdom as long as possible. Then, when you've swallowed the elixir, you'll kill as many Jin Kingdom experts as possible. As for the remaining experts, you'll need to gain us time as well. We have to hold on until Jian Wushuang wakes up. Samsara Temple Master said solemnly. The present palace masters looked at Jian Wushuang unanimously. During their discussion, Jian Wushuang was still meditating. Seeing him, the palace masters all smiled. They knew very clearly that Jian Wushuang would be their last hope. As long as Jian Wushuang broke through, they would have the chance to turn the tables on the Jin Kingdom. Samsara Temple Master, the Jin Kingdom experts will soon bypass the battle fortress. Another palace master reminded. Samsara Temple Master's face became cold. If that's the case, let's fight to the death. Green Fire World soldiers, let's kill. Samsara Temple Master shouted the word, kill, emotionlessly. The soldiers in the battle fortress all echoed him roaring. Kill, kill, kill. Their roaring could almost shake the world. On the perimeter of Battle Fortress, a portal leading to the outside appeared. In the Green Fire World, except Jian Wushuang and Palace Master Yun, all the top experts, all Palace Masters, Celestial Masters, and Dao Masters did not flinch from their enemies. Following Samsara Temple Master and Void Temple Master through the portal, they rushed outside to confront the Jin Kingdom army. Everyone had prepared to die. Everyone was crazy. They must fight against the Jin Kingdom to the death. Chapter 1236, Fight to the Death. Chapter 1236, Fight to the Death. Kill. With bursts of screaming, the Green Fire World experts ran out through the portal. The Palace Masters led the way. A number of Celestial Masters were in the middle of the parade, and finally, numerous Dao Masters in back formed tactical formations. Like a group of wasps, they flocked to the army of the Jin Kingdom. Oh, they actually came out? Hovering in the void, the Jin Kingdom monarch watched all this with a hint of a smile on his lips. He had been trying to find ways to kill all the Green Fire World experts inside the battle fortress. He wanted to get rid of any possible future trouble when he searched for treasure on this battlefield. However, now, they came out on their own. Well, if that's the case, I would have saved a lot of troubles. He smirked and immediately ordered, kill them all. The Jin Kingdom army shouted receiving this order. They all looked very excited and bloodthirsty. They had been going in the direction of the Green Fire World. Now they immediately changed the direction and rushed toward the Green Fire World experts who just came out of the battle fortress. The two unmatched armies confronted in moments. Boom, 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 boom. The thunder of roars sounded in the sky. The space shattered directly, and a large number of blast wave formed a horrible storm, rampant in the world. In the first round of confrontation, numerous experts from both parties died. Even 4 universe masters were killed on the spot. Humph! Samsara Temple Master was covered under a black armor. His body expanded and transformed into an ancient, fierce beast. He snorted and slammed his giant hand. Splash! A lightning-fast claw cracked the world and torn a universe master apart in its way. All the Gene Kingdom bastards should die. Covered in his black armor and overwhelming killing intent, Samsara Temple Master led the troops. He stormed through the Gene Kingdom troops and had been unstoppable everywhere. Besides Samsara Temple Master, Void Temple Master bore the same overwhelming killing intent. He held 2 gold wheels and had turned them into 2 flashes of lightning, sailing in the void and targeting at 2 universe masters. The 2 universe masters panicked and immediately tried their best to ward off the flashes of lightning, but still, one of them was seriously injured and even lost an arm. In a green robe, the indifferent and serious Jian Nantian stared coldly at a Gene Kingdom universe master in his way and raised his long sword. Dream chasing, Jian Nantian murmured. An explicable dreamy atmosphere spread out. It felt sorrowful, ethereal, but at the same time, it was so sharp that no one could stop it. Jian Nantian used to use the dream chasing to crush every obstacle in his way and reach the heaven-ceasing peak to find Jiwuming when the ancient demon clan were chasing after him. Now, he played the swordplay once again. Clang! An icy sword light shot out, without any trace of strong power. It silently appeared in front of the Gene Kingdom opponent and then glided over him. With a streak of red color, the body of the Gene Kingdom Universe Master quietly fell down. Splash! A huge blood river pervaded the entire battlefield. Red Lotus Palace Master's eyes flashed fiercely. He was burning spiritual power to support the entire Juyu realm, trying to put any much pressure as possible on the Gene Kingdom experts. Of course, they were not alone. The Green Fire World experts had all tried their best by now. One by one, they rushed forward and fought the enemy fiercely. They were all trying their best, all of them. But at this moment, the Gene Kingdom monarch in the distance glanced at the huge battlefield in front of him. He slightly tilted his mouth and suddenly sprang out. He was extremely good at hiding himself. In the entire Green Fire world, nothing could detect him except Jian Wushuang's strength of soul. But now Jian Wushuang was meditating, thus no one was watching him anymore. Swoosh! He showed up on the battlefield out of thin air and happened to appear behind a Green Fire World Palace Master. It was Palace Master Su Qian. He was the upper elder of the Blood Azura clan on Samsara continent and was also Su Rose Master. He used to be a celestial master in Exceptional Realm. Later, he got a Nirvana elixir and became a universe master. At this moment on the battlefield, Su Qian's long hair scattered and his eyes were scarlet. He was fighting fiercely against the Gene Kingdom enemies. However, the Gene Kingdom monarch showed up so suddenly that Su Qian did not have the time to react. The monarch stabbed him in the chest. Before he made any sound, his life vanished. Palace Master Su Qian. The surrounding Green Fire World experts noticed him and became terrified. Be careful, it is the Gene Kingdom monarch. He came, run quickly. Roars sounded on the battlefield. Samsara Temple Master and Void Temple Master witnessed the killing as well. Samsara. Void Temple Master groaned. Leave him to me. Samsara Temple Master grunted. His eyes were the only things that were not covered under his armor. Now they turned red. He opened his mouth and slammed the blood fire elixir into his stomach. He shook and doubled his body in size. Under the black armor, his face was completely distorted. His veins on the forehead, the arms, all bulged viciously. His pupils turned into blood red like a blood sea. At this moment, Samsara Temple Master had completely transformed into an ancient fierce beast. He fixed his blood sea-like eyes upon the Jin Kingdom monarch in the distance, and at the next moment he dashed out overwhelmingly. The Jin Kingdom monarch. Teeth gritted. Samsara Temple Master's endless resentment sounded throughout the battlefield. After the Jin Kingdom monarch casually killed Palace Master Su Qian, he looked at the nearby Red Lotus Palace Master. Red Lotus Palace could control the Jiuyu realm and put great realm pressure on the Jin Kingdom. At that moment, the Jin Kingdom monarch was about to kill Red Lotus Palace Master as he killed Palace Master Su Qian. But at this time, the resentful voice arrived. Chapter 1237. Combine 3 Strongest Sword Principles. Chapter 1237. Combine 3 Strongest Sword Principles. Well, just as the Jin Kingdom turned around, he saw the Samsara Temple Master turned black fierce beast going at him. He squinted and drew the long spear and penetrated the void easily. Boom! A fierce roar sounded. He felt a huge force coming through the spear. He looked slightly surprised and immediately took a few steps back. After a while, he managed to get back on his feet again. Then, the Jin Kingdom monarch immediately looked at Samsara Temple Master. A universe master has actually forced me back? Interesting. The Jin Kingdom monarch smirked. I wonder what kind of elixir you swallowed or what secret skill you used. Samsara Temple Master fixed his red eyes upon the Jin Kingdom monarch but did not answer the question. Instead, he shouted coolly, "The Jin Kingdom monarch, go to hell." Boom! Samsara Temple Master once again rushed forward. This time he turned into a huge black mountain. Terrifying power burst out again. Well, the power is not bad, but tell me, how long can you last in this state? The Jin Kingdom monarch smirked and then rushed toward him. Bam! The Jin Kingdom monarch once again confronted Samsara Temple Master, but this time Samsara Temple Master was knocked around. Although Samsara Temple Master had swallowed the blood fire elixir and greatly increased his power, but he was still only a universe master who could not compare to the Jin Kingdom monarch. At most, he could only take a few blows from the latter. However, his armor was really endurable. Therefore, he managed to have taken a few more blows from the Jin Kingdom monarch. In that way, at the very least, the Jin Kingdom monarch could not fight as freely as he wanted. Moreover, with help from the Green Fire World experts, he could gain more time by holding up the Jin Kingdom monarch. When the two camps fought, in the battle fortress, Jin Wushuang still sat there, eyes closed. He was still meditating on the enduring samsara formation. During the meditation, he resolved many doubts and started to see clearly how the swordplay of yin-yang evolved. At last, balance, this is the balance. Yin and yang combine to form an endless circulation. I've devised the samsara sword principle. Boom! A horrible sword essence rose from him. Similar to the enduring samsara formation, they both contained 2 extreme forces. These 2 extreme forces had been perfectly combined to form a complete circulation. And this circulation built the endless samsara. Since then, after the coalescent sword principle and space-time sword principle, Jin Wushuang had finally created the 3rd strongest sword principle, the samsara sword principle. Just after inventing the samsara sword principle, he immediately discovered that the 3 most powerful sword principles had already begun to merge. Yes, they were merging. Back then, Jin Wushuang spent a lot of time and energy trying to find a way to integrate them, but in vain. Now, when he finally devised the samsara sword principle, these 3 strongest sword principles automatically begin to merge. Merge the sword principles and acquire the immortal Dharma body. This is the road to be a celestial master. They just integrate. Gu King, who was in Jin Wushuang's body, also noticed the change and could not help but secretly exclaim. He just devised the 3rd strongest sword principle, and they immediately began to merge. This was too coincidental. No, this is no coincidence. Gu King shook his head. Back then, when the ultimate war was about to start, he has already begun to try to integrate them. He must have wanted to break through before the final battle, but he didn't. Not that he didn't want to, but he couldn't have done it. He used to be at a loss because it seemed impossible to make the coalescent sword principle and the space-time sword principle integrate. But now, when he devised the samsara sword principle, the three strongest sword principles immediately began to merge. This is no coincidence. This is the characteristics of the samsara sword principle itself. Samsara is about integrating two extreme forces and maintaining a balanced circulation. This principle is consistent with the integration of the three strongest sword principles. Gu King immediately understood. The samsara sword principle was supposed to blend two extreme forces into a perfectly balanced circulation. The three sword principles would be perfectly balanced as well. Their nature was exactly the same. Jian Wushuang devised the samsara sword principle, and at the same time realized the combination law of sword principle. Therefore, his three strongest sword principles naturally began to merge because everything had fallen into place. Combine three strongest sword principles and acquire the immortal Dharma body. How strong would the immortal Dharma body be? He's actually an inverse cultivator. Gu King clasped his hands firmly, and his heart was filled with wild expectations. He couldn't help but look at the mysterious Xianyi above and became more shocked. In his eyes, Jian Wushuang was a 100% monster with enormous potential. Now he had merged the three strongest sword principles. His future would be more promising. Gu King had witnessed Jian Wushuang's growth all the way and had expected the fusion of the three strongest sword principles. However, Xianyi was different. He was greatly shocked by Xianyi's skill today. Xianyi, he is really in defiance of the natural order. It seems that he simply wanted to pull the enduring samsara formation into the map. However, in fact, he has killed three birds with one stone. First, he saved the green fire world from the enduring samsara formation. Second, he has repaired the mountain river map for Jian Wushuang. Last, he also created a great creation, a rare opportunity for Jian Wushuang. These three results are all part of his plan. If Jian Wushuang manages to save the green fire world in the end, it will be the fourth bird of his plan. I used to follow King Luozhen in the eternal chaotic world and have seen a lot of great powerhouses display many skills, but it was rare to see skills like Xianyi's. He's really great. Jian Wushuang's master is really great. Gu King thought and could not help but admire Xianyi in his heart. At this moment, his three strongest sword principles had begun to merge because of the invention of the samsara sword principle. In a short period of time, they had been completely integrated, and then his transformation began. Chapter 1238. Leave early. Chapter 1238. Leave early. Martial arts cultivation was about accumulating. A Tao master only needed to develop a Tao that belonged to himself. A celestial master, however, needed to combine three Taos to form an immortal Dharma body. The immortal Dharma body transformed one's body. Since Jian Wushuang's three strongest sword principles had been merged, his body naturally began to turn. The transformation was fundamental. Jian Wushuang kept his eyes closed, but at this moment he could clearly feel his body undergoing major changes. His flesh and blood, his bones and countless cells throughout his body were all strengthening in every second. This feeling, Jian Wushuang felt comfortable and happy. He immersed himself in this transformation. However, on the battlefield outside, the two camps were still fighting brutally. It had almost a quarter since the beginning of the battle. During the time, countless Green Fire World experts madly fought against the Jin Kingdom soldiers. They had been desperately resisting the Jin Kingdom's attack. Countless experts had deceased consequently. There used to be 1,000 battle formations formed by Tao masters when they left the battle fortress. Now, after a quarter, less than 300 of them remained. In other words, 700 battle formations had already broken down. As soon as a battle formation was torn apart, most of the Tao masters were ruthlessly killed by the Jin Kingdom. Only less than 10% of the experts luckily escaped and returned to the battle fortress. After that, without a recovery, they would immediately form a new battle formation with other remaining Tao Masters. When the new battle formation was formed, they would immediately set off again. The previous 1,200 Celestial Masters had also decreased to less than 500 of them. The remaining Celestial Masters, although heavily injured in body and strength, still fought on. As long as they survived, they would do their utmost to make the Gene Kingdom suffer. As for the Palace Masters at the level of Universe Master, nearly half of them had died. The remaining Universe Masters went on killing. Kill them all. The whole world darkened because of the terrifying killing. On the vast battlefield, there had been numerous bodies beyond recognition. The entire ground was covered in blood like a blood sea. It was appalling. Boom! A thunderous sound banged. With the bang, a blast wave spread. A nearby Green Fire World Celestial Master and 2 Gene Kingdom Celestial Masters did not dodge it. Within the range of the blast wave's power, they were smashed into blood fog and floated downward. Humph! Fully covered in a black armor, Samsara Temple Master grunted like an ancient fierce beast. He tried hard to slow his pace in the void. His face was still red, and his face under the black armor had been distorted completely. At the same time, he was also quivering with rage, as if he could collapse at any time. Go on, don't stop. Sneering in the void, the Gene Kingdom Monarch held his spear calmly, tongue in cheek. Samsara Temple Master had been fighting against him. Now, Samsara Temple Master had obviously stretched to the limit. However, the Gene Kingdom Monarch looked as calm as ever, and his aura was still great and aggressive. Seeing this, Samsara Temple Master bit his lips. His eyes were filled with endless anger and unwillingness. Is this my best? Although unwilling to admit it, Samsara Temple Master knew very clearly about his current state. The blood fire elixir's strength almost ran out, and his life was drawing to an end. Now, he could only strike one more time. Ha ha! Samsara Temple Master suddenly raised his head and laughed heartily. He laughed hysterically but looked more determined than ever. On the battlefield, all Green Fire World experts turned their heads hearing Samsara Temple Master laugh. Void, Tang Emperor, Red Lotus, and everyone in the Green Fire World. Samsara will leave early. When he finished, the aura surged. Once again, he rushed toward the Gene Kingdom Monarch like a fierce beast. The last counterattack before you die? The Gene Kingdom Monarch made fun of him and was ready to kill Samsara Temple Master once and for all. However, by the time Samsara Temple Master approached, before the Gene Kingdom Monarch struck, burst. A roar rang through the void, followed by a thunderous bang. One of the oldest palace masters in the Green Fire World, Samsara Temple Master, blew up himself. Seeing this, the Green Fire World experts were all crying in their hearts. Their hearts ached so much that they seemed to bleed with endless grief. But soon, they turned this grief into bitter feelings of resentment. Then they did their utmost to make the Gene Kingdom experts suffer. Kill this bunch of bastards. Gene Kingdom, prepare to die. Roars resounded through heaven and earth. The already fierce battlefield became crazier. Samsara. Void Temple Master stood in the void and watched Samsara Temple Master explode. He was shaking. Then, he took out his blood fire elixir. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. As soon as he swallowed the blood fire elixir, his aura also skyrocketed. Gene Kingdom. Resentfully, Void Temple Master directly rushed toward the Gene Kingdom Monarch. Having been affected by the explosion of Samsara Temple Master, the Gene Kingdom Monarch stopped briefly to collect himself as Void Temple Master rushed toward him. Again? Humph. The Gene Kingdom Monarch was finally provoked. He immediately struck out. Although he was not as good as Samsara Temple Master, he did try his best to gain them more time with the help of the blood fire elixir. After a while, bang! Another violent explosion sounded. Brother Samsara, I'll go with you. Following Samsara Temple Master, Void Temple Master exploded himself as well. Both two overlords on the Green Fire World had fallen. At the moment, in the battle fortress, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the ground. Finally, he was in the final step of the transformation. Chapter 1239. Fury makes you lose it. Chapter 1239. Fury makes you lose it. Inside the battle fortress. Bam! Jian Wushuang had been violently shaking, but now, he finally quieted down. After he fully calmed himself, Jian Wushuang's body took on a faint golden glow. This golden glow came with expansive aura. This is the divine light? Gu King was shocked. How is it possible? Didn't he combine 3 strongest sword principles and acquire the immortal Dharma body? How can there be a divine light? Didn't he cultivate the immortal divine body instead of the immortal Dharma body? Knowledgeable as Gu King, he could not help but find Jian Wushuang's change shocking. Combine the sword principles, cultivate the immortal Dharma body, and finally become a celestial master. After that, transform the immortal Dharma body for the second time. Form the immortal divine body, and become a universe master. The body of a universe master was already a real-deal divine body. But now, Jian Wushuang's body took on a golden divine light, which only belonged to an immortal divine body. After the transformation, Jian Wushuang's body had exceeded the immortal Dharma body and became an immortal divine body. With the immortal divine body, Jian Wushuang did not fall into the category of celestial master anymore, but a universe master. He had become a universe master in leaps and bounds? Is that what an inverse cultivator can do? Gu King gasped. In addition, he not only transformed his body, but also the soul fire within his sea of consciousness. The soul fire inside him had been very fragile, but after the transformation, the soul fire was more than 10 times stronger than before. The soul power was completely transformed as well. Inside the battle fortress, sitting on the ground cross-legged, Jian Wushuang finally opened his eyes. At the moment, a fierce light shot out. It was so sharp that it could even chill a universe master's bones. Then, the fierce light directly tore apart the void in its way. Jian Wushuang slowly stood up, and he heard his bones crackling. He had not sat for a long time, but he felt as if he had been sitting for hundreds of millions of years. Jian Wushuang, how are you feeling now? Gu King suddenly asked. How am I feeling now? Jian Wushuang paused and continued, I feel very strong. Strong? Gu King was dazed. However, Jian Wushuang just ignored him and flew out. Soon, he showed up outside the battle fortress. Jian Wushuang appeared on the battlefield. He stood in the void on the top and brought forth the strength of soul from his sea of consciousness. Immediately, he had covered the vast battlefield with his soul power. Everyone and everything on the battlefield were projected in his mind. At the same time, people on the battlefield immediately spotted him. Jian Wushuang. Palace Master Wushuang. It is Palace Master Wushuang. On the battlefield, numerous people exclaimed and fixed their eyes on Jian Wushuang. Shuanger. At the core of the battlefield, a cyan-dressed man who was surrounded by 4 universe masters looked up in the direction of Jian Wushuang. This man was no other than Jian Wushuang's master, Jian Nantian. At this moment, only his upper half-body remained. His legs had been cut off. However, he still managed to fight against 4 Jin Kingdom universe masters. When he saw Jian Wushuang, he smiled thoughtfully. Jian Wushuang, the white-haired Tang Emperor, who grew a cinnabar mole between his eyebrows, was covered in blood. His aura had decreased to the lowest point. The elixir's strength and his resentment supported him to continue killing. At this moment, Tang Emperor also looked at Jian Wushuang. On the ground below, Emperor Shao, who had broken through to be a celestial master, laid in a pool of blood. Only half of his body remained, but he managed to survive. He was trying his best to heal himself, in order to get on the battlefield again, to kill the Jin Kingdom experts again. When Jian Wushuang walked out of the battle fortress, Emperor Shao saw him too. Jian Wushuang, my good son-in-law, you finally wake up. In a place on the battlefield, A man and a woman were leaning against each other. Around them, 13 Jin Kingdom experts gathered. They were Yang Zishuan and Su Ro. Yang Zishuan had completely changed to a dragon man. Su Ro had opened her Azura eyes as well. Their auras looked weak. Obviously, they had reached a point where they could not carry on. But now, they all saw Jian Wushuang in the distance. Then, Yang Zishuan and Su Ro both smiled. "Brother, we've been waiting for you for a long time." Covered in blood, a man beyond recognition stood in the center of the battlefield. He held a saber in one hand and a battle axe in the other. He used 2 magic weapons to fight against the Jin Kingdom experts. He was Jian Wushuang's senior brother, Xueling Tian. Xueling Tian used sabers. The battle axe he held used to belong to the deceased Bai Hu. Among Jian Wushuang's 3 senior brothers, only Xueling Tian survived. "Junior brother, it's your turn." Jian Wushuang, Palace Master Wushuang. Everyone from the Green Fire world looked at Jian Wushuang. He was their last hope. Jian Wushuang had witnessed everything on the battlefield. He saw their weak auras, their moanings, and lingering hope. He could even hear the whole Green Fire world roaring. At the same time, he also sensed the already lost, disappeared auras. Samsara Temple Master, Void Temple Master, Red Lotus Palace Master, Jian Wushuang murmured. Third Senior Brother, Emperor Yun, Huaqiong, Palace Master Su Qian, Patriarch of Empyrean Glory, and Ape Celestial Master. "Do we lost all of them?" Jian Wushuang clenched both hands, and his heart was beating violently. Boom, 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 boom. His heart beat like a drum. Gradually, Jian Wushuang's face was twisting. "The Jin Kingdom." Jian Wushuang roared. Even his soul spat these 2 words. Fury. Unprecedented fury filled Jian Wushuang's mind and soul in an instant. Fury could make him lose it. Chapter 1240. One stroke that could crumble the world. Chapter 1240. One stroke that could crumble the world. The Jin Kingdom. A thunder of roar echoed in the ears of all Jin Kingdom experts. They all looked up and noticed Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, holding a spear in the center of the battlefield. The Jin Kingdom monarch saw Jian Wushuang and squinted. He could sense the change of aura on Jian Wushuang. Has he broken through? But the battle will end soon. He is late. The Jin Kingdom monarch was highly confident. In this ultimate battle, the Green Fire world was actually in a disadvantaged position. Now, they were even more imperiled. Only a small number of Green Fire world experts were still struggling. At this time, even if he broke through, even if he was able to compete with him, so what? The die was cast. How can Jian Wushuang alone change anything? But at this moment, under everyone's eyes, Jian Wushuang shook. In his sea of consciousness, the improved soul fire had been burning wildly. In an instant, immense soul power poured out like a tide. Clang! Immaterial soul power swept in all directions and covered the entire battlefield like a realm. All experts on the battlefield could clearly sense a force around themselves. This kind of power was strange and unreachable, but they could feel the existence of this power. What is he going to do? Many experts on the battlefield looked doubtful and failed to understand Jian Wushuang's behaviors. At this moment, Jian Wushuang looked ferocious with his immense killing intent. He coldly stared at the Jin Kingdom experts on the battlefield. All Jin Kingdom experts die. Just at the moment when he finished his sentence, the soul power that had filled the entire battlefield burst out to form numerous soul spikes. Then, they directly rushed to the nearest Jin Kingdom experts. Massacre. This was the largest massacre with the soul power. Only people who had ignited their soul fire and improved it to a certain level could do this. Before the transformation, he couldn't display it. But when he had combined the 3 strongest sword principles, he had greatly improved his soul fire. Now, it was time to exert himself to display the move. This move affected the entire battlefield. It affected all Jin Kingdom experts on the battlefield. The move contained the entire green fire world's endless fury and the resentment that accumulated over the past 5 million years. The move was the biggest counterattack Jian Wushuang performed at the brink of the fall of the green fire world. It was one stroke that could crumble the world. The soul spikes formed by the soul power swept every Jin Kingdom experts on the battlefield. Then, they instantly pierced their skins. Buzz. Everything was quiet. The soul power attack was supposed to be silent, without any noise. In the silence, the remaining nearly 2,000 Jin Kingdom experts on the battlefield widened their eyes. Celestial Masters and Universe Masters all gawked and froze in the middle of the air. No one spoke, and no one made a sound. The entire battlefield fell silent. This strange scene left the Green Fire World experts in great shock. What happened? What happened to the Jin Kingdom experts? Why are they frozen? People was puzzled and in doubt. All the Jin Kingdom experts' time seemed to pause. Of course, this pause only lasted for a moment. Soon, Red's now king in the crowd quickly regained his consciousness. Consciousness attack, a strong consciousness attack. Red's now king secretly admired and turned around. You? Behind the Red Snow King, there were supposed to be several celestial masters in exceptional realm. However, when Red's now king turned around, he grew pale. He found they were quiet. Dead? Red's now king was startled. However, this was just the beginning. Buzz. When the soul power completely dispersed, the world became audible again. But at the next moment, a creepy scene appeared. In the void on the battlefield, splash, numerous bodies fell to the ground like raindrops. After that, there was no more noise. Too many bodies had fallen to the ground. Originally, there were nearly 2,000 Jin Kingdom experts on the battlefield, but now, 9/10 of them had turned into raindrops that fell to the ground. Only those stronger universe masters remained above in the void. Within moments, among a large number of Jin Kingdom experts, only several top experts remained. Deafening silence. The vast world fell completely silent. No sound was heard. The remaining Jin Kingdom experts on the battlefield and many unaffected Green Fire World experts all looked scared, even stunned. They all stared at the ground below. None of the Jin Kingdom experts who fell to the ground rose up again. They stayed there forever. Dead. They are all dead. A Green Fire World murmured. All Jin Kingdom experts who fell to the ground died. None of them survived. There had nearly been 2,000 experts. In an instant, only a few dozens of universe masters lasted. All celestial masters had all deceased. No. Impossible. Dream. This must be a dream. I don't accept this. When the remaining Jin Kingdom experts finally collected themselves, they screamed and roared. They were roaring in disbelief. Even the calm Jin Kingdom monarch looked terrified in disbelief. His 2,000 celestial masters were killed in an instant. What was this skill? How did Jian Wushuang manage to use this skill? How could he utilize such an incredible skill? How did he do it? Chapter 1241, Jian Wushuang and the Jin Kingdom Monarch. Chapter 1241, Jian Wushuang and the Jin Kingdom Monarch. No. The remaining Jin Kingdom Universe Masters on the entire battlefield were all caught in an unprecedented horror. Jian Wushuang's move was terrifying. He used only one move to kill all their celestial masters. Although for the Jin Kingdom, Universe Masters were their pillars. However, after the war, when they started to search for treasures on this battlefield, they would need a large number of celestial masters. But now, the celestial masters had all been wiped out. How could they stay calm? And what was more horrifying was Jian Wushuang's incredible skill. Contrary to the Jin Kingdom, the Green Fire World rejoiced over the massacre. 2,000 celestial masters had been killed in an instant. One must know that only less than 200 Green Fire World celestial masters remained. They had been using battle formations to make up for their strength gaps. But now, all Jin Kingdom celestial masters were dead. This alone pulled back the green fire world from the crisis of destruction. In this ultimate battle, they finally saw the stroke of dawn. Schwanger. Jin Nantian clasped his hands firmly and his eyes sparkled with unprecedented surprises. One must know that the one launched the overwhelming move was his son. Jin Wushuang. Tang Emperor, Emperor Xiao, Xueling Tian, Yang Zishuan, and Su Rou all became excited again. They knew that Jin Wushuang would never let them down. Above the void, Jin Wushuang hovered, emotionlessly. He just slaughtered so many Jin Kingdom celestial masters, but did not feel pity at all. As he said before, all Jin Kingdom experts must die. Gu King inside his body secretly admired. It's a soul outclass. Under normal circumstances, only the founder of the Star Bloodline and King Luozhen can use the skill. He actually utilized it when he's only a universe master. What an inverse cultivator. He's ignited the fire of soul as a Dao master. Incredible. If he keeps improving his soul power, in the future, when he reaches the level of the founder of the Star Bloodline and King Luozhen, how strong will his soul power be? Formidable. A formidable inverse cultivator. Gu King knew very well how demanding Jin Wushuang's previous move was. However, being an inverse cultivator, Jin Wushuang ignited the soul power as a Dao master and managed to exert that skill as a universe master. And this skill had directly wiped out all the Jin Kingdom celestial masters on the battlefield. In an instant, the situation completely changed. Of course, although the situation had been reversed, it did not mean the green fire world was already safe. After all, Jin Wushuang only killed the Jin Kingdom celestial masters. Their universe masters and the supreme monarch remained intact. Swoosh! Under the eyes of everyone, Jin Wushuang dashed and crossed over a half of the battlefield. Then, he appeared in front of the Jin Kingdom monarch. Jin Kingdom monarch. Jin Wushuang sounded cold. Jin Wushuang. Likewise, the Jin Kingdom monarch's eyes flashed with coldness. Just now, the Jin Kingdom monarch saw Jin Wushuang and did not pay much attention because he thought it would not change anything even if he had broken through. However, in a short period of time, Jin Wushuang proved him wrong. He alone was able to change the situation. Humph! The Jin Kingdom monarch snorted. In his eyes, there was immense killing intent, and at the next moment, he moved. A harsh wind-breaking sound rang. The Jin Kingdom monarch showed up in front of Jin Wushuang. The black spear held by him took on a dark glow and overwhelming strong power. It rushed toward Jin Wushuang's chest. Splash! It pierced through the void. A hole that covered a range of thousands of miles formed. At the core of this big hole, a streak of bright black light rose up. Seeing this, Jin Wushuang squinted and did not draw a sword or perform any swordsmanship to resist. Just when the black flowing light was less than 1 meter away from him, he finally lifted his hand. He caught the flowing light with his mighty right hand. Boom! The power that could easily wipe out a universe master burst out, but Jin Wushuang still clenched the streak of light in his palm. He did not release his hands until the power in the flowing light completely dissipated. What? Even the Jin Kingdom monarch was shocked. Jin Wushuang dared to resist his attack barehanded, and he actually succeeded. Jin Kingdom monarch. Jin Wushuang hovered, still expressionlessly. He was still holding the black long spear. Being the head of a country and leading so many universe masters and celestial masters, you must be better than this. Get all your strengths out, or it will be dull to beat you. Jin Wushuang's voice spread slowly. At the moment he finished, he flicked his wrists. Then, the Jin Kingdom monarch took a few steps back. After regaining his stance, the Jin Kingdom once again looked at Jin Wushuang with a more serious manner. Jin Wushuang. The Jin Kingdom monarch spoke slowly. I've seen your potential before and know you're very promising, and might pose a threat to me. Now, I still underestimated you. I regret it. Regret? Jin Wushuang was astonished. I regret that, when you wanted to destroy my enduring samsara formation, I didn't wipe you out at all costs. You actually escaped twice from me. The Jin Kingdom monarch sounded cold. If I've killed you at all costs, then it would not be so hard to raise the green fire world to the ground. But now? The Jin Kingdom monarch looked around and wore a terrible face. When the Jin Kingdom first arrived on the battlefield, they had mighty combat power and numerous experts. After the last round of battle, especially after Jian Wushuang's horrifying move, in addition to him, only dozens of universe masters survived. If he wanted to occupy such a large battlefield with so few people, he would be lunatic. The Jin Kingdom has lost the battle. The Jin Kingdom monarch clasped his hands tightly, and although he was extremely unwilling, he had to admit it. With their current combat power, it would be unrealistic to occupy a huge battlefield like this, let alone wipe the green fire world off the face of the earth. Chapter 1242, Universe God. Chapter 1242, Universe God. If Jian Wushuang were not there, the monarch of Kingdom Jin could bring doom to the entire green fire world on his own. However, he had tried to measure Jian Wushuang's strength in a tentative attack and realized the latter might not be any stronger than him now, but definitely would not be much weaker. He did not have absolute confidence he could defeat Jian Wushuang, even if they were to fight, flat out. He would not have the chance to eliminate the green fire world as long as Jian Wushuang was in the way. No need for any further nonsense, monarch of Kingdom Jin. The inferno between your country and green fire world has lasted for 5 million years and can only be terminated with the death of either party. Now is the time to settle the accounts between us and between the two forces behind us, said Jian Wushuang in a deep voice. To settle our accounts? The monarch of Kingdom Jin asked, slightly lifting his mouth. You seem to be quite confident, huh? Okay, as you wish, he said. Today's fight will decide to whom this battlefield belongs, and also which of the two forces shall survive, said Jian Wushuang. Bring it, said the monarch of Kingdom Jin. Upon finishing his words, the monarch of Kingdom Jin waved his hands. Immediately, his jade-black long spear disappeared and was replaced with a golden one. The golden long spear shone with brilliant gloss and exhibited mighty strength that spread all over the sky. It was, apparently, much more powerful than the jade-black one. The perceived strength of the monarch of Kingdom Jin started to rise fiercely and increased to a new, higher level. His entire body was enveloped by the thick glow of divine-like glory, emitting numerous strands of energy, as well as a terrifying sense of threat. Elites from the two forces on the battlefield all shivered with fear upon perceiving his strength. Retreat! Retreat right away! Shouted the people on the battlefield. Immediately, the surviving elites from both Kingdom Jin and Green Fire World stopped fighting in unison and retreated to the edge of the battlefield, afraid of being dragged involuntarily into the fierce battle between these peak powers. Standing in the void sky, Jian Wushuang's eyes froze when they perceived the mighty strength exhibited by the monarch of Kingdom Jin. Just as I thought, the monarch of Kingdom Jin didn't reveal his full strength before, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Jian Wushuang, be cautious. This guy has truly obtained extraordinary strength, said Gu King. The king of venomous worms' voice suddenly sounded. When he attacked earlier, only a fraction of his divine power could be perceived, which led me to conclude that the divine power inside him hadn't been fully transformed. But now, he must have finished the transformation and has become a genuine universe god. Unverse god? The level beyond universe master? Asked Jian Wushuang. Definitely, king of venomous worms said and nodded. A universe master would undergo a second transformation from immortal Dharma body to divine body of invincibility. Although the divine body of invincibility is obtained, a universe master still has to extract power from the spiritual power within his system. Thus, he would be half equivalent to a god and half to a human. The advancement from holy master to universe master is just half a step forward, he continued. A full step forward can betakin only if one becomes a universe god, when all spiritual power within his system is transformed into divine power. Only a combination of infinite divine power and divine body of invincibility can create a genuine immortal god, unparalleled in the eternal chaotic world, he explained further. Really? Jian Wushuang said, nodding to himself understandingly. The universe master fits between the holy master and the universe god. Becoming a universe master was just half a step forward. A full step forward could only be taken if he became a universe god. Yet, obviously, it would not be easy to take a full step forward. A genuine universe god with complete divine power is extremely powerful, the king of venomous worms said solemnly. Extreme power is my pursuit, Jian Wushuang exclaimed, his expression still not changing. He had absolute confidence in his strength now. Having integrated 3 of the most powerful principles for swordsmanship and built my divine body of invincibility, how much more powerful can I become? Jian Wushuang asked. Let me find out with the monarch of Kingdom Jin, he shouted. Jian Wushuang stuck out his tongue, licking his lips. The Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hands. The Blood Mountain sword was a gift from his master, Xian Yi. The weapon contained the power to suppress, but did not show much mighty strength on its own. But after having integrated 3 of the most powerful principles for swordsmanship and advancing to higher levels, when he wielded the Blood Mountain sword again, the weapon seemed to be much more powerful than he imagined. Its mighty strength had not been fully revealed until now. The Blood Mountain sword emitted a gentle, echoing sound while shaking madly. It seemed to be cheering because its mighty strength had finally been discovered and activated by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang could also sense that the Blood Mountain sword was different now. An embryo sword, he exclaimed. Itis, an embryo sword, the king of venomous worms said. The king of venomous worms spoke in shock to Jian Wushuang's heart. I was wondering why a master of refining weapons like yours had gifted you with an seemingly ordinary sword. A chaos magic treasure off normal level. It's not until now that I've realized that your master has given you an embryo sword, said the king of venomous worms. An embryo sword is capable of increasing its own strength continuously through battling and killing. Besides that, if you are able to achieve success in terms of unique skills, the sword's mighty strength can multiply when you incorporate them into it, he continued. An embryo sword of this kind has always been precious and rare to find in the markets of the eternal chaotic world, exclaimed the king of venomous worms. Upon hearing the king of venomous worms' words, Jian Wushuang smiled distractedly. He did not care whether it or not it was an embryo sword. All he knew was that his Blood Mountain sword was very eager to engage in a fierce battle and was thirsty for blood. It was hungry for the blood of powerful elites. Monarch of Kingdom Jin, Jian Wushuang said, fixing his eyes on the monarch before him. Jian Wushuang, the monarch said, staring back at him. Fire seemed to be burning where their eyes met. No more exchange of words was needed when their eyes met each other. Swoosh, swoosh, both of them moved. The 2 of them suddenly appeared at the center of the battlefield. Swordsmanship, Skyfall, shouted Jian Wushuang. Killing intents were welling up and roaring in Jian Wushuang's eyes. He wielded the Blood Mountain sword with both hands and immediately struck downward, following an echoing stern cry. Splat! The entire space was cut apart. Dragon Star! Shouted the monarch of Kingdom Jin. Divine power was springing up from all over the body of the monarch of Kingdom Jin. The golden long spear in his hands transformed into a flash of golden light, like a giant golden dragon, which roared and instantly broke out of a void in the sky. Fueled by divine power, the long spear emitted great and mighty power, enough to shake the whole world. Bang! Following a loud boom, the entire sky was torn apart and opened up a huge, boundless black hole. Both Jian Wushuang and the monarch of Kingdom Jin retreated into the black hole after the shock, but the monarch of Kingdom Jin only backed up 2 steps before being able to stand firmly. Then, he darted out of the hole like a ghost. Die! He shouted. The monarch of Kingdom Jin reached Jian Wushuang, piercing his head with the golden long spear without any resistance. Chapter 1243, Summit Battle. Chapter 1243, Summit Battle. The harsh wind was whistling, and the golden long spear pierced through Jian Wushuang's head like lightning, but it appeared not to have touched the flesh. Is it a residual shadow? The monarch of the Jin Kingdom was shocked. A ghostly figure appeared beside the monarch of the Jin Kingdom, and with a slight chuckle the voice rang out, "Sir, you're too slow." Immediately after these words, the sword lit up. Spell of disturbance. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Thousands of sword shadows instantly appeared. After the three strongest levels of the sword principle were integrated, the swordsmanship of Jian Wushuang had been instantly metamorphosized and upgraded. The current spell of disturbance was at least dozens of times stronger than before. Thousands of sword shadows were coming down toward the monarch of the Jin Kingdom, and before the sword shadows arrived, Jian Wushuang's horrible soul attack had already been in full force. Jian Wushuang had just killed nearly 2,000 holy masters of the Jin Kingdom by means of soul attack, which demonstrated just how strong his soul attack was. His soul attack had been used for a wide range earlier, but now it was focused on one person. When the soul attack came, the monarch of the Jin Kingdom felt a slight sting in his mind. And this stinging was getting stronger and stronger with the unceasing swordsmanship attacks from Jian Wushuang. Humph! The monarch of the Jin Kingdom grunted and repeatedly attacked with his long spear. Clang, 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 clang. The continuous crashes resounded through the air. The sky was rocked by each crash. There were nearly 100 crashes per second. In other words, there had almost been 100 head-on impacts between Jian Wushuang and the monarch within such a short time. This speed. At the perimeter of the battlefield, the experts of the two camps were staring with terror at the center of the battlefield broken into pieces. They could feel the power of the impact, but their strength was not enough for them to clearly see the details of the fight between Jian Wushuang and the monarch. Too fast. Both Jian Wushuang and the monarch of the Jin Kingdom were too fast. Even the universe masters were unable to see clearly. If I was in a battle with such speed and power, I would have already died, thought the Reds now king of the Jin Kingdom with a shocked face. He had been aware of the strength of the monarch of the Jin Kingdom, and therefore he was not surprised at his battle strength. But he did not know that Jian Wushuang could also be so powerful. About 2,000 years before, he had been sent to assassinate Jian Wushuang with several other universe masters of the Jin Kingdom. At that time, Jian Wushuang could not compete with them at all and escaped. But now, Jian Wushuang was able to compete with the monarch, who had always been supreme in the eyes of the Reds now king. This is power at the level of universe god. Long Su, king of the Jin Kingdom, was also standing on the battlefield. His body was trembling, and he had an extremely complicated look on his face. He had always wished to become a universe god, even in his dreams, but unfortunately, he was still far from it. He was not surprised at the monarch's powerful strength because the monarch was a universe god, but he wondered why Jian Wushuang was also so powerful. Although he has made a breakthrough, he is only a universe master. How is it possible that a universe master is able to compete with the monarch? Long Su King was shocked. There were many invincible universe masters in the eternal chaotic world, and he was one. However, an invincible universe master was only invincible among universe masters. He would always be inferior to a universe god. He had never heard of a universe master competing with a universe god in the eternal chaotic world. But today, he had seen it. A universe master had really contended with a universe god, and their strength was quite equal. At the center of the battlefield, bang, bang, the figures of Jian Wushuang and the monarch crashed into each other fiercely again and again. Red shadow, the divine power was rolling in the hands of the monarch and then gathered onto the long spear. The spear had not yet been thrust, but the world around it had already rocked madly. The power of the long spear accumulated and finally burst out, leaving only a phantom in the void. The long spear shot out like lightning. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and disfigured his face. Then the Blood Mountain sword instantly flew out from his hand. The unique skill of swordsmanship, the stroke of dawn, Jian Wushuang shouted. The two terrifying attacks collided. For a time, the sky and the earth were shattering. After this impact, the monarch obviously could not resist the force. He could not help but fall back a few steps before he could regain his stance. His strength is even more powerful than my divine power? The monarch could not believe it. He did not know that Jian Wushuang had an inverse cultivation. Although Jian Wushuang was just a universe master, inverse cultivation could upgrade his strength to a higher level. In other words, a universe master with inverse cultivation was almost as powerful as a universe god. More importantly, Jiang Wushuang's inverse cultivation had been integrated with the strongest 3 levels of sword principle. Moreover, Jiang Wushuang was a 4-star imperial god at the highest level. In addition, Jian Wushuang also had the blood-killing plate armor, which could burst out stage 2 power and cause his offensive power to skyrocket again. All of these had made the current Jian Wushuang extremely powerful. Jiang Wushuang was not inferior to a universe god with divine power. As a universe master in defiance of the natural order, he could overwhelm a universe god. It was because Jian Wushuang was a universe master in defiance of the natural order. He is not only better than me in terms of power, but his speed is also faster than mine. As for the defense, the monarch could not help but think of the scene where Jian Wushuang had taken his long spear with bare hands. If I was facing a long spear like that, I would never have had the guts to take it with bare hands, he thought. Jian Wushuang must have a very strong divine body that is beyond my imagination. He is just a universe master, but he is better than me in terms of strength, speed, and defense, the monarch asked himself. He raised his head and cast a look to Jian Wushuang like a fierce beast. If I cannot have the upper hand in terms of strength, speed, and defense, then I must resort to my unique skills. The monarch screamed, and his divine power was tumbling. Immediately there was a huge ocean formed by the divine power spreading around. His whole body was filled with a horrible aura, and his eyes became scarlet. A golden thunderbolt was rising slowly from his golden long spear. The experts of the 2 camps around the battlefield were all horrified. Everyone held his breath and looked over to the monarch. Chapter 1244, Nirvana. Chapter 1244, Nirvana. At the center of the battlefield, the monarch of the Jin kingdom threw the long spear out of his hand, and his whole divine power suddenly burst forth. Unique skill. Immortality god, he shouted. Roar. With a sudden violent roar, a massive thunderbolt gathered on the fierce golden spear. In an instant, it formed an enormous golden thunderbolt exotic beast. This golden thunderbolt exotic beast was more than tens of thousands of miles in size. Its whole body was covered with golden thunderbolt. Once it was formed, it opened its bloody mouth and rushed directly at Jian Wushuang. Its horrible power would terrify the entire universe. Everyone around the battlefield was also horrified to see the golden thunderbolt exotic beast that appeared out of nowhere. Immortality god. This was the strongest move that the monarch had performed in this battle. Universe god. Unique skill. When Gu King saw this, he was shocked. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and then turned back to look over toward the experts of the Green Fire World. 5 million years, Jian Wushuang murmured. It's been 5 million years of fights, and our Green Fire World has lost too many experts. The grievances between the Green Fire World and the Jin Kingdom must be settled today. Then Jian Wushuang looked at the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. The power of the Blood Mountain sword surged, and the sword trembled with skyrocketing sword essence. The next sword attack, it is not for the sake of revenge for the many experts who died in the past 5 million years. It is not for letting out the endless anger of our Green Fire World. It is for the future of our Green Fire World and for our future generations. Jian Wushuang exclaimed. It is to completely end this war, to let my green fire be reborn, and to usher in a new era. The name of the next sword attack is Nirvana. Jian Wushuang spoke very slowly, so that everyone in the place could hear it clearly. At this moment, his vast force had been integrated into the Blood Mountain sword. The three strongest sword principles combined. Jian Wushuang's understanding of the sword principles had also increased to the highest point. An intoxicating sword light suddenly appeared on the Blood Mountain sword and became more and more resplendent. Go! Jian Wushuang talked to the sword light, which then suddenly burst out. Since the stroke of dawn, the second unique skill created by Jian Wushuang, Nirvana, had also come to the world. The stroke of dawn was created by him when he had opened up the two strongest sword principles. Now he had opened up all three strongest sword principles and integrated them. When he was fighting fiercely in the decisive battle, he had a lot of deep understandings of the sword principles. With all of these prerequisites, he created the second unique skill, Nirvana. Jian Wushuang created this move in order to create a new era for the Green Fire world. It represented the future of the Green Fire world. It was also the hope of the Green Fire world. At the moment when the sword light was plucked, everyone could not help but be attracted to it. While the huge golden thunderbolt exotic beast was rushing in, the sword light went directly into its bloody mouth. The two collided. Buzz! There was no violent crashing sound as expected, but only the slight sound of tremors. However, the next moment the vast world began to tremble wildly. The earth below, the land that had been stained with blood, was crushed immediately. Dust and gravel were crushed into powder. A huge sinkhole, hundreds of thousands of miles wide and more than 300 meters deep, appeared in the ground. At the same time, the collision also formed a blast wave, sweeping out in all directions. The experts in the two camps at the perimeter of the battlefield were swept by the blast wave for the first time. Puff, puff, puff. There were sounds of vomiting blood one after another. The experts were all hit by the impact. The remaining Tao masters of the Green Fire world were all blown away. Go hide behind the battle fortress. The Tang Emperor immediately issued an order. The Tao masters of the Green Fire world hurriedly fled to the battle fortress. In the middle of the battlefield, the two powers were still squeezing and slamming onto each other. But the stalemate had only lasted for a moment, and then the sword light became more brilliant. Voila! The golden exotic beast's bloody mouth was immediately cut open by the thunderbolt, and then the beast disappeared. What? The monarch of the Jin Kingdom was shocked. His strongest move was completely crushed by Jian Wushuang. After defeating the golden exotic beast, the brilliant sword light appeared in front of the monarch. The monarch had no time to resist. Boom! The sword light carried an endless power and hit the monarch in his chest. The defense skill of the monarch was immediately crushed, and then his chest exploded. Whoosh! The monarch transformed into a golden flowing light and stumbled tens of thousands of miles backward before he could regain his stance. After he stopped, the people around the battlefield immediately looked over, and then everyone was horrified. The experts of the Jin Kingdom could not even believe their eyes. The golden robe of the monarch was ruined and stained with blood, and his hair was disheveled. The most striking thing was the bowl-size hole of blood in the chest of the monarch. This blood hole nearly penetrated the monarch's chest completely. How miserable it was! How can this be? The monarch actually lost? The invincible monarch has lost to a universe master of the Green Fire world. How is this possible? There were terrible screams from the camp of the Jin Kingdom. The universe masters of the Jin Kingdom could not believe what they had seen. The monarch of the Jin Kingdom was a universe god. He was a genuine expert even in the eternal chaotic world. How could he lose to a universe master? They really could not accept this fact. Contrary to the Jin Kingdom, the Green Fire world rejoiced. Victory! His Highness has defeated the monarch of the Jin Kingdom. Kill him, Palace Master Wushuang. Kill him. The voices full of killing intent rang through the sky. Everyone in the Green Fire world, looked at the monarch of the Jin Kingdom. Their eyes were filled with endless resentment. Chapter 1245, Trump Card of the Monarch. Chapter 1245, Trump Card of the Monarch. Kill him. Wushuang Palace Master, strike him down. He must die. As yellings full of resentment and killing intent kept reaching his ears, Jian Wushuang's face turned grave. The Jin Kingdom was against us for all the past 5 million years, and the Green Fire Palace suffered heavy losses during this period of time. Especially in those 2 consecutive battles, many of our high-level experts lost their lives. The monarch of the Jin Kingdom is the one who caused all of this. To completely end this, I must kill the monarch of the Jin Kingdom. However, why is he still alive? I thrust my sword into his chest, and his heart should be smashed now. Jian Wushuang thought in surprise. He meant to kill the monarch with the blow. Nevertheless, the king was just badly hurt after receiving the blow. Jian Wushuang, the monarch of the Jin Kingdom, is a universe god. His divine power and divine body have already reached the perfect realm, and so has his life core. Besides, he's capable of using some skills to protect his life core. Although you crushed his heart, you failed to destroy his life core. That's why he's still alive, said Gu King. This monarch's life core is hidden inside his head. If you want to take his life, you must smash his head to pieces. Can I really end his life by breaking his head? Jian Wushuang thought, his eyes filled with a strong killing intent. The monarch of the Jin Kingdom was now several thousand kilometers away from Jian Wushuang. He was trembling with fear, looking surprised. He had never expected himself to be defeated by Jian Wushuang, a universe master. Monarch of the Jin Kingdom. Jian Wushuang suddenly roared to the monarch. The monarch raised his head immediately and caught sight of the murderous look in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Today, you must die, Jian Wushuang said in a cold voice as he came at the monarch. The monarch's face turned ferocious as he responded with a snort. Jian Wushuang, I admit that your cultivation levels are above mine, but do you really believe that you can take my life? I do not think you can do that. As soon as the monarch finished his sentence, he waved his hand to summon a flowing silver light. The silver light was moving at a shocking speed. In the blink of an eye, it had come close to Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, it transformed into a streak of lightning and dashed toward Jian Wushuang with amazing speed and ferocity. What's this? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows in surprise and immediately brandished his sword to fend off the attack. Clang! A deafening sound rang out. Jian Wushuang could not help stepping backward. The experts of the Green Fire world, who were watching the fight around the battlefield, were shocked. They found it hard to believe that the silver thing could easily knock Jian Wushuang away. After all, Jian Wushuang had demonstrated his strength not long ago. His strength was obviously stronger than that of the monarch. Even when the monarch had performed at his highest level, Jian Wushuang had been able to ward off his attacks. When Jian Wushuang managed to stand on his feet again, he narrowed his eyes and gazed at the silver-armored burly man. His countenance turned grim, as he said through gritted his teeth, "Fire puppet." The flowing silver light which had forced Jian Wushuang to step backward instantly was a fire puppet. It used to belong to the Green Fire world. To break a formation, the Green Fire Palace had sent it out to stop the monarch of the Jin Kingdom during a previous battle, but instead of removing the formation, it had been taken away by the monarch. Now the monarch used it against Jian Wushuang. Damn it, he's fire gems. That's why he's able to manipulate the fire puppet, said Jian Wushuang. One had to use fire gems to manipulate a fire puppet. After countless years of search on the battlefield, the Green Fire Palace had only collected a small amount of fire gems, and during the previous battle, they had run out of them. Jian Wushuang had once thought that the monarch would have never been unable to control the puppet even after getting some fire gems, but now it turned out that he had underestimated this monarch. Fire gems are rare indeed, but if a universe god is interested in them, he can always manage to get some. The monarch of the Jin Kingdom probably happens to have some fire gems in his hands, Gu Qing's voice sounded in Jian Wushuang's mind. Jian Wushuang agreed with Gu Qing. All the bases of the Jin Kingdom on this battlefield had been destroyed by the Green Fire Palace. Given this, it was impossible for the monarch to get any fire gem from this battlefield. Therefore, there was only one explanation for this. He had attained some fire gems from somewhere else. In fact, the monarch had indeed possessed some fire gems before he came to this world, but his gems were not enough to activate the fire puppet. He was able to manipulate the fire puppet now since he had bought plenty of fire gems from Jiushi. Jiushi was a master in formation, and many formations required gems. That was why Jiushi owned lots of different rare gems, including fire gems. She had sold all of her fire gems to the monarch of the Jin Kingdom at a costly price. With the help of those fire gems, the monarch finally succeeded in manipulating the fire puppet. I have many fire gems. Although they're not enough to make this fire puppet exert its full strength, they can make the puppet release more power and fight longer than it did when it was under your manipulation, the monarch said with a snort. Now I have this fire puppet. I'll wait and see who'll be killed in the end. The monarch ordered fire puppet with a hideous look. Strike him down. Now the fire puppet was under the control of the monarch of the Jin Kingdom. Hearing his order, it dashed towards Jian Wushuang without hesitation. A flash of silver light streaked across the void. Even Jian Wushuang could only barely capture its movement. It's moving so fast, Jian Wushuang exclaimed inside. I can perceive that this fire puppet owns an overwhelming battle strength. I guess that it has almost entered the peak realm of a universe god. This puppet is much stronger than the monarch. Jian Wushuang, be careful. Gu Qing warned. Jian Wushuang nodded seriously. When the silver-armored fire puppet came at him with its silver-long spear, Jian Wushuang immediately dashed forward to confront it with a determined look in his eyes. In the center of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang and the fire puppet had gotten into a fierce battle again. However, this battle only lasted seconds. Bang! A creepy explosion of energy rang out. Suddenly, a shadow above the void was falling down into the sinkhole in the ground. It was Jian Wushuang. The next moment, he flew up again, looking a little bit haggard. Chapter 1246, 10 Breaths. Chapter 1246, 10 Breaths. Strong. Jian Wushuang stared at the fire puppet. He had not yet fully recovered from the shock. Our fight is brief, and during the fight, I even did not have a chance to strike back. This fire puppet is indeed much stronger than me, thought Jian Wushuang. Gu Qing, you've just told me that this fire puppet's battle strength is close to that of a top-notch universe god. Jian Wushuang groaned. But during the previous fight, I felt that its levels are far above those of a universe god. This fire puppet is much more powerful than the monarch of the Jin Kingdom. There's an amazing gap between the top-notch universe gods and the ordinary ones. The top-notch universe gods can easily finish off a bunch of ordinary universe gods. In terms of battle strength, the monarch of the Jin Kingdom is only a middle level and much weaker than those top-notch gods. But this fire puppet has almost stepped into the peak realm of a universe god. No doubt it's a much tougher opponent than the monarch, Gu Qing explained. I see, Jian Wushuang responded. As a martial arts cultivator, he quickly understood that. Jian Wushuang. The monarch's voice was heard again. You do have an impressive talent in cultivation. I've never met a cultivator more gifted than you in the eternal chaotic world. But unfortunately, you cannot take my life. I lost the fight today, but I hope that you'll never naively think that the Green Fire Palace can occupy this vast battlefield forever. Do not forget that I'm from the eternal chaotic world, and I'm an influential figure there. It'll not take long before I invite several of my good friends here. At that time, let's see how you're going to stop us. With these words, the monarch of the Jin Kingdom laughed loudly. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang's eyes turned colder and sharper. He must die. Jian Wushuang gave off a strong sense of killing intent. He knew that the Green Fire world would never be in peace as long as the monarch of the Jin Kingdom was alive. To kill the monarch, he must get rid of this fire puppet first. Considering his current strength, he thought that there was only one way to achieve that goal. Boom! Jin Wushuang's aura began to swell and flow. Meanwhile, another unique power inside his body was surging. Jin Wushuang, are you going to use that technique? Gu King asked. Yeah, Jin Wushuang nodded gravely. Only in this way can my strength be suddenly increased by 10 times. With that strength, I'll be able to get rid of the fire puppet and finish off the monarch of the Jin Kingdom. It's feasible, but you cannot maintain that strength for a long time. You'll have to hurry up, Gu King warned. I know, Jin Wushuang responded. His eyes sparkled with resolution. The next moment, a unique power hidden inside him burst out. This was the star's power. Jin Wushuang was exerting secret skills of stars. Only disciples of lineage of Star from Star Palace who had passed the ultimate trial on Star Island were qualified to practice this overwhelming secret skills of Star Palace. The secret skills were recorded in 3 volumes, and now Jin Wushuang was displaying the techniques in the first one. As soon as the secret skills of stars took effect, Jin Wushuang felt the increased powers. I have to finish this within 10 breaths. Jin Wushuang clenched his fists. Kill! Without any hesitation, Jin Wushuang dashed toward the monarch. Fire puppet, stop him! The monarch of the Jin Kingdom commanded. Fire puppet came at Jin Wushuang with its silver-long spear. Jin Wushuang confronted it, his blood mountain sword in his hand emitting blazing light. Fire puppet had outclassed Jin Wushuang in their previous fights. Nevertheless, now Jin Wushuang was not weaker than the fire puppet. Instead, he even seemed a little bit stronger than it. Besides, Jin Wushuang was also versed in the use of a sword. Puppet Fighter was just a puppet. Although puppets boasted impressive strength and defensive power, they lacked flexibility and techniques in fighting compared to human cultivators. Now they were well-matched regarding battle strength. However, with resorting to his extraordinary sword skills, Jin Wushuang had only spent 4 breath time throwing fire puppet away. Only 6 breaths left. Jin Wushuang gazed at the monarch of the Jin Kingdom, his eyes filled with a strong killing intent. As soon as he got rid of the fire puppet, he came at the monarch. That's bad. The monarch of the Jin Kingdom panicked when he saw Jin Wushuang rapidly approaching him. He understood everything from the murderous look in Jin Wushuang's eyes. Run. I have to escape now. The monarch turned around and fled away. At the same time, he gave orders to the fire puppet, hurry, stop him now. However, after taking the blow, the fire puppet was now far away from Jin Wushuang. When it stood up and came at Jin Wushuang again, it was already too late for it to stop him. Jin Wushuang was faster than the monarch of the Jin Kingdom. Now with the assistance of Star's power, his speed boosted up. Although the monarch was on the run with his full strength, Jin Wushuang still managed to get closer and closer to him. 50,000 kilometers, 45,000 kilometers, 40,000 kilometers. The monarch used to be at least several thousands of kilometers away from Jin Wushuang, but now Jin Wushuang was catching up quickly. Time fled away when Jin Wushuang was hunting down the monarch. His secret skills of Star Palace could only last 10 breaths. It had taken him 4 breaths to get rid of the fire puppet. Now he had only 6 breaths left. During the process of pursuing, he was secretly counting down the breaths he had. 5, 4, 3. At last, Jin Wushuang caught up with the monarch of the Jin Kingdom. Now, he was left with only 1 breath time before the secret skill of stars lost its effect. 1 breath is enough, thought Jin Wushuang. He stared at the monarch's back, a strong killing intent flickering in his eyes. Spell of disturbance. Whirring, fierce scales enveloped the monarch. Jin Wushuang brandished his sword with his full strength. Spell of disturbance was not a unique skill. However, once the practitioner used it properly, it could be more formidable than a unique skill. Besides, Jin Wushuang had used the secret skills of stars at the same time. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Streaks of sword light were shot out, and they quickly covered the monarch. No! The monarch gave off a sad, shrill roar while desperately warding off those sword lights. However, Chapter 1247, The Gene Kingdom Monarch, Prepare to Die. Chapter 1247, The Gene Kingdom Monarch, Prepare to Die. Clang, 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 clang. A series of clashes sounded throughout the void. The hurricane of madness swept through and lasted only for a few seconds. After that, the gale died down. During a few seconds, Jin Wushuang did his best to strike 136 times. Every blow was at its fullest power, and every strike was accompanied by a soul attack and the power of the stars. The Jin Kingdom desperately fended off 135 times, but missed the last strike. It was this last blow that pierced his head. Am I going to die? The Jin Kingdom monarch's head was penetrated, and the life core in the skull was instantly crushed. He gradually fell silent. Before he died, he still couldn't help but look at Jin Wushuang with eyes full of resentment and amazement. He had been in the eternal chaotic world for a long time, knowing how dangerous the world was, and that he would end up dead someday. But he never thought of dying in the hands of a universe master in a small chaotic world of the eternal chaotic world. Clang. His last consciousness disappeared, and his body slowly fell to the ground. Jin Wushuang stopped his body. He released immense power to shatter his body into dust and fetched his interspatial ring. In addition, Jin Wushuang took the unowned flame deity puppet that stood still on the spot when the Jin Kingdom monarch died. After doing all this, Jin Wushuang let out a heavy sigh of relief. At the edge of the battlefield, experts from two camps who witnessed his killing the Jin Kingdom monarch were all stunned. The Green Fire World soldiers were, otherwise, elated. The remaining universe masters of the Jin Kingdom were all dumbfounded. The Lord died? Jin Wushuang killed the Lord? The Jin Kingdom universe masters all froze there. But at this moment, someone looked at them coldly. Then Jin Kingdom universe masters were all stunned. They noticed Jin Wushuang's gaze and the killing intent in his eyes. They immediately realized that Jin Wushuang was not going to let them off. Run! A Jin Kingdom universe master escaped and at the same time shouted to warn others. In Jin Wushuang's eyes, he detected something bad. Following him, other Jin Kingdom universe masters also fled. They fled in all directions, even dived into under the ground. They had used all their skills to flee. They desperately fled. They knew that if they stayed, they would all be killed by Jin Wushuang. The Jin Kingdom had died in the hands of Jin Wushuang. If they stayed, they would all be slaughtered by Jin Wushuang. Humph! Jin Wushuang dashed at an incredible speed. Although the star's secret skill has stopped, only his power of stars ran out, his spiritual power was not affected. He still had plenty of battle strength. When he sped up, he could easily catch up with the Jin Kingdom universe masters. On the battlefield, Jin Wushuang dashed and rushed. He appeared in front of the Jin Kingdom universe masters and casually attacked them with swordsmanship or soul attack. None of the universe masters had resisted him, including the strongest Long Su King and Red Snow King. A slaughter. But the slaughter only lasted for a short time. During that moment, among the more than 50 remaining Jin Kingdom universe masters, while only around 10 of them escaped, others were reduced to nothing. The woman escaped. Jin Wushuang stood in the void, staring coldly in some direction. The glamorous woman Jiu Shi who arranged the enduring samsara formation escaped in that direction. Jiu Shi possessed a remarkable life-saving ability, and she was smarter than other people. When she sensed something wrong, she immediately fled. Jin Wushuang did not chase her. However, although she escaped from Jin Wushuang, she could not escape the battlefield because of the formation in the void around the battlefield. Although some Jin Kingdom soldiers escaped, these people won't come back. Anyway, this battle is over. Jin Wushuang clasped his hands tightly. The Jin Kingdom monarch was killed. A large number of Jin Kingdom experts were slaughtered. Only a dozen of universe masters fled. Today was finally curtains for the battle. It's over. This battle is finally over. Our green fire world survived. The Gene Kingdom was gone. The green fire world experts all exclaimed. They won the war. The green fire world won, and the Gene Kingdom was destroyed. However, even if they won, the remaining green fire world experts could not rejoice over the victory. There were no shouts of happiness, just bitter sighs. They won the battle, but they still lost a lot. Too many green fire world experts deceased. They paid a too high price. Samsara Temple Master, Void Temple Master, Palace Master Red Lotus, Jian Wushuang repeated their names. And Jian Wushuang looked up at a void in the battle fortress. At the next moment, he dashed out and then appeared in the battle fortress. In the void above the void, a figure stood there quietly. It was Xian Yi. Master! Jian Wushuang stopped in front of Xian Yi. You came. Xian Yi turned his head and smiled. He still sounded gentle. But Jian Wushuang saw that Xian Yi aged overnight, and his aura became unstable. When the oil ran out, the light went out. Xian Yi's oil had run out. He was having the last breaths of his life. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang quivered and clenched his hands. This is the mountain river map I borrowed from you. Here you are. Xian Yi smiled and handed over the map in his hand. When Jian Wushuang devised the 3 strongest sword principles and began to merge them, Xian Yi had pulled the enduring Samsara formation Samsara into the mountain river map. He had completely repaired the mountain river map. Chapter 1248, Departure. Chapter 1248, Departure. After handing the mountain river map, before Jian Wushuang could speak, Xian Yi once again took out a token. This is for you too, Xian Yi said. This is... Jian Wushuang looked at the token doubtfully. The token contains a technique you've cultivated, which is the Unravel Dao scripture. Xian Yi smiled. But now, I'll give you the 2nd volume of the Unravel Dao scripture. The 2nd volume? Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded. At that time, Xian Yi gave him the Unravel Dao scripture, and later he knew that the Unravel Dao scripture enhanced one's consciousness intensity. This kind of technique was precious even in the eternal chaotic world. Now, Xian Yi offered him the 2nd volume of the Unravel Dao scripture. The 1st volume of the Unravel Dao scripture improves the consciousness, while the 2nd one enhances the soul. Xian Yi smiled. What? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Improve the soul power. Gu King inside Jian Wushuang was also shocked. If the method of improving the consciousness was considered extremely precious in the eternal chaotic world, then the method of elevating the soul power was a true treasure. After all, the level of the strength of soul was too high. These methods had always been only available to experts like the founder of the Star Bloodline and King Luozhan. It was really a valuable technique. However now, Xian Yi was giving such a technique to Jian Wushuang. I still have a formation too. Xian Yi took out a jade slip. It is for the green fire world. A formation? Jian Wushuang looked at Xian Yi in doubt. The green fire world is in a very unique position. Although it has already defeated one Gene Kingdom, there might be more foreign powers similar to or even stronger than the Gene Kingdom. By then, your green fire world will surely become engaged again. Xian Yi said. Jian Wushuang fell silent. Since the green fire world came into existence, 3 batches of experts were born. The 4th batch of experts would soon come into being in the future. I give you this formation, and then you need to pass it to Palace Master Yun, who is good at setting up formations. With his knowledge of formation and the formation instructions, he will set it up. Once the formation is formed, it will keep the green fire world safe forever. Xian Yi smiled. Jian Wushuang squinted. If Xian Yi said the formation could keep the green fire world safe and sound, the formation must be extraordinary. I have been in the green fire world for a long time. I have never done anything for it. Now I'll leave this formation to make up for my neglect. Xian Yi smiled. If the green fire world is safe and sound, you will have nothing to worry about. In the future, you can enter and venture into the eternal chaotic world at will. Hearing Xian Yi, Jin Wushuang was shocked. In the future, he was bound to enter the eternal chaotic world. Whether it was for Long Rushuang or for himself, he had to go to the eternal chaotic world. But if the green fire world was in danger, he would worry about it even when he was venturing into the eternal chaotic world. If Xian Yi's formation could keep the green fire world safe and sound, Xian Yi would help him a lot. Master! Jin Wushuang clasped his hands and looked at Xian Yi, his face reddish. He saw Xian Yi's condition, but even if Xian Yi was in such a condition, he was still thinking for his disciple. He gave him the second volume of the Unravel Tao scripture and the formation to protect his home and family. Xian Yi had been helping him all the time. However, Xian Yi never asked for anything in return. He had never. Even at this moment, he did not have any last wish. This kindness. Flop. Jin Wushuang knelt down. I will always remember your kindness. Jin Wushuang's voice quavered as he respectfully kowtowed to Xian Yi. Xian Yi just watched him kowtow 3 times. He slowly waved. Get up. Jin Wushuang got up. I've received 4 disciples. You're the most talented and I anticipate your future the most. I hope to see you grow. By now, I've done everything I can. In the next years, you can only rely on yourself. Work hard. Maybe one day, you and me, will see each other again. Xian Yi's voice still sounded calm, his face still smiling. When his voice died down completely, his body slowly became transparent. His figure was getting more and more transparent and eventually disappeared completely. Jin Wushuang stood there with his hands clenched. As Xian Yi's body gradually disappeared, he was sick at heart. Jin Wushuang, you don't have to be sad. If I didn't guess wrong, your master has always existed in this special way. He's not a doppelganger or a fragment of consciousness, but an inexplicable matter. Gu Qing's voice rang in Jin Wushuang's ears. He has always existed in this state, and he must have his own reason. Although he has disappeared now, it does not mean that he really died. As he said, maybe one day, you two will meet each other again. I see. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly. He knew that his master's words were meaningful. Master had great knowledge of weapon refining, formation, and elixirs. His knowledge didn't belong in the green fire world. He must come from outside the green fire world. He must come from somewhere extraordinary. But over the years, he has always existed in the green fire world in an incomparably unique state. He must have his reason. I just can't find out. He educated me and 3 senior brothers, but never asked for anything from us. Even before he disappeared, he never asked me anything. Jin Wushuang murmured and muttered as he shook his head. His master had always been mysterious. From the moment Xian Yi received Jin Wushuang as his disciple, Xian Yi had always been mysterious. Even when he disappeared, Jin Wushuang still found him mysterious. Because from the beginning to the end, Jin Wushuang never knew Xian Yi's background and purpose. Perhaps, when I am strong enough to be at the master's level, I will know. Strength. Standing in the front of the void where Xian Yi disappeared, Jin Wushuang's eyes flashed with excitement. Chapter 1249, Back in Chilly Wind Valley. Chapter 1249, Back in Chilly Wind Valley. Within a towering palace, a row of thrones stood. All the remaining Green Fire World Palace Masters gathered here. At that time, because of the Nirvana elixirs, the Green Fire World brought forth more than 20 Palace Masters. Nevertheless, after the previous battle, only 7 people survived. Naturally, Jin Wushuang led the rest 7 Palace Masters. Palace Master Yun, my teacher gave me a formation, and I want to know that if you can arrange it. Jin Wushuang handed the jade slip containing the formation to Palace Master Yun and said, my teacher said, once this formation is arranged, our green fire world will be safe and sound. Upon hearing this, Palace Master Yun's eyes flashed with excitement, and then, he carefully studied the formation. Tang Emperor. Jian Wushuang turned to Tang Emperor beside him. The battle between our green fire world and the Jin Kingdom has ended. The remaining Dao Masters can return home. In addition, a large number of experts have fallen. This is bound to influence the forces in our world, especially the Samsara Temples and Void Temples force. Samsara Temple Master and Void Temple Master fought to the death. We won't win the war without them. Although they were gone, we have to take care of their soldiers. And experts that decreased during the war, we won't let them die in vain. I hope you can arrange them for me. Yes, I will. Tang Emperor nodded slightly. Father. Jian Wushuang looked to Jian Nantian again. In this battle, some of the Jin Kingdom experts escaped, but they can't escape from this battlefield. They must hide in this battlefield. The Jin Kingdom has been destroyed. They won't survive long. I want you and other palace masters to find them and kill them for me. If we don't remove them, sooner or later, they will be a big trouble for our green fire world. Yes, I will. Jian Nantian accepted the mission. At this time, Palace Master Yun raised his head again, and his eyes appeared vicious. Wushuang Palace Master, I've studied the formation you gave me. Although it is very difficult and cumbersome, given adequate time and sufficient resources, I guarantee I'll arrange this formation. Once it was arranged, indeed, as Master Shinny said, our green fire world will be safe and sound. Even forces 10 times stronger than the Jin Kingdom can't break into this battlefield again. Palace Master Yun said excitedly. Great. Hearing Palace Master Yun, other palace masters all became pleasantly surprised. Jian Wushuang faintly smiled. Palace Master Yun, then I will trouble you to arrange the formation. If you need material resources, you can fetch them in the Firepoint Exchange Office. If the resources run out, just inform me. Jian Wushuang killed the Jin Kingdom monarch and a lot of Jin Kingdom experts. Thus, he received countless treasure resources. Although he had put most of the treasures in Firepoint Exchange Office, he kept some rare treasures that were not helpful for Green Fireworld to himself. Thus, he had plenty of rare treasures in his hands. No problem, you'll see. Palace Master Yun smiled confidently. The war ended, everything quieted down. Jian Wushuang and several palace masters discussed and arranged other affairs. Then, Jian Wushuang headed to the vast battlefield. He was heading to Chilly Wind Valley. Back then, when he was hunted by Red Snow King and others, Jian Wushuang's first original body was forced to die here. Now, Jian Wushuang visited it again. This Chilly Wind Valley is quite weird. There must be treasures that are extremely cold underneath. Unfortunately, I was too weak to enter the bottom of the valley. Now I've improved, I might as well have a try. Looking at the unfathomable huge pit in front of him, Jian Wushuang was expectant. Of course, although he was quite confident about his current strength, Jian Wushuang remained careful. He first waited quietly outside the sinkhole. Soon, boom, the land shook. It's coming. Jian Wushuang's face lit up. As the shake grew stronger and stronger, a horrifying blood-cold wind blew fiercely. It was a wind that could easily smash universe masters. He used to avoid it, but now, even when the blood-cold wind was in full swing, he still stepped forward and entered within its range. Boom! The strong breeze washed over Jian Wushuang with terrifying force. Frowning, Jian Wushuang endured the fierce gale. He was still on his feet when the blood-cold wind died down. I was right. My current body, coupled with the blood-killing plate armor's defense, allowed me to withstand the blood-cold wind. Jian Wushuang grinned. He had combined the 3 strongest sword principles and obtained the immortal divine body, which was far more mighty than a normal universe master's. He had cultivated a protective secret skill, Golden Image. He was at the second stage of the secret skill and thus acquired powerful defensive skills. Moreover, he had the blood-killing plate armor that had weakened the impact of the blood-cold wind by more than 9/10. These 3 means combined to make his defensive ability to surge. His defensive power was far stronger than that of ordinary universe gods. Thus, he was able to resist the blood-cold wind. Knowing that the blood-cold wind could not pose a threat to him, Jian Wushuang immediately swept toward the bottom of the Chilly Wind Valley. All the way down, he contained his speed. But after a short while, he was already more than 100,000 miles deep under the ground. It's been 100,000 miles, but I still can't see the end of the valley. The chilly wind valley is really deep enough. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. But at this time, his soul power that had been released before suddenly found something floating below. It was a gold gourd. Seeing the gold gourd, Jian Wushuang's face lit up. At the next moment, his figure appeared in front of the gold gourd and stretched to seize it. It's really my blaze quicksand gourd. Jian Wushuang rejoiced over his founding. The moment he held it in his hands, he sensed something in his heart. This was the blaze quicksand gourd that he lost in this chilly wind valley. Although he lost it, he did not cancel his ownership on the blaze quicksand gourd. Thus, when he held it, Jian Wushuang felt something. I found my blaze quicksand gourd. If I go deeper into the bottom of this chilly wind valley, Jian Wushuang squinted to scrutinize the bottom of the valley that seemed endless and frowned. The bottom of the valley scared him. As he got closer and closer to the bottom, the horror grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 1250, The Holy Prefecture. Chapter 1250, The Holy Prefecture. Since the chilly wind valley is full of dangers, the blood-cold wind is definitely not the only one danger within. I have integrated 3 strongest sword principles and become a universe master. Furthermore, my 2 original bodies have become a whole as well. So, if I die here again, I cannot reborn anymore. Forget it. Jian Wushuang sighed slightly. He gave up the idea of going deep into the chilly wind valley and flew out of it. Right at this moment, a flash of red light shone at the bottom of the chilly wind valley. It was extremely chilling, and after a short while, it disappeared again. After regaining the blaze quicksand gourd, Jian Wushuang returned to the battle fortress immediately. His journey seemed smooth, but it took him nearly 10 years in fact. During this period, the war in the Green Fire World had nearly come to the end. Although the Green Fire World had been thrown into turmoil due to the great loss of its experts, it calmed down under the suppression of Tang Emperor and the other palace masters. 12 years after the final war, Palace Master Yun came to Jian Wushuang. Palace Master Wushuang, we have set up that formation, Palace Master Yun said. Finished? So fast. Jian Wushuang's expression changed slightly. Although it's complicated, Master Xianyi has left the clear steps of setting it up in the token. As for the necessary sources, we can get what we want at the Firepoint Exchange office. Besides, the foundation of the former formation still exists, so it's not that difficult for us to set it up again. Palace Master Yun said smilingly. With the protection of this formation, our Green Fire World finally can live in a peaceful life again, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Palace Master Wushuang, there's one more thing, Palace Master Yun added. Jian Wushuang looked at Palace Master Yun. After the formation was set up, I found that there's someone who has been trying to recover the tunnel connecting our world and the outside world. This person's skills are very brilliant. If I guess correctly, that person should be the woman who activated the enduring samsara formation before. Palace Master Yun said seriously, among the remaining experts of the Jin Kingdom, only she could have such a capability on formations. That woman? Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly turned grim. They were referring to Zhu Shi, of course. At the final war, she escaped while noticing the situation was unfavorable. Palace Master Yun, since you could feel that she is trying to recover the portal, I guess you know her location, Jian Wushuang said. Of course. That's why I came here to inform you of her location. Palace Master Yun said with a smile. Great. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands and asked, then tell me please. After knowing Zhu Shi's current location, Jian Wushuang set off at once. A cold and elegant woman, Zhu Shi, stood in a secluded void above the huge battlefield, with some formation flags floating in front of her. These flags were giving off a formidable aura. Obviously, Zhu Shi was setting up a formation. To be precise, she was destroying a formation. She was trying to destroy the huge formation that the Green Fire World's experts had set up around the battlefield. Because it was connected with the space storm around this battlefield, so she paid a huge price and then succeeded in allowing the army of the Gene Kingdom to intrude into the formation. Now, it was impossible for her to destroy it again on her own. However, she did not plan to totally destroy it. She wished to destroy a small part of it so that it could allow her to send a message out. She enjoyed some reputation in her sect, so only if she could send a message to the experts of her sect, someone would come and save her. Damn, I'm almost made it, but the Green Fire World suddenly changed another formation, which was several times more complicated than before. She gritted her teeth and her facial expression changed. When she came to this battlefield with the monarch of the Gene Kingdom, she had never expected the monarch to die here. Therefore, she had not prepared any route of retreat for herself. Now, she was trapped in this battlefield, and it was really difficult for her to contact with the outside world. Right at this moment, whoosh! An invisible power swept across this void. She perceived that and turned around as soon as possible. She saw a young figure showing up behind her. Jian Wushuang. She turned pale with fright. How is this possible? How could you find me? A possibility came to her mind at once. Her located had been presumably figured out by him while she was destroying the formation. Looking at the elegant woman who had gotten into a panic, Jian Wushuang lifted his hands slowly. An immense amount of power had already gathered in his hand. No, Jian Wushuang, you cannot kill me. Jushi screamed right now. She knew Jian Wushuang's strength clearly. Although she had some life-saving skills, they simply did not work at all when she was facing experts like Jian Wushuang. Cannot kill you? Give me a reason. Jian Wushuang said in a cold voice, and the power continued gathering in his hand. I am a core disciple of the Holy Prefecture, and my teacher is one of the 4 Mansion Masters. I also have a senior brother, Universe God Qingyang, who is the first genius of the Holy Prefecture. She screamed continuously. Besides, each core disciple of the Holy Prefecture has learned a secret skill that is similar to curse. If you kill me, you will be cursed by me. And someday, any core disciple or high-level experts of the Holy Prefecture can recognize that you have killed an important member of their sect at first glance. They surely will try their best to revenge against you. Oh! Jian Wushuang's eyebrow lifted and he asked, is there any such secret skill in the eternal chaotic world? Yes. Gu King nodded his heart. Jian Wushuang. Jushi looked at him again. I know you are a genius and have great potential. You definitely will travel around the eternal chaotic world, where my sect is one of the overlords on the first territory you will set foot on. If you kill me, don't expect that you will be safe there. Killing me will not do any good to you. Instead, it will be extremely difficult for you to venture into the eternal chaotic world. If you let me go, I promise I will introduce you to join the Holy Prefecture. That will be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Is that so? Jian Wushuang smiled coldly, and the power he had gathered burst forth. A flash of flowing light shot toward the woman instantly. Jushi's eyes were wide with disbelief. She had explained everything to Jian Wushuang so clearly, but the latter still struck her. If I die, you won't be able to live a good life. She shouted angrily when she knew she would die. She triggered the secret skill she mentioned earlier, and a little bit power swarmed into Jian Wushuang's body. Chapter 1251. Leaving the Green Fire World. Chapter 1251. Leaving the Green Fire World. The force was incredibly odd and unique, and Jian Wushuang was unable to stop it from entering into his body. Is this the curse that she spoke of? Jian Wushuang could feel the odd force brooding inside himself as he asked, Gu King, can you get rid of this curse? No, I can't. Gu King shook his head. This level of curse needs to be dispelled by one that is highly skilled. It requires expertise above that of a universe god. If there's no one helping you dispelling it, you can only let it dissipate by itself. Considering that woman's resentment, It'll take at least hundreds of thousands of years for it to fade away. Hundreds of thousands of years. Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded. He did not want to stay in the green fire world for another hundreds of thousands of years to wait for the curse to dissipate before heading towards the eternal chaotic world. Jian Wushuang, you shouldn't kill her. You could have suppressed her with your Blood Mountain sword first and kill her when you grow stronger, and don't need to fear the holy prefecture behind her, said Gu King. To wait till that moment? Jian Wushuang shook his head. How can the soul of the Sunrise Sword Emperor rest in peace if she does not die? Gu King was rendered speechless. Now, Master's ritual formation has fallen on this battlefield, and the woman from the Holy Prefecture has also been killed. Although a few Universe Masters from the Jin Kingdom managed to survive, they'll not be able to pose any threat to us. My green fire world will have a peace of mind, and it's time for me to head off to the eternal chaotic world, Jian Wushuang muttered. With these words, Jian Wushuang used his fastest speed to return to Green Fire Palace. The moment he arrived at Green Fire Palace, he immediately mustered the other palace masters and told them his decision. Knowing that Jian Wushuang was preparing to head towards the eternal chaotic world, palace masters felt surprised, but this thing was also within their expectations. After all, Jian Wushuang was still so young. His potential was still far beyond imaginable. If he continued to stay within the Green Fire world, it would waste his talent. Besides, the Green Fire world was in peace now. Jian Wushuang did not have to stay here. 15 years after the end of the ultimate battle, numerous people gathers on the vast battlefield again to see Jian Wushuang off. Among them, there were Jian Wushuang's parents, his friends Wang Yuan, Yang Zishuan, and Su Rou, and many palace masters such as Tang Emperor, Palace Master Yun, Xueling Tian, and Emperor Xiao. Many holy masters of the Green Fire Palace also came here. Father, mother. Jian Wushuang looked at his parents. Shuanger, in my whole life, my proudest moment is to have you as my son. Jian Nantian smiled weakly at Jian Wushuang while feeling an immense sense of pride. His son was publicly recognized and known as the leader of the Green Fire Palace, and the one who had saved everyone during the ultimate battle. He was also the most talented youth in the history of the Green Fire world. Shuanger, please be very careful. Ji Wuming looked warmly upon Jian Wushuang. Yes, I know. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. Tang Emperor. Jian Wushuang stood before Tang Emperor again and handed over a token to him. This token contains 3 sets of powerful sword skills. I've spent a long time refining and perfecting it. I want to hand it over to you now, in case of any emergency. Tang Emperor accepted the token and nodded heavily. Jian Wushuang, this road to inverse cultivation will not be easy. You have to be careful with your every step. You must not follow in Xiaoqing's footsteps. Eldest senior brother. Jian Wushuang came to Xueling Tian. Master may have gone, but he put a lot of effort into creating the ancient sect. Please take care of the ancient sect after I leave. Don't worry. The ancient sect will be all right with me around. Xueling Tian laughed. Uncle Xiao. Jian Wushuang came to Emperor Xiao. I'll definitely bring Shuanger back from the eternal chaotic world. All right, be careful. Emperor Xiao nodded slightly, while beaming with confidence towards Jian Wushuang. Lastly, Jian Wushuang came to his 3 good brothers. Haha, the 3 of you. Jian Wushuang looked at them. Third brother. Wang Yuan, Yang Zishuan, and Su Rou looked at Jian Wushuang, feeling a little down. That's enough. We'll meet again. Soon. I'll be back here drinking with all of you. Jian Wushuang laughed. Of course. Wang Yuan, Yang Zishuan, Su Rou nodded their heads. Sadness was a natural part of a farewell. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang had no regret. Everyone, goodbye. The Green Fire world, goodbye. Jian Wushuang cupped his hands in front of himself to bid farewell to everyone before turning around to leave for the faraway void. Over there, Palace Master Yun had already made a portal for Jian Wushuang to access the outer world. Under the gaze of everyone, he entered the portal and soon disappeared. Underneath the dark sky, a portal appeared out of nothing, and a figure flew out of the portal rapidly. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang managed to stop himself, looking quite haggard. After he stabilized himself, he turned to look back. Wow, is this the space-time storm that wraps up my green fire world and the huge battlefield? Jian Wushuang looked into the distance and saw the completely distorted space-time. That distorted space-time was extremely big and seemed boundless. Although he was far away from it now, the sight still filled him with awe. A space-time storm in the eternal chaotic world indicated a disaster. Such a huge space-time storm was no doubt a catastrophe. However, it was also because of the dreadful space-time storm. No one else dared to get close to this place, and the green fire world could occupy the battlefield for all this time. If the experts of the Gene Kingdom had never been drawn into this space-time storm by accident, they would have never discovered the battlefield. In a sense, this space-time storm is like a protective shield to my green fire world. So actually my green fire world should be thankful for its existence. Jian Wushuang laughed weakly. Jian Wushuang, you have to remember the location of this space-time storm clearly. If there's nothing else, we'll set off, said Gu King. All right. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly as he waved his hand to summon a spaceship, which appeared out of nowhere. To travel in the eternal chaotic world, one could not simply rely on his or her legs. Taking a spaceship is the best way of getting round in this world. The spaceship Jian Wushuang summoned was originally from Dao Yuanzi. He sat on the spaceship and sped away, excitedly. The eternal chaotic world. I am coming. Chapter 1252, The Fifth Step. Chapter 1252, The Fifth Step. Whoosh! An ancient spaceship whisked across the dark void. Without a clue of its actual speed, but definitely faster than any of the universe got. Inside this spaceship, Jian Wushuang simply sat cross-legged. In front of him, a gray stone gem levitated in front of him. Ever since his announcement on leaving Green Fire World, Tang Emperor has given this gray stone gem to him. As for this gray stone gem, it was not distant to Jian Wushuang, but in fact very familiar. Today, the reason why he is able to walk the path of cultivators was in fact due to this gray stone gem, which contained the heavenly creation skill of cultivation method. Previously, with only 2 of the gray stone gem, Jian Wushuang's cultivation strength reached to only the 4th step. This was in defiance with the natural order, which was to attain the level of Eternal Supremo. As of now, the 4th step was akin to the level of Dao Master among cultivators. Now levitating right in front of Jian Wushuang, the gray stone gem was the 3rd one, which contained the 5th step to cultivate the heavenly creation skill against natural order. With the 4th step against natural order being so excellent, what then encompassed the 5th step? Holding on to a glimpse of hope, Jian Wushuang's soul powers instantaneously seeped into the gray stone gem and began browsing the next heavenly creation skill for cultivation strength. Seemingly momentarily, Jian Wushuang finished his reading. Upon completion, he opened his eyes, but his expression turned very solemn. The 5th step, it is actually an inverse cultivation test? Jian Wushuang frowned deeply. He originally believed that the 5th step would be the same as the former, which would encompass him with special abilities. Incredulously, the 5th step against natural order was an arduous 1,000-year cultivation. For this inverse cultivation, it would be the toughest yet necessary in overcoming this hurdle. Inverse cultivation disaster. Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth tightly. Gu King, that was inside of Jian Wushuang's body, similarly browsed the information of that gray stone gem. After a brief moment of silence, Gu King spoke. This step, I did previously guess this. Actually, not only the inverse cultivation, all the cultivators in the world would have to go through this hurdle when they reach the level of a universe god. I have already told you previously, becoming a universe master only means you are immortal, but it has not transformed your divine power. To transform your divine power and become a universe god, you will have to suffer from this disaster and get divine baptism. Unfortunately, overcoming the disaster is not an easy one. Even in the eternal chaotic world, It has always been many of the cultivator's nightmare. Among 100 universe master, it is almost impossible to have one to survive from it, but you have to pass this hurdle in order to become a universe god. It is inescapable. Frankly speaking, this disaster is simply a test to divide the strong and the weak. Overcoming it meant becoming a warrior. Failing or constantly being afraid to challenge, you end up being a weakling for the rest of your life. Is that so? Jian Wushuang realized in shock. He knew previously that being a universe master was only taking half a step, but he did not know how exactly to surpass the other half of it. Now, he understands that is to pass the disaster. Only by overcoming the hurdle can he be a true universe god. Even an ordinary cultivator would have to pass the disaster to become a universe god, not to mention the inverse cultivation. Inverse cultivation against natural order is obviously a lot more dangerous than the ordinary cultivation. I once saw a universe master making a breakthrough. During the process, the level of difficulty was definitely 100 times tougher than what an ordinary cultivator would have gone through. Gu King said. What? Jian Wushuang was taken aback. Exactly by 100 times? That disaster was incomparably scary, manifesting fear in many of the cultivators, viewed as an absolute nightmare. Yet, inverse cultivation disaster is even more scary by 100 times? Even an ordinary cultivator would have to pass the disaster to become a universe god, not to mention the inverse cultivation. Inverse cultivation against natural order is obviously a lot more dangerous than the ordinary cultivation. I once saw a universe master making a breakthrough. During the process, the level of difficulty was definitely 100 times tougher than what an ordinary cultivator would have gone through. Gu King said. Emperor Qing? Jian Wushuang internally shaken. He has heard of Emperor Qing from Tang Emperor. Indeed, at that time, Tang Emperor did say that Emperor Qing died during inverse cultivation. Now it seemed that Emperor Qing's death, at that time, was probably caused by the inverse cultivation disaster. When they separated previously, Tang Emperor had specifically warned him that it would be a difficult journey towards inverse cultivation and that he should be very careful. Apparently, this was what the Tang Emperor was worried about, the inverse cultivation disaster. The cultivate technique of the inverse cultivation initially had belonged to the Tang Emperor, who then taught it to Emperor Qing. After the death of Emperor Qing, there remained only 2 of the gray stone gems, and the third one had always been on Tang Emperor all along, even though he denied. If it wasn't for me who wanted to explore the eternal chaotic world, I am afraid he still would not have given to me that third gray stone gem willingly. He must have been worried that I would follow into the footsteps of Emperor Qing. Jian Wushuang wore a grave expression as he now understood what Tang Emperor was worried about. Tang Emperor was simply worried about his safety, which was why he did not give the third gray stone gem to him before. Jian Wushuang, this path of inverse cultivation is full of thistles and thorns. The eternal chaotic world, massively boundless, has breed countless inverse cultivators across endless time, but those who pass it are extremely rare. Once this hurdle is passed, though, those victors become extraordinary. I hope that you can be extraordinary too, instead of being like the majority of the inverse cultivators who died in this path, Gu King said. With a stern expression, Jian Wushuang asked, Gu King, do you know how many tests the inverse cultivation disaster will have? To be a universe god, there is a total of 3 levels, therefore the god disaster should also have 3 tests. Should you fail any one of the tests, you will be completely destroyed. Gu King answered gravely. Besides, your test will not be as easy as the typical inverse cultivation tests. You have the bloodline of an ancient god, as well as the highest level of imperial bloodline, which means that you may have to go through the ancient god disaster all at once. Upon those words, Jian Wushuang's heart sank. He felt the burden inside him becoming increasingly heavier. Soon enough, he calmed himself down. The inverse cultivation disaster and the ancient god disaster, either of them are horrible. Of course, a combination of 2 must definitely be more dangerous. Every single level could easily destroy me. Even so, there is still a chance for me to survive and not just die. If I were to fear the disasters in front of me, That would mean that I am extinguishing that very last strand of hope. I, Jian Wushuang, would never do such a silly thing. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, but his eyes gleamed with determination. Chapter 1253, The Dayu World, the Snow Kingdom. Chapter 1253, The Dayu World, the Snow Kingdom. Gu King, around when would that inverse cultivation disaster arrive? Jian Wushuang asked. If it were for normal cultivators who have just managed to attain the level of Universe Master, it will likely take a long time for the disaster to strike. Given that you are an inverse cultivator, I am not sure exactly when then it will strike, but when it does, you will definitely feel it. Since you do not sense anything right now, this means that there is still some time before it strikes. Of course, even so, you can start your preparation for the inverse cultivation now. Gu King commented. Okay, I got it. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Soon enough, Jian Wushuang continued to probe Gu King with more questions regarding the God disaster and inverse cultivation disaster while they hurried on their journey. He had no choice but to pay attention, with the inverse cultivation disaster being one of the greatest hurdles to pass. It was not in his place to turn away from it. Time flies. 3 years passed in a blink of an eye. The spaceship traveled across the boundless and endless void for a total of 3 years. At last, on this day, Jian Wushuang's strength of soul sees a floating vast land at a far distance. That piece of vast land seemed to extend endlessly. In comparison with the green fire world, it was unsure how far the land expanded. Have we finally arrived at the place where cultivators reside in? Jian Wushuang stared at the distant land, secretly amazed inside. One have to acknowledge that he spent a good 3 years in the spaceship to rush down to the place, even with the incredulous speed of the spaceship. Without the spaceship, it would take him no lesser than a few hundred years to rush here by feet. Upon approaching the vast land, Jian Wushuang has already placed the spaceship back into the interspatial ring before advancing onto the floating land. Without long, a city on the land appeared. The city was heavily guarded by a magical force field. Unable to trespass with his powers, Jian Wushuang can only enter through the city gate. When he arrived at the gate, he found several long queues waiting to enter the city. Each queue had at least thousands of people waiting in line. There are so many people, and they are all so powerful. Jian Wushuang's strength of soul has since curled out and detect all of those people's aura clearly. Most of the people in line were at the level of a holy master, and the amount of those who were universe masters were comparable. As for those in line who were Tao masters, they were the least, only several of them. Those beneath the level of a Tao master were, in fact, none. Of course, even so, you can start your preparation for the inverse cultivation now. Gu King commented. Is that so? Jian Wushuang realized. Just wait in line. The eternal chaotic world pay more attention to rankings in terms of power. If you were a powerful universe god, perhaps you would not need to follow the rules of this city, but you are only a mere universe master as of now. Gu King advised. Jian Wushuang shrugged. Guess he had no choice but to simply wait in line. The eternal chaotic world's efficiency was extremely high. In less than an hour, it was soon Jian Wushuang's turn. 1 chaos gem to enter the city, the city guard said coldly. 1 chaos gem? Jian Wushuang startled. In Green Fire World, the value of a chaos gem was nearly all a rank 3 Tao master had owned. Here, it was just a fee to enter the city. That sure is expensive. There must be at least 10,000 people entering the city every day. A chaos gem for a person, that would be 10,000 chaos gem in a day. The master of the city sure is evil enough. Jian Wushuang sighed before giving the city guard a chaos gem to enter the gate. Inside of the city, the streets were bustling with people, filled with a lively atmosphere. Just like what Gu King has said, most of the city people were holy masters. In terms of ranking, he almost couldn't find any Tao master. As for universe gods, in the words of Gu King, even in the normal realm, the universe god is already the highest ranking warrior, which was already rare to be seen. As such, it would also be rare here. This city was actually similar to the one inside Green Fire World. They both had a variety of shops, except the scale for those here was obviously bigger. Jian Wushuang aimlessly walked around the city for a while and entered some of the shops. The treasures sold in the shops were apparently of a higher grade compared to those in Green Fire World. After half a day, Jian Wushuang sat inside a bar. He held up his wine glass and thoughtlessly sipped on the wine. After just 2 sips, he began to frown. The wine in the eternal chaotic world is uncomparable to that of my hometown. Jian Wushuang shook his head before turning to a waitress at the side and asked, "Does your house bar sell information?" "Of course." The waitress, who was at the level of a holy master, smiled. "Not sure what kind of information do you need, sir?" "I want information about this realm, as detailed as possible. Best if the information includes the forces of the parties here, and who are the stronger ones to take note of." Jian Wushuang answered. "The most detailed information we do have, but the price is rather expensive. It would take 500 chaos gems." Eyes in the shape of crescent moons, the waitress smiled. A usual holy master would have owned a holy of around 20 chaos gems. Even a universe master would typically have several hundred gems. Those who actually can give out 500 chaos gems were extremely rare. "Here's 500 chaos gems. You can count them." Jian Wushuang tossed an interspatial ring over. The waitress's eyes lit up. After going over them carefully for a bit, she reverently said, "Please wait a minute, sir." Not long after, the waitress offered Jian Wushuang the most detailed information about the city in no time. While continuing to drink, Jian Wushuang's leafed through the document. "The Dayu world belongs to Snow Kingdom?" Jian Wushuang let out an expression filled with confusion. At this moment, Gu King spoke again. "Jian Wushuang, the structure of the eternal chaotic world overall can be classified into 4 levels. The first level, which is also the lowest, are the countless eternal world, just like the Green Fire World which you have lived in. It is just that its geographical location is a little unique, that's all. The second level would be the realm domain. The realm domain refers to an extensive field which exists numerous eternal worlds with their land-gathering people who come from all over the world. Generally speaking, every realm domain is controlled by one strong warrior or by a large force. The third level would then be the God Kingdom. The God Kingdom is made up of hundreds of the realm domains. A God Kingdom, by itself, is extremely massive, yet in the vast eternal chaotic world, there still exists many of them. Chapter 1254, One King and 3 Hegemons. Chapter 1254, One King and 3 Hegemons. Upon hearing what the Gu King had said, Jian Wushuang was shocked. He had just left the Green Fire World, and in his eyes, a domain consisting of countless places as large as Eternal World was indeed very vast. However, a kingdom was 1,000 times bigger than a domain. Moreover, there were many kingdoms in the Eternal Chaotic World. It's so vast. The Eternal Chaotic World is vast beyond my imagination, Jian Wushuang said in amazement. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked, "The kingdoms are just of level 3. What about the places of level 4? How vast could a place at level 4 be?" Level 4 is the core of the Eternal Chaotic World, and also the 10 cultivation sanctuaries with the most experts, Gu King answered. Cultivation sanctuary? 10. Jian Wushuang's eyes widened. There are 10 cultivation sanctuaries in the Eternal Chaotic World, each of them covering a small area and no larger than a kingdom. However, they are the core places of the Eternal Chaotic World. Cultivating there will be more efficient than in other places, so they attract the most experts. Many geniuses from the kingdoms, domains, and even the Eternal World all have gone there to cultivate. Jian Wushuang, you are the core member of the Star Bloodline. It is in one of the cultivation sanctuaries as well, Gu King answered. Star Bloodline is in one of the cultivation sanctuaries as well? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Besides that, the Star Bloodline is the main force in that cultivation sanctuary and is famous in the whole Eternal Chaotic World. Gu King answered. You have just come out of the green fire world, and the best choice for you is to go to where the star bloodline is now. There, you can rely on their resources and become stronger, but we're so far away from that place." "How far?" Jin Wushuang immediately asked. "I have no idea." Gu King shook his head. "When I adventured in the eternal chaotic world with King Luozhan, I had visited many kingdoms, but I never heard of the Snow Kingdom, so I'm sure this kingdom is not near the 10 cultivation sanctuaries and might be somewhere in the corner. Therefore, if we set off from such a place to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, it will take us a rather long time. Not only that, there are a lot of dangerous places in the void outside the kingdoms, and there are even countless bandits. With your current strength, it is not realistic for you to go to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries now. So, I think you should stay in the Dayu region to improve your power at first, and when you've passed the first inverse cultivation test and become a universe god in the first heaven, you can set off." "I see." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. He also knew that he should not hurry now. With his current strength, it was indeed impossible for him to make it to the cultivation sanctuaries all by himself. He had better set off after he had made some breakthrough in his power. Jian Wushuang continued reading the information on the Dayu region. Though the region was only a normal domain of the Snow Kingdom, it was still vast with many experts there, and most of those experts were gathered on the land that Jian Wushuang was standing on. Among all the sects in the region, there were 4 dominating forces. They were the Dayu Palace, the Scarlet Island, the Golden Sun Sect, and the Holy Prefecture. Those 4 forces were addressed as one king and 3 hegemons. One king referred to the Dayu Palace, the local tyrant of the region. As the name suggested, the Dayu Palace was the ruler of the Dayu region. The master of that palace was recognized by the Snow Kingdom, and at the same time, he was also the #1 expert in the region and one of the 3 universe gods in the 3rd heaven. The 3 hegemons referred to the Scarlet Island, the Golden Sun Sect, and the Holy Prefecture. They were powerful, and their forces were deep-rooted in that region. Jiushi, who Jian Wushuang had killed in the Green Fire World, was a core disciple of the Holy Prefecture, and her grievance had been on Jian Wushuang since then. If Jian Wushuang met another core disciple of the Holy Prefecture, that person would know that Jian Wushuang had killed one of his companions. The Holy Prefecture is really powerful. Jian Wushuang praised inwardly while reading the information on the Holy Prefecture. There were 4 mansion masters in the Holy Prefecture, and they were all the universe gods in the 2nd heaven. Jiushi's master was among them. There were also more than 20 universe gods of the 1st heaven in the prefecture, and one of them had even caught Jian Wushuang's attention. That person was universe god Qingyang. He was the #1 genius of the prefecture, and he was said to have cultivated for less than 10,000 years before he passed the god test to become a universe god in the 1st heaven. He was also rumored to have almost reached the peak of that realm. Before her death, that woman had said that her master was a mansion master of the Holy Prefecture, and her senior brother was the #1 genius, universe god Qingyang. I didn't pay much attention to her words at that time, but now it seems that I'm in big trouble. Jian Wushuang sighed. Although he was as powerful as the universe god in the 1st heaven, there were 3 kinds of universe gods: elementary, advanced, and peak. At best, he could battle an advanced universe god. By displaying a secret skill, he could make himself as powerful as a universe god in the peak of the 1st heaven. Therefore, there were some people in the Holy Prefecture who were still able to kill him. As for that universe god Qingyang, Jian Wushuang was no match for him. It seems that I have to be careful from this moment on. If I'm targeted by Holy Prefecture, I'll be killed. Jian Wushuang murmured. He then continued reading the information on the Golden Sun Sect. The Golden Sun Sect is even more powerful than the Holy Prefecture. Jian Wushuang gasped inwardly in admiration. There were more than 30 universe gods in the Golden Sun Sect, and the master of the sect was said to be a universe god at the peak of the 2nd heaven. There were also countless experts in the sect. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed when he glanced at the information on an expert of the Golden Sun Sect. The information read, "The monarch of the Jin Kingdom, Jin Feng." He had killed this person in the Green Fire World, and he never thought that this person would be the monarch of the Jin Kingdom, as well as an expert of the Golden Sun sect. According to the information, Jin Wushang also learned that the monarch had a good relationship with the sect master, and was said to be the master's brother. Chapter 1255, Invincible Universe Master. Chapter 1255, Invincible Universe Master. After Jian Wushuang read the information on the monarch of the Gold Kingdom, his expression became very strange. God, it turns out that I not only provoked the Holy Prefecture, but also provoked Golden Sun sect. It is rumored that the monarch of the Gold Kingdom is the younger brother of the Lord of Golden Sun sect. Even if the rumor is false, it means that they have a good relationship. If the Lord of Golden Sun sect knows that I killed the monarch of the Gold Kingdom, he will definitely try to kill me, Jian Wushuang sighed anxiously. He had killed the monarch of the Gold Kingdom in the Green Fire world, where there were formations isolating them from the outside world. Before the monarch died, he could never pass on the message of who killed him, so as long as Jian Wushuang keep that confidential, the Golden Sun sect would not know. Although the chances are small, I'd better watch out for the Golden Sun sect, Jian Wushuang reminded himself. The best way to build a firm foothold in the Dayu world is to join a big force. The Dayu Palace is highly regarded, and life will be too easy and comfortable if I join it, which isn't what I want, he secretly reflected. The three hegemons often fight against each other, and occasionally even wars will break out. They are worthy of me to join. However, in the three hegemons, Holy Prefecture and Golden Sun sect both have grudges with me, so I could only join the last hegemon, the Scarlet Island. The Scarlet Island was also one of the hegemons in the Dayu world, and its overall strength was no worse than that of the Golden Sun sect. In the past few years, within the Dayu world, Scarlet Island and the Golden Sun sect were constantly embroiled in the fiercest battles. You, come here, Jian Wushuang waved at a tavern attendant not far away. What can I do for you, Your Excellency? The attendant came to him and asked respectfully. Is there any way for me to join the Scarlet Island? Jian Wushuang asked. Join the Scarlet Island? The attendant smiled. Your Excellency, the three hegemons in the Dayu world have been fighting all year round, and a great number of experts have died. Naturally, they need a lot of experts to supplement the loss, so it's not hard to join them. Strong celestial masters can join easily. As for universe masters, it's much easier. However, if you want to master certain powers in the three hegemons, the threshold will be higher. With your strength, it is easy for you to join the Scarlet Island, Your Excellency, the attendant added and smiled. He had already found that Jian Wushuang was a universe master. That was why he acted with great respect. Oh, I see, Jian Wushuang replied with an arched brow. It's much easier to join the Scarlet Island, because the city where you are now is within the control of the Scarlet Island, and there is a recruitment office for the Scarlet Island in this city, the attendant said. Oh, Jian Wushuang laughed, took out an interspatial ring and said, Take me to the recruitment office, and then the chaos gems in this interspatial ring is yours. The attendant cast a fleeting glance at the interspatial ring and saw 20 chaos gems inside the interspatial ring. With a hint of joy in his eyes, he took the ring and deferentially said, Your Excellency, please come with me. Afterwards, Jian Wushuang paid the money and followed the attendant to the center of the city. There was indeed a recruitment office for the Scarlet Island. There was a sea of people in the recruitment office, forming two long queues. Obviously, there were a great deal of people who wanted to join the Scarlet Island. Your Excellency, the two lines are for the recruitment of Celestial Masters and Universe Masters respectively. Look, the longer line is for Celestial Masters, and the other is for Universe Masters. Your Excellency, you can go to the line with fewer people, the attendant explained. Okay, thank you. You may leave now, Jian Wushuang said and waved to the attendant. Excuse me, the attendant bowed and took his leave. Then, Jian Wushuang went to the line for Universe Masters. When lining up, he found that the way to recruit cultivators was simple. After briefly judging the applicant's strength, the recruiter would give the applicant a token, and the recruitment was over. Then, the applicant who got the token went to the place where he or she was arranged. Those Universe Masters applicants were absolutely overlords in the eternal world, but they were extremely humble in this recruitment office without putting on airs. It was not long before Jian Wushuang's turn came. "Tell me your name and strength." A white-haired elder who was in charge of handing out tokens took a glance at him. At the first sight of Jian Wushuang, he found that Jian Wushuang's aura was much stronger than other Universe Masters, but he did not care. Over the years of recruiting, he had met countless Universe Masters, many of whom were more powerful than Jian Wushuang was. "Is there any way for me to join the Scarlet Island?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Well, the Scarlet Island has always valued strength. That is to say, the stronger you are, the higher your position will be. And the higher your status will be on the Scarlet Island," the white-haired elder explained in a deep voice. "Oh, I see." Jian Wushuang smiled and pondered for a second before saying, "I am an invincible Universe Master." "Invincible Universe?" the white-haired elder murmured, but he suddenly paused and looked up at Jian Wushuang aghast before finishing his words. Instantly, everyone behind him and in the other line stared in Jian Wushuang's direction. They all heard Jian Wushuang say, "Invincible Universe Master." What did you say?" the white-haired elder asked in amazement. "You are an invincible Universe Master. Are you sure?" Jian Wushuang's expression turned eccentric at his question. In terms of battle strength, he was equal to a universe god at the first heaven. However, he had just come to the eternal chaotic world, and he did not want to be too ostentatious. That was why he said he was an invincible Universe Master, but he did not expect such a reaction from the white-haired elder and those around him. He did not know that there were plenty of Universe Masters in the Dayu world. If he had told the elder that he was a Universe Master at the peak, the elder would not have been so startled, because the Universe Master at the peak was not rare in the Dayu world, but the Invincible Universe Master was different. Within the entire Dayu world, Invincible Universe Masters were very rare, even rarer than the Universe God. That was because the Invincible Universe Master had to create unique skills, and if a Universe Master could create unique skills, he was definitely a real genius. Even the local Tyrant Dayu Palace and the three hegemons took such geniuses seriously. Chapter 1256, Personally Verify. Chapter 1256, Personally Verify. "I said I'm a Universe Master. What's the matter?" Jian Wushuang asked in a deep voice. "No, nothing." The white-haired elder shook his head repeatedly, realizing his gaffe. Then, he politely said, "Your Excellency, our Scarlet Island stipulates that experts who are invincible Universe Masters and above must be verified by our Universe God, and then assigned by them, so please wait a little while here." "The Universe God will verify me personally?" Jian Wushuang asked with a strange look. "How long do I have to wait?" "Our Universe God Feiyu is in this city. I've already sent him a message. It will not be long before he arrives. I have to remind you that the temper of the Universe Gods is very eccentric. When he arrives, if the strength you show is not up to the level of Invincible Universe Master, it will anger Universe God Feiyu," the white-haired elder warned. "I know." Jian Wushuang smiled. "Then I'll wait for a while." The white-haired elder instantly asked him to the side in a deferential manner. In the corner of the city stood a grand black castle. In the core hall of the castle, two people sat face to face. "Feiyu, this matter depends on you." A cold middle-aged man in black smiled slightly. "Haha, no problem, Chan. Don't worry about it," the other man said with a laugh. He was a handsome young man, wearing a luxury robe, and he was Universe God Feiyu and the owner of the Black Castle. The middle-aged man was Universe God Chen, another Universe God of the Scarlet Island. He was a famous Universe God. As they were talking, Universe God Feiyu's expression suddenly changed. "What's wrong, Feiyu?" asked Universe God Chen. "The recruitment office reported that there is a person claiming to be an invincible Universe Master, and I have to come there to verify," Universe God Feiyu replied. An invincible universe master? Universe God Shin's eyes lit up. Invincible universe masters are rarer than universe gods, and they are very useful. They do everything universe gods cannot. Besides, there are not so many invincible universe masters on the Scarlet Island. Therefore, every time an invincible universe master comes, it is a good thing for us. Indeed. Universe God Feiyu nodded and asked, Chun, if you're free, why not go there with me? Okay, Universe God Chun agreed. Then they left the Black Castle and went to the recruitment office. As soon as the two universe gods arrived at the recruitment office, their terrifying auras spread out, and the entire recruitment office went silent. Besides Jin Wushuang, all the holy masters and universe masters who participated in the recruitment were in awe. He's Universe God Feiyu, and the other seems to be Universe God Chun. The two universe gods came personally. They must be here for Jin Wushuang. Many people in the recruitment office whispered. Universe God Chun? Jin Wushuang took a glance at Universe God Chun. He had already read the information on many powerful universe gods in the Dayu world, and he had recognized the two universe gods. Among the two universe gods, Universe God Feiyu had mediocre strength, barely reaching an advanced level of the first heaven. On the other hand, Universe God Shin was very formidable. It was said he had broken through to the peak of the first heaven. Also, Universe God Shin was skilled in swordsmanship. With the arrival of the two universe gods, the white-haired elder came to them immediately and saluted respectfully. Who is the invincible universe master that I have to verify? Universe God Feiyu asked directly. Jin Wushuang immediately came to them and bowed slightly. I'm Jin Wushuang. Greetings, universe gods. Although his words were humble, his manners did not reveal much awe. It was because these two were only universe gods of the first heaven. Even if Universe God Shen was at the peak of the first heaven, he was not much stronger than him. Thus, they could not inspire his awe. The two universe gods did not mind it. Every invincible universe master was a genius, and it was normal for a genius to be arrogant. Jin Wushuang, meaning your sword principles are unparalleled. You really have a good name. How about your sword principle? Universe Godshin glanced at Jin Wushuang with a smile. The recruitment office reported that there is a person claiming to be an invincible universe master, and I have to come there to verify, Universe God Feiyu replied. Here? Jin Wushuang asked in bewilderment. How do I show it? The two universe gods exchanged glances, and then Universe Godshin took a step forward and said, Jin Wushuang, you're good at sword principle, and so am I. So, I'll be your opponent. Display your full strength. Don't worry, I'll control my forces and keep it at the level of ordinary universe master. I will be measured and will not hurt you. Fight with you, Universe Godshin? Jin Wushuang's eyes brightened with surprise. He was a universe god at the first heaven, and he was skilled in sword principle. It was a rare opportunity for Jin Wushuang to fight with such an expert. Then, please, Universe Godshin, he said and cupped his hands towards Universe Godshin. Then, the Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand. Bring it on. Universe Godshin stood where he was with an indifferent smile, but he did not even take out his sword. Jin Wushuang sighed and squinted. Since he deliberately controls his forces and keep it at the level of an ordinary universe master, then I'll only perform at the same level and fight with him relying on my swordsmanship, he thought. Jin Wushuang did not intend to display all his strength. His foundation was poor. If he revealed his full strength, as a universe master whose battle strength could be compared with that of the universe god, it would be a little cocky. However, he could deliberately control the power of his forces and only reveal his swordsmanship. Start. Jin Wushuang's eyes lit up abruptly, and he violently stepped forward. The moment he lifted his foot, a gust of wind burst out. The overwhelming sword shadows were caught in the wind, forming a real sword storm, sweeping towards Universe Godshin. It was the move of Spell of Disturbance that Jin Wushuang created. However, Jin Wushuang did not launch the soul attack this time. He totally counted on his swordsmanship. Your swordsmanship is interesting. Seeing the sword storm sweep over, Universe God Qian smiled slightly, used his fingers as a sword and swung directly. Break? Universe God Qian's chilly voice echoed between heaven and earth, and a scarlet sword light surged and broke the sword storm in a flash. Chapter 1257, Universe God Qian. Chapter 1257, Universe God Qian. What? Jin Wushuang was shocked to see that his spell of disturbance was broken by Universe God Qian easily. Since the spell of disturbance was created, it had never been broken and at most completely resisted, unless the opponent was much stronger than him. Now, Universe God Qian broke it with the power of an ordinary Universe Master. What was more, he did not even use his sword. 3 waves. Jin Wushuang's eyes turned chilly, but he showed no anxiety. As the spell of disturbance was broken, he wielded the Blood Mountain sword swiftly. Universe God Qian blocked the 3 sword lights easily as well. This is not enough for me to pull out the sword. Show all your strength. Universe God Qian shouted in a low voice. Hearing his words, Jin Wushuang stopped hesitating. Stroke of dawn. Buzz. The world darkened suddenly, and in the endless darkness, a ray of light suddenly appeared. It was a sword light, but it was stunning like the first light before dawn. Also, it exploded with a terrifying power. Universe God Fei Yu's eyes were alight with surprise by the sword light. He saw that this strike had reached the level of unique skills. Universe God Qian also smiled. That's more like it. As he finished speaking, he turned his hand and conjured a scarlet long sword. Then, Universe God Qian lightly waved his sword. It sent a very slight blow, causing no wave in the void. However, when the sword light fell, the light in the endless darkness was gone. Jin Wushuang was forced to take several steps back violently, each step leaving a big pit on the ground. Fortunately, the land of the Daiyu world was far more stable than that of the Eternal World, the Green Fire World and the vast void outside the land. In addition, both of them deliberately controlled their forces, so they did not bring much damage to the recruitment office. He's so formidable. After regaining footing, Jin Wushuang looked up at Universe God Qian and felt his heart tense. My Stroke of Dawn is a unique skill, but it seemed so weak that it was broken by Universe God Qian with a single blow. His understanding of swordsmanship is obviously far deeper than mine. Jin Wushuang sighed in his heart. At this moment, Universe God Qian also looked at him and said, Jin Wushuang, any other skills? The strike just barely made me pull my sword, but it is not powerful enough to let me perform my swordsmanship. Again. There was a hint of excitement in Jin Wushuang's eyes. Although he was defeated, he was not discouraged at all, but raised his Blood Mountain sword again. Crash! The sword light swept out again. This time, Jin Wushuang displayed the second move he created, the Nirvana. Oh! When the dazzling sword light, which seemed to carry infinite hope and vitality, emerged, Universe God Qian's eyes too were alight. This strike is good. I can display my swordsmanship now. Universe God Qian smiled faintly. Then his wrist twisted in a weird way, and a scarlet sword light swept like a fan. Bang! The 2 sword lights collided. As a result, Jin Wushuang was defeated again. Since Universe God Qian had always controlled his strength, this blow did not bring Jin Wushuang more damage after he was defeated. A silence hung over the recruitment office. Jin Wushuang, that's all. Universe God Fei Yu said and came forward. Thus, Jin Wushuang and Universe God Qian stopped. Brother Qian, how is he? Universe God Fei Yu asked and looked at Universe God Qian, smiling. Very good. Although his force is not outstanding, only at the level of the ordinary Universe Master, his swordsmanship is good. He has created 2 kinds of unique skills, and the last unique skill he displayed has reached the higher level of rank 1. In terms of battle strength, he is definitely an invincible Universe Master. If his force can be stronger, he will be an extremely terrifying invincible Universe Master. Universe God Qian concluded with a smile. Jin Wushuang did not show any emotion when he heard this, but he felt weird in the heart. Universe God Qin thought that he had gone all out, but in fact, when he knew that Universe God Qin deliberately suppressed his power and only used the power of the ordinary Universe Master, he also deliberately suppressed his power. He was an inverse cultivator, and his body had been integrated with the strongest three-sword principles. Moreover, Jin Wushuang was the 4-star imperial god at the top level. In terms of force, he was more than 10 times more powerful than an ordinary Universe Master. However, he had just been suppressing his force and did not use the power of blood-killing plate armor. As a result, Universe God Chun thought his force was at the level of the ordinary Universe Master. As for the unique skill that Universe God Qin mentioned, it was true. The unique skills of Universe Gods were divided according to the 3 Heaven of Universe Gods, including rank 1 to rank 3. In the 2 unique skills that Jin Wushuang created, the Stroke of Dawn was an elementary unique skill at rank 1, which was very common, and the Nirvana was an advanced unique skill at rank 1. Now that Universe God Chen thought you have the battle strength of the invincible Universe Master, you have passed the verification. Jin Wushuang, from now on, you're one of the Scarlet Island, Universe God Fei Yu said. Thank you for your instruction, Universe God Chen, and thank you, Universe God Fei Yu. Jin Wushuang thanked them. He did benefit a lot from the fight with Universe God Chen. Universe God Fei Yu waved his hand and said, the Scarlet Island is one of the 3 hegemons in the Dayu world, but there aren't so many invincible Universe Masters, and each of them occupy an important position. Jin Wushuang, you joined our Scarlet Island as an invincible Universe Master, so we will arrange an appropriate position for you too. Come with me. Then, Universe God Fei Yu and Universe God Chun led Jin Wushuang to that black castle in a corner of the city. However, as soon as the 3 of them left, the recruitment office burst into turmoil. Is the Universe God who fought with Jin Wushuang Universe God Chen? He's so formidable. I heard that Universe God Chen is at the peak of the 1st heaven, and he is in the top 5 on the Scarlet Island. Besides, his swordsmanship is much more excellent. Of course he is formidable. Universe God Chen is formidable, but Jin Wushuang forced him to take out his sword and perform swordsmanship. Jin Wushuang is powerful too. Jin Wushuang joined the Scarlet Island as an invincible Universe Master. What position can he get? The invincible Universe Master on the Scarlet Island usually acts as a supervisor or a divine general. Jin Wushuang should also be a supervisor. Many of the Universe Masters and Celestial Masters in the recruitment office chatted furiously. For these people, Universe Gods were unattainable, and invincible Universe Masters were big shots that they could only look up to. Chapter 1258, The 7th Divine General. Chapter 1258, The 7th Divine General. In a grand hall of the Black Castle, Universe God Fei Yu and Universe God Chun sat side by side. Jin Wushuang, generally speaking, there are 2 positions on Scarlet Island for an advanced Universe Master to choose from, Supervisor and Divine General, Universe God Fei Yu told Jin Wushuang. A supervisor is responsible for the inspection of our territory and some special places. Many people dream of this job because no one dares to offend a supervisor in his local territory. So if you become a supervisor, you can lead an easy life and make personal fortunes. Fei Yu was telling the truth. A supervisor in Scarlet Island did have a lot of chances to make money. The Divine General would go to 9-star C, the perimeter of our territory, where there are a great deal of experts. Also, you have to come in contact with other forces like Golden Sun Sect and Holy Prefecture. Fierce battles are inevitable. A Divine General needs to fight wars in the name of Scarlet Island. It's more dangerous than a supervisor, but you will gain more opportunities. You should decide which one is better for you. I'll give you 3 days to make a choice, Universe God Fei Yu said. Not necessary. I can make my choice now. I want to be a Divine General, Jin Wushuang replied. Oh! Universe God Fei Yu and Universe God Chun smiled at each other. They were not surprised. When Jin Shuang fought with Universe God Chen, they found he was aggressive. An aggressive person like him would never choose to be a supervisor. Such was the fact. At present, Jin Wushuang wanted to practice more in order to face inverse cultivation disaster. He would not join Scarlet Island if he wanted to have an easy life. Here is your ID token. Take it and find Commander Man E in 9-star C. He will arrange everything. Universe God Feiyu tossed a token to Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang took the token and put it into his interspatial ring. Then, he bowed and walked away. He walked out of the Black Castle and left for 9-star C. 9-star C, the perimeter of Scarlet Island, was a boundless sea that engulfed the whole Dayu world. Scarlet Island was one of the 3 hegemons outside the Dayu world. It controlled a vast territory. The city where Jin Wushuang stayed was distant from 9-star C. Since this land was unique, he was unable to reach there by spaceship, so Jin Wushuang spent 6 months walking to 9-star C. After he arrived at the military base in 9-star C, he went to see Commander Man E. Commander Man E was second only to the Lord in strength and influence. All the experts in 9-star C were under the command of him. I'm Jin Wushuang, Your Highness. Jin Wushuang saw the commander in a palace. The strapping man was about 3 meters high. With whiskers on the cheeks, he looked like a brown bear. The aura he released was very tyrannical. You are Jin Wushuang. He glanced at Jin Wushuang. Feiyu mentioned you not long ago. He said you were good at swordsmanship. You even displayed advanced unique skills at the first realm. With only the strength of Universe Master, Chon had to defeat you by a sword. He went easy on me, Jin Wushuang replied humbly. Good. Commander Manny had a cold look on his face. It's amazing for an advanced Universe Master to display unique skills at the level of Universe Master, but few of geniuses like you become Universe Gods. If you are frivolous, I'm sure you will suffer the God test. I got it. Jin Wushuang nodded. How long have you cultivated, Jin Wushuang? The commander asked. Well, Jin Wushuang hesitated for a while and answered, nearly 10,000 years. In fact, he had cultivated for less than 5,000 years. He was unwilling to attract attention, so he said a longer time. Do you mean less than 10,000 years? Looking at Jin Wushuang in astonishment, Commander Manny asked him, were you born in Dayu World or Eternal World? I was born in Eternal World and recently left my hometown. Jin Wushuang answered honestly. Recently? So you have reached the level of an advanced Universe Master on your own in the ordinary Eternal World in less than 1,000 years. You're a true genius. Commander Man-E nodded and said, in 9-star C, there are 6 divine generals under my command. From now on, you're the 7th. Thank you, Jin Wushuang said immediately. This is your ID token. It contains unique aura from which experts on Scarlet Island can know you for a divine general. Commander Manny added, now I have a mission for you. The mission is simple. You can use it for practice. Well, somebody call the 2nd and the 5th divine general. Commander Man-E ordered peremptorily without giving Jin Wushuang any time to ask questions. Soon, 2 figures came in. Your Highness. They were a man and a woman. The man was handsome and looked a little defiant. The woman was extremely attractive, but her aura was extremely tyrannical. Jin Wushuang, they are the 2nd Divine General Lindong and the 5th Divine General Mou. The commander introduced both sides briefly. This is Jin Wushuang, the person who has just joined our Scarlet Island. The 2 divine generals nodded at Jin Wushuang. Both of them already know about the mission. Just ask them later, Jin Wushuang. Commander Manny said in a loud voice and then turned toward Lindong and Mou. It's a simple mission. Give him a chance to practice. Understood, Your Excellency. Lindong and Mou nodded gravely. Well, go prepare for the mission. The commander waved his hand. Then, the 3 divine generals left. Chapter 1259, Extermination Mission. Chapter 1259, Extermination Mission. In the camp. Jian Wushuang, 2nd Divine General Lin Dong, and 5th Divine General Mo headed a team. Jian Wushuang, you just arrived at 9-star C, so we should have held a welcome feast for you. However, you just got a mission, so we have to delay the feast. Now, let me explain the mission to you, Lin Dong said. Jian Wushuang listened carefully. The big commander said it was an extermination mission, Ling Dong said. Extermination mission? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Who will be exterminated? The big commander said it was an extermination mission, Ling Dong said. Jian Wushuang was stunned. He knew what the Red Water Alliance was. It was a powerful force in the Dayu world. Based on what he knew, although this alliance was not as good as the three hegemons, it ranked right behind them. In the Red Water Alliance, there were 6 universe gods. Even though none of them were second heaven universe gods, they were also very powerful. Now, they 3 had to exterminate this alliance. How? Don't worry, Jian Wushuang. Although the Red Water Alliance sounds very strong, it has become history, Ling Dong laughed and said reassuringly. History? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Ling Dong looked at Mou, and then Mou said, not long ago, while the Red Water Alliance was having a fierce battle with the Golden Sun sect in our Scarlet Island, they sneakily attacked us but failed. The master of Scarlet Island was furious, so he led a group of universe gods to attack their lair and wiped out all the advanced battle strength in the alliance. The 6 universe gods and some stronger universe masters were all killed. Now, there are only some ordinary universe masters and holy masters in it, so it is a good time for us to exterminate them and take over their area. That's it. Jian Wushuang understood. If Red Water Alliance were at its peak, they 3 would definitely be killed when they battled with them. However, since the alliance lost their advanced battle strength, it would be much easier. No wonder many commanders said it was a simple task. After losing the advanced battle strength, even though there are still many universe masters and Dao masters in the Red Water Alliance, it has become an empty shell. Jian Wushuang slightly smiled. Although this task is not difficult, the Red Water Alliance still occupies a vast area. We have to break through the cities one by one, so it will take us a long time. Let's confirm the people first. The 2nd Army and 5th Army have already got another task, so they can't help. You have to assign the 7th Army to join this battle, Lin Dong said and looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, I'm afraid that you haven't got a chance to meet your sergeants in the 7th Army so far. Let us take you there. All right. Jian Wushuang nodded. He was the 7th Divine General and in charge of the 7th Army. Soon, Lin Dong and Mo led him to meet his sergeants in the 7th Army. Half a day later, Jian Wushuang, the 2nd Divine General Lin Dong, and the 5th Divine General Mo set out with the sergeants from the 7th Army. There were 30,000 people in one army in Scarlet Island. Among them, the weakest ones were holy masters, and the captains were usually universe masters. The battle formation of this army was terrifying in the Eternal World, but in the Eternal Chaotic World in the Dayu region, it was not a big deal. After all, there were numerous holy masters and universe masters here. Therefore, holy masters were not very valuable. In half a month, Jian Wushuang led the 7th Army to in the first city that was controlled by the Red Water Alliance. The mighty army stopped in front of the giant city. This is the first city that we need to exterminate, but there are numerous inner cultivators in it. While we are killing, how can we recognize which experts belong to the Red Water Alliance? Jian Wushuang frowned and asked. Don't worry about that. We will kill all the cultivators in the city. Lin Dong shook his head, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. What? Kill all the people? Jian Wushuang frowned. 7th Divine General, it seems you are new in the Eternal Chaotic World, so you don't really know how cruel it is. Lin Dong and Mo both smiled. They could understand Jian Wushuang's reaction. When they just got here from their hometowns, they both were stunned when they realized how monstrous the Eternal Chaotic World was. Jian Wushuang, you just arrived at 9-star C, so we should have held a welcome feast for you. However, you just got a mission, so we have to delay the feast. Now, let me explain the mission to you, Lin Dong said. Jian Wushuang, King Gu's voice was suddenly sounded. When you were in the green fire world, I already told you that you couldn't imagine how cruel the eternal chaotic world was. A mass killing in a city is just a small case. Before, when King Luozhan and I wandered here, we saw people slaughtering others from the eternal world without any reason. This is a small case. Oftentimes, entire realms or even kingdoms are slaughtered. A slaughter in a realm or a kingdom? Jin Wushuang was stunned. A realm. Daiyu world was a realm. It was not only a giant land, but there were numerous people from the eternal world staying here. The realm already included a great number of people. What about a kingdom, which was formed by thousands of films? The people who are confident to wander in the eternal chaotic world should be ready for it. Most of them have killed lots of people as well. After all, this is a place for experts, so none of the cultivators here are innocent. It's fine if you sympathize with the weak and don't want to slaughter here, but you need to remember that you can't hesitate when you have to kill them. Even though some of them are innocent, you must do it when it's necessary. Kingu said. I understand. Jin Wushuang nodded and looked at the two divine generals. Besides launching a slaughter, do we have another choice? Lin Dong and Mo Yu looked at each other, and then Mo Yu said, Seventh Divine General, don't worry. Although Scarlet Island is effective, we are not like the evil ones who kill innocent people. Chapter 1260, Jin Wushuang, Your Turn to Shine. Chapter 1260, Jin Wushuang, Your Turn to Shine. With slight hesitation, Mo Yu continued, 1 month ago, in the Redwater Alliance's territory, we already announced that we were going to launch a slaughter in the city today. We've given the people who don't belong to the Redwater Alliance 1 month to leave this place. So who do you think those who still stay are? Jin Wushuang's expression shifted. The people who knew this news, but still did not want to leave should be the experts in the Redwater Alliance. I understand. So, we don't need to waste time. Let's do it. Jin Wushuang's expression turned cold. 7th Army, to action. Inside the city, kill all the people that you see. Given the order, the sergeants of the 7th Army immediately swarmed into the city. There was a formation around the city, but it was not strong. There were many people who were good at formations in the 7th Army, so it took only a couple minutes for these 30,000 sergeants to break through the formation and slash into the city. Violent explosions soon sounded in the city. Obviously, the sergeants in the 7th Army already started the battle with the experts from the Redwater Alliance. The entire giant city was filled with war. In the void outside the city, Jin Wushuang, Lin Dong, and Mo Yu were supervising. These 3 divine generals did not take any action yet. For them, it was not valuable to kill the ordinary holy masters and universe masters. 7th Divine General, the commander said you only spent less than 10,000 years cultivating, and then you left your hometown to explore the world? Lin Dong looked at Jin Wushuang. Yes. Jin Wushuang nodded indifferently. So have you got any experience in fighting with any invincible universe master so far? Lin Dong asked. Yes, in my hometown, I did meet an opponent who was an invincible universe master, Jin Wushuang said. He was talking about Long Su King. Only one. Lin Dong looked odd. Yes. Jin Wushuang nodded again. He had met only one universe god yet, and that was Long Su King. However, he had met 2 universe gods. Chun Universe God was for Jin Wushuang to verify his invincible universe master battle strength, so he did not count him as one. However, he had killed Jin Feng of the Jin Kingdom, who was a first heaven universe god. After Jin Wushuang answered, Lin Dong frowned and scoffed. No wonder the commander asked us to take good care of you and give you more chances to practice. What's the matter? Jin Wushuang was surprised. 7th Divine General, you might not really know that we Divine Generals have been in the 9-star sea for a long time. Even the 6th Divine General has been here for thousands of years. During this period, we have been battling with Golden Sun Sect and Holy Prefecture, so we've got lots of killing experience. Mo Yu smiled. I've fought more than 14 invincible universe masters and have met some of them several times, so I've had more than 100 battles with the universe masters. Lindong is even better. He has met more than 20 invincible universe masters and has experience in killing hundreds. There were many cases in which he fought 2 or 3 universe masters at the same time. However, you've only had one fierce battle with an invincible universe master, so don't you think we need to take care of you? Mou and Lin Dong smiled wordlessly. Meanwhile, Jin Wushuang was shocked. Indeed, according to killing experience, he was not as good as these 2 divine generals. This task is pretty simple. It would be good enough if only Mou and I took control, but the commander also assigned you to join the battle. If I'm not wrong, the commander wants you to practice more, and then you can adapt to the eternal chaotic world and get used to battling with experts soon, Lindong said. I see. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and he felt even more confused. At this moment, bang! A powerful aura rose up at the corner of the city. Jian Wushuang, Lindong, and Mou all sensed this aura and instantly looked towards it. In the void where the aura was rising up, a stalwart elder donned in scarlet armor was waving a scarlet sledgehammer that exploded with strong power. His eyes turned red and were full of killing intent. There were many universe masters in the 7th Army fighting the Scarlet Elder. Some of them were even peak universe masters. However, the Elder's sledgehammer exploded with tremendous power. Seeming completely unfazed, he slammed the universe masters with his sledgehammer and killed them one by one. In only a couple minutes, 5 universe masters in the 7th Army were killed by the Elder. That is an invincible universe master? Jian Wushuang looked at the Elder in surprise. He is the Universe Master Bei in the Redwater Alliance. Lindong and Mou both frowned. Obviously, they recognized him. When the Master of Scarlet Island led his army to kill all the universe gods in the Redwater Alliance, they even killed several invincible universe masters. However, 2 of them were pretty lucky and escaped. These 2 were Gunan Young Alliance Master and Universe Master Bei. Universe Master Bei is very famous here, and his strength is also extremely strong. He ranks first in the Redwater Alliance. That is why the commander asked me to come here, Lindong said. He was the 2nd Divine General in the Scarlet Island, and his strength ranked 2nd among the Divine Generals, so his battle strength was better than Universe Master Bei's. Before, we thought that if all the universe gods were killed, Universe Master Bei would lay low for a while after escaping. To my surprise, he's in the first city that Scarlet Island wants to take over. He really has guts, Mou said. Lindong, based on your strength, you will be the only one who can defeat him. You should take action. No rush. Lindong shook his head and looked at Jian Wushuang. The commander asked us to give you more chances to practice, so Jian Wushuang, I will leave Universe Master Bei to you. You can just try your best to battle with him. When you can't keep up any longer, you can send me a message. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded. Without hesitating, he glided forward to the city. Lindong and Mou were still standing there and looking at him. Chapter 1261. Action. Chapter 1261. Action. Lindong, although the commander let us give Jian Wushuang more chances to practice, it'll be too hard for him to fight Universe Master Bei. Mou looked at Lindong and said, Universe Master Bei is the first universe god in Redwater Alliance. Based on his strength, only you, the top divine general in Scarlet Island, are able to defeat him. Jian Wushuang just left his hometown and hasn't got enough experience to battle with invincible universe masters. It's a joke for him to fight Universe Master Bei. Isn't that even better? Lindong laughed. He just left his hometown and hasn't met any ideal opponents. Now, he is too proud, so I want to teach him a lesson. In the eternal chaotic world, there are thousands of experts. When we just got here, the commander also challenged us a lot, didn't he? That's true. Mou nodded. In this case, let him learn a lesson first, but we need to be cautious. If he can't keep up, then we need to take the action. Otherwise, if he is killed by Universe Master Bei, we will be in a big trouble. Don't worry, everything is under control, Lin Dong was very confident. While Lin Dong and Mou were supervising, Jian Wushuang flew into the city. Invincible Universe Master. Jian Wushuang stared at Universe Master Bei, who was in the battle. His eyes turned cold. Lin Dong is right. Before, when I stayed in the Green Fire world, although I fought the experts from the Jin Kingdom, I indeed lacked killing experience. It's time for me to practice. Although Universe Master Bei is a Universe Master, his sledgehammer skills and unique skills are barely acceptable for me to practice my swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang made a decision in his mind. He would conceal his strength and only rely on his swordsmanship in the fierce battle. When it was the right moment, then he would quickly kill him. In an instant, Jian Wushuang showed up in the center of the battlefield. The bastard from Scarlet Island, go to hell. Universe Master Bei's eyes were scarlet, and his face looked evil and horrible. His scarlet sledgehammer madly smashed out. Many Universe Master around him were already dead. When Jian Wushuang appeared, he did not even pay attention and smashed his hammer towards him. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted and exploded with Universe Master power, waving his blood mountain sword. Without any swordsmanship, the sword collided with the sledgehammer. Snap! Following the explosion, a scarlet thunderbolt shot out from his sledgehammer. It flew to a pavilion, and the pavilion was smashed to pieces instantly. After retreating for dozens of meters, Universe Master Bei raised his head and looked at Jian Wushuang. Invincible Universe Master. You are the Divine General from Scarlet Island? Universe Master Bei stared at Jian Wushuang with his cold eyes and groaned, There are 6 Divine Generals in the Scarlet Island, but I haven't met you. Who are you? Jian Wushuang, the 7th Divine General in the Scarlet Island. Jian Wushuang answered. The 7th Divine General? Universe Master Bei instantly realized that Jian Wushuang had just become a Divine General. He was furious and roared, A new Divine General who dares to challenge me alone is asking for death. As his voice died, Universe Master Bei suddenly stepped out. Unlike when he was killing the sergeants, Universe Master Bei exploited his full strength when he realized Jian Wushuang was an invincible Universe Master. Grand aura emitted from his body, full of endless killing. It turned to a dark cloud and enveloped Jian Wushuang. The oppressive force was absolutely enough to make an ordinary Universe Master feel scared. Even a peak Universe Master would feel terrified. However, when Jian Wushuang was under this pressure, he looked calm. When Universe Master Bei was coming towards him, he immediately joined the battle. Little kid, go to hell. Universe Master Bei was full of killing intent, and his scarlet sledgehammer turned to a scarlet thunderbolt. The scarlet thunderbolt flew through the void and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang waved, and then his blood mountain sword turned into a beam of flowing light. Clang! These two attacks collided, and an anti-shock force was sent to Jian Wushuang, forcing him to frown. This Universe Master Bei is quite strong, Jian Wushuang chuckled inwardly, but his power then skyrocketed, and he exploded with power. 10%. Jian Wushuang owned the inverse cultivation of combining 3 strongest sword principles. Also, he was the 4-star peak ancient god from the Imperial Kinsman. Without using the blood-killing plate armor, his strength could already compete with the ordinary universe gods. Even only using 10% of his strength still made him slightly better than invincible universe masters. Bang! His swordsmanship exploded. Universe Master Bei was still very arrogant. His scarlet sledgehammer turned into lightning and started the attack again. These two people were having the war in this city. The strong power flew out and terrified the sergeants and experts. Soon, they all ran away. Outside the city, Lin Dong and Mou, who had been waiting there, were shocked when they witnessed this. Didn't he just leave his hometown? Didn't he have no experience in battling with invincible universe masters? Mou was stunned. She knew how strong the Universe Master Bei was. Ordinary Universe Master were not match for him, not even her. But now, Jian Wushuang is able to fight Universe Master Bei? Lin Dong frowned. Universe Master Bei's power is far stronger than an ordinary invincible Universe Master's. How is Jian Wushuang able to confront him? Lin Dong had fought Universe Master Bei before, and he was only slightly better than Universe Master Bei. However, he had used his speed and skill to win. Universe Master Bei was good at strength, and Lin Dong knew he was not as good as his. But now Jian Wushuang dared to confront him and still was not defeated. In the battlefield, Jian Wushuang and Universe Master Bei had a half-hour fierce battle with no sign of defeat. Jian Wushuang also noticed that the Universe Master Bei was already exploiting his full strength. He has done the best, but still can't force me to use more strength? Jian Wushuang shook his head. The game is over. Jian Wushuang started another attack. Chapter 1262, 3 months. Chapter 1262, 3 months. Wang. A raging wind carrying dense sword shadows blew violently to Universe Master Bei. Spell of disturbance. As a light of killing intent flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes, the sword lights covered Universe Master Bei with an overwhelming soul attack behind each of the light. If Jian Wushuang only used 1/10 of his power in the move, Universe Master Bei might be able to withstand the attack. However, Jian Wushuang's move was a perfect combination of spell of disturbance and soul attack. The moment the sword light flashed, the soul attack behind it crushed to Universe Master Bei. As a Universe Master, he could barely take it and immediately gave up struggling. Covered by the countless sword shadows, he was crumbled into pieces before he could even let out a scream. As the soul attack had made no sound, the onlookers all thought that Universe Master Bei was killed by Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship. Losing their leader, the remaining experts of the Red Water Alliance in that city lost their morale and was eradicated by the soldiers of the 7th Army in a short while. After killing Universe Master Bei, Jian Wushuang returned to the void outside the city. "Gentlemen, I didn't let you down." Jian Wushuang's voice was loud and clear. Lin Dong and Mo looked at Jian Wushuang with a strange expression. Before, when Jian Wushuang and Universe Master Bei were equally matched, it had surprised them. Now, they were even more surprised that Jian Wushuang actually managed to kill the master. Universe Master Bei is so powerful that though I can defeat him by a neck, it will take me a lot of effort to kill him. However, you have just killed him on your own. Lin Dong squinted his eyes. I was lucky. I had fought with him hard on hard at first, but later, I changed my strategy. I improved my speed to the extreme and therefore launched an unexpected attack. Universe Master Bei could barely dodge it and was killed. Jian Wushuang answered with a smile. Is that so? Lin Dong and Mo exchanged a glance at each other. They all thought that there was something fishy about Universe Master Bei's death. Otherwise, that master should not have been suddenly killed in a close fight. They nodded at Jian Wushuang's explanation, but were full of doubt in fact. Now, since Universe Master Bei was dead, the only leader of the Red Water Alliance will be their young master, Gunan. Though he is a Universe Master as well, he is no match for even Universe Master Bei. As long as he dares to show up, any of us three can kill him. Lin Dong sneered. Jian Wushuang and Mo also showed a smile at the words. In less than half a day, the sergeants of the 7th Army wiped off all the remaining experts of the Red Water Alliance in the city. After that, Jian Wushuang and other 2 divine generals led the 7th Army to the 2nd city under the control of the Red Water Alliance. With the fall of the universe gods, the Red Water Alliance existed in name only, and its power was crumbled. Many universe masters and holy masters withdrew from the alliance, leaving it with only a few loyal men. Led by Universe Master Bei, those loyal people had fought against the 7th Army in the 1st city. Now, without that master, they could barely organize another resistance again. Therefore, they would be easily eliminated. In fact, it only took Jian Wushuang and his army no more than 2 hours to wipe off all the remaining experts of the Red Water Alliance in the 2nd city and set off again. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The headquarters of the Redwater Alliance was in a city named Redwater City, the core place of the Alliance. At that moment, in a hidden underground palace in the Redwater City, two figures sat together chatting. Just in 3 months, the Scarlet Island had swept over the cities under our control. This city, the last city that yet to come. During those days, few of our universe masters and holy masters survived their massacre. Even Universe Master Bay was killed by them. Bastard! Bastard! Damn the Scarlet Island! One of the two figures was a young man dressed in a luxurious golden robe. He clenched his hands and snarled in a rage with a grave expression. His handsome face was twisted with hatred. Alas! On hearing the young man's roars, the other man, a humpbacked, black-robed elder, sighed before saying, "The Scarlet Island is so powerful that none could contend with it in our region except for the Dayu Palace, Golden Sun Sect, and Holy Prefecture. Our alliance is too weak when compared with it. We shouldn't have combated with it for benefits before. We shouldn't." The elder kept shaking his head as he spoke. "There is no use for us to regret now," the young man shouted in a low voice. "You're right." The black-robed elder looked at the young man and continued, "Young master, we should leave the Dayu region as soon as possible. I have everything prepared for us in the somewhere else." "Leave?" The young man trembled and asked, "Elderly, are we really going to leave here? The Dayu region has no place for us now. We have to go, and even if we leave, it will be lucky if the Scarlet Island won't hunt us where we go." The elder answered. "Scarlet Island?" The young man's eyes became chilling. "All right, I'll leave with you, but not in secret. I'll have the Redwater Alliance pay for what they have done." "Young master, what do you mean?" The elder looked at the young man. "The Scarlet Island has 3 divine generals in the army against us this time, right?" the young said with a cold smile. "Lindong and Mo, you have stayed in the Scarlet Island for many years and won a big fame. As for Jin Wushuang, who has emerged recently, he may be less famous but is powerful enough to have killed Universe Master Bay alone. If we can kill them 3, it will be a great loss even to the Scarlet Island. After all, divine generals are fewer than the universe gods here." "Young master, you want to kill those 3 divine generals?" The elder frowned. "Right." The young man nodded with a cold face. "And I'll need your help. I want you to kill them in person. After you succeed, we'll leave here before the Scarlet Island could react. By then, they won't be able to even lay a finger on us." Upon hearing this, the elder pondered for a moment before heavily nodding his head with his eyes sparkling. This elder, in fact, was a universe god. Chapter 1263, The Last City. Chapter 1263, The Last City. Jin Wushuang, Lindong, Mou, the 3 divine generals, and the sergeants of the 7th Army were gathered in the void outside the Redwater City. They all surveyed the giant city in front of them. Redwater City is the last city still controlled by the Redwater Alliance, whose headquarters is also in this city. Lord had led many universe gods to wipe off all the experts of the Alliance in this city before. However, as we conquered other cities of the Alliance, the refugees all escaped to this city. "It looks that they want to have a final fight with us here," Mou said with a smile. "The last fight? Hump, it will be futile." Lindong snorted. "Guys, do you think whether the young master of the Redwater Alliance is in this city or not?" Jin Wushuang asked with a smile. It had been 3 months since they worked together, plus that Jin Wushuang had gained Lindong's and Mou's recognition. The relationship between the 3 was closer than before. "Are you referring to Gunan?" Lindong looked over with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. The last time when Lord attacked this city, Gunan was lucky. He was not in the city. Otherwise, he would have been killed. Now, the Redwater Alliance is going to fall, and his title as the young master exists in name only. If I were him, I would have fled away to other regions. Waiting here is just courting for death." "Indeed." Jin Wushuang raised his brows. Not being a fool, Gu Nan should have left the city if he did not have absolute confidence in winning the battle, because he was just a normal invincible universe master who had a duty to revive the Redwater Alliance. Well, let's stop talking and get into the city to kill all the remaining experts of the Redwater Alliance. Complete this mission, and we can have a celebration party after we return back. Lin Dong smiled when speaking. The 7th Army, let's fight. Jian Wushuang immediately ordered the soldiers of the 7th Army. Taking the order, the soldiers immediately swarmed into the city. Jian Wushuang, this is the last battle in our mission. Are you going to practice your skill as before? Mou asked Jian Wushuang with interest. Well, Jian Wushuang showed an embarrassed smile and replied, I'll decide when I meet a proper opponent. Mou and Lin Dong looked at each other, smiling, wordless. Have been staying with Jian Wushuang for 3 months. They knew how crazy Jian Wushuang was about cultivating. Yes, crazy. During the last 3 months, they had experienced many battles as they conquered cities of the Redwater Alliance one after another, and normally, because there had been none invincible universe masters among their opponents, they, as divine generals, could have stood by and watched the soldiers fight. However, Jian Wushuang could not hold his fight intent and had joined soldiers to fight. Moreover, Jian Wushuang had not tried to overpower those universe masters and holy masters of their rival camp as Lin Dong and Mou had expected. He had restrained his power while fighting with his opponents to practice his swordsmanship. All the opponents Jian Wushuang had picked were the experts with excellent fighting skills and brilliant moves, and some of them even had impressed him much. During that period, Jian Wushuang had over 100 fights, and each of them was not ended until he thought he had practiced enough. He could have killed those opponents easily, but as if he was making fun of them, he had restrained his power all the time. At first, Lin Dong and Mou was confused by his actions. However, as Jian Wushuang had fought more and more, they figured out his intention. Jian Wushuang had been trying to practice his swordsmanship, not making fun of his opponents. No matter how weak his opponents were, Jian Wushuang seized every opportunity to train himself with those people. He is crazy. Yes, a crazy man who won't let go of any chance to improve his power. The longer Lin Dong and Mou had been with Jian Wushuang, the more they thought that Jian Wushuang's power was not as simple as they could see. They started taking this young divine general who had just left his hometown and cultivated less than 10,000 years even more seriously. As they stayed outside the city with Jian Wushuang, suddenly, Scarlet Island. A loud roar resounded throughout the city like a thunder, shaking the place. Then, a young man wearing a luxurious golden robe rushed out of the city with a group of experts of the Redwater Alliance following him. He is Gu Nan, the young master of the Redwater Alliance. Jian Wushuang, Lin Dong, and Mou all looked surprised seeing the young man. They had just thought that this young master could not be in the city, but now, haha, this young master is courting death. Lin Dong immediately laughed. Is him so stupid? Jian Wushuang was amused. Let's go to meet with this young leader. Mou also smiled. The 3 divine generals all rushed into the Redwater City. When the 3 entered the city, Jian Wushuang's expression slightly changed. Guys, I'm afraid we are in trouble, he suddenly said. In trouble? Why? Lin Dong and Mou looked confused. Jian Wushuang did not explain to them further. His soul power had targeted an aura hidden deep beneath them. The owner of the aura had hidden very well that Lin Dong and Mou could not sense him, but it was hard to cheat Jian Wushuang, who had soul fire. Are the 3 of you the divine generals of the Scarlet Island? The voice of anger came from the young master Gu Nan, who came up to the 3 divine generals, eyes full of hatred. Gu Nan, you know that we will come here to kill you. It's courageous of you not to escape. Lin Dong's voice sounded cold as well. Escape? Gu Nan said with a sneer, yes, I am going to escape, to somewhere beyond your reach, even somewhere out of the Dayu region. But before that, I have to kill the 3 of you to have the Scarlet Island pay for what they have done to our alliance. Kill us 3? On your own? Lin Dong looked disdainful. Right then, with the soul power, Jian Wushuang felt that the aura hidden in the ground rose up sharply. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.